Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to a brand new series on the channel. What if I was reborn into the world of One Piece as Enel and conquered the entire pirate world? Synopsis. Alexander Nikolia is a person of many talents, a genius in the eyes of many. After a bizarre string of events, he ends up getting reincarnated into his favorite anime into the body of one of the most underutilized, overpowered villains in the story. The world was bound to change in some way. Whether that change is positive or not, that's up for interpretation, really. Before we begin, check out the author linked in the description. Let the tale begin. Chapter 1. Research and Abnormality. The streets were busy during the evening in New York. Many people were coming and going. Many were walking with a forward-facing gaze, tunnel-visioned into their destinations. No one paid any mind to an old man sitting by the road, seemingly a normal beggar, missing both legs. Near him was a wooden sign that asked for just a bit of kindness. No one paid him any mind. In the sea of faces, his was the only one that was avoided. Even the occasional kind soul didn't look in his direction. Maybe it was because of his grotesque appearance. A face mangled, scarred over already, looked like a pack of rabid dogs had once eaten it. Even then, some would still find pity in such a tragic existence. Still, no one paid him any attention. All but one person, Alexander Nikolia. That old man had stood there for many years. Download app. Alexander had seen the old man on numerous occasions sitting, waiting, many times in different places even. It was as if the old man was searching for something. Despite his appearance and obvious disability, he wasn't unable to move. No, if one was to track down the old man, they could find him in numerous places, on numerous continents, dozens of countries all around the world. But how could such a thing make sense? How could something like this even be possible? Well, Alexander tried to tell all of his friends about it. All of the people that he knew just looked at him weirdly, asking him, "What old man are you even talking about?" Or saying things like, "Has all of that reading finally turned you insane?" In truth, Alexander had somewhat considered the second a few times. Maybe his mind was playing tricks on him. But that also simply didn't make any sense at all. Sure, Alexander was not a bright-eyed young man, but he was no old decrepit man either. He was merely 49 years old currently. If any one of his friends were to describe him, they would all call him adventurous and curious, a great conversationalist and an amazing sommelier. A black-haired man with a trimmed beard and green eyes, always clean-cut and presentable, most of the time wearing formal clothing. His muscles were well-defined and his face was what one would consider conventionally handsome. A man that had seen many walks of life, and one with a name that sent waves through quite a few fields. Especially his main field of study, archaeology. He was known to be the man to have discovered an even older civilization than that of the Sumerians. He unearthed something in the place where one would least expect to find anything, but also in the place where such a civilization could be expected to have existed. The deserts of Egypt, and it was because of the discovery of that civilization that his name had become renowned worldwide in the field of archaeology. He was the one to discover the civilization that preceded the ancient Egyptians. After a few years of research, he also managed to reverse engineer the language that the ancient civilization used. He had found great help in the form of Jean-François Champollion's research into the decipherment of ancient Egyptian scripts. The languages were different, but he had managed to find some similarities between them. And from those slight similarities, he managed to unravel an entirely new language. If anyone else was to describe it, then it would be simply called the work of a genius. So, how could such a genius have simply gone insane like this? Alexander could feel the paranoia creeping in with each day that passed. Each time he tried to point his acquaintances in the direction he had clearly seen the old man was never there. Seemingly a figment of his overacting imagination. But he knew that the old man was real. The old man had only started appearing after he had unraveled that civilization. Rather, that was when Alexander took notice of him. With all of his curiosity, an unnerving feeling still prevented him from approaching the old beggar. Each time he took a step toward the old man, he could feel his bones shaking as his back filled with cold sweat. That was when he stopped and turned around usually. But this night things were different. Why? Well, It all had to do with his last excursion to the site of the ancient civilization that he had found. More and more relics were being discovered by the teams he was leading. Being the only person with a perfect grasp of that language, he was called to the scene to investigate a few new relics and to help decipher a few tablets. Amongst those antiques, dusted and destroyed by time, Alexander's eyes caught something that made him curious. A very large and thick stone tablet, about as tall as he was, and he was exactly 1.95 meters. A portrait, or rather, the ancient version of one, a stone engraving depicting a very familiar figure. An old man with a long white beard, 2 missing legs, hands hidden by clothing, face mangled beyond the limits of brutality. Alexander could only gulp as he looked down at the text underneath that depiction. He could make out the words rather quickly, having already spent years deciphering texts of that nature. Always be wary of the wanderer. He doesn't repay kindness with kindness. Alexander could only gulp. He called one of his many students there to confirm that he wasn't truly delirious. The student was a bit confused at why his teacher was so stressed out about that stone engraving, but he did confirm being able to see it. Even managed to explain to his teacher the circumstances in which they had found it. It was simply sitting up straight in the middle of the desert. We assume that the recent sandstorms uncovered it, otherwise it's hard to believe that this was missed completely until now. The student seemed to ponder for a moment. Then he also saw the text that his teacher had already translated. How interesting. Such an ancient civilization had its own version of folklore. The wanderer must be some kind of boogeyman for them. Maybe a tale they used to tell to their children, to make them a bit more distrustful of strangers. The student did give an extremely great explanation with the evidence provided. After all, Alexander's students were all geniuses in their own right. But Alexander just nodded a bit. Thank you. I just wanted a bit of confirmation. He knew better. This was no child's tale. And now, there stood Alexander, face to face with the old man that had haunted him for so many years. The wanderer. He gazed down. He powered through the unnerving feeling seeping into his bones. His curiosity had finally been able to overcome whatever that feeling was. As Alexander had expected, the old man did finally notice his presence, looking up at his face with a pair of cold and dead black eyes. Spare a coin for an unfortunate one? That was all that the old man said. Alexander looked down at the enigma in front of him. Only one question on his tongue. What are you? Alexander simply tilted his head when asking that question, not averting his gaze or blinking even once, afraid that the old man was just going to disappear on him again. Spare a coin for an unfortunate one? The old man simply repeated. His eyes didn't even seem to register Alexander's question. It was as if Alexander was not even there. Yet the old man was staring right at him. Alexander at this point simply didn't know what to do. With a sigh, he took out a stack of bills from his pocket, something he had prepared beforehand. To him, money was more of a concept, a means to an end. It didn't mean anything in his eyes. So he had no qualms giving the old man a bit more than a coin. Alexander crouched down and placed the money right into the old man's lap. The money seemed to be swallowed up in the old man's clothing. Then, something else happened. Alexander could see a light glint into the wanderer's eye, a toothy grin spreading on the old man's disfigured face. Kindness never goes unrewarded. It was a creepier voice than before, but a lot less robotic at the very least. Alexander almost took a step back when hearing the tone, but he wasn't fast enough. That ancient thing, whatever it was, opened its mouth completely, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Its mouth then expanded, towering over the tall Alexander in less than a second. In that split second, Alexander froze, because he saw something even stranger inside that being's mouth. He saw stars. He saw another pair of eyes. In that instant, Alexander was shocked. It took only a half-second of hesitation. His entire body was swallowed up in an instant, and just like that, the greatest archaeologist of that century had disappeared completely. Chapter 2. Rewarding Kindness. Alexander's awakening was not a pleasant one. The last thing he remembered was staring into the mouth of the ghost that had haunted him for years. He stared into the eyes that he saw there with great curiosity in his last moments on Earth. How did he know he was no longer on Earth? Well, he could see it. In the distance, he could see his small, insignificant planet. A place that he had studied with passion and curiosity. A place that held his close acquaintances and friends. Truth be told, Alexander did have quite a few friendships, but most of them were extremely superficial. But that was to be expected given the middle-aged man's career and accomplishments. What Alexander didn't expect to see in his entire lifetime was the reality currently staring him in the eyes. He was floating in outer space, so far away that his home was merely a speck in the distance. And it was getting smaller and smaller, or rather, Alexander was getting further and further away. He felt as if his very soul was being rapidly pulled towards some other place. Before he knew it, he was in front of a strange amalgamation of eyes and tentacles. Earth, that small imperfect sphere, was no longer anywhere to be seen. A toothy mouth appeared inside the tentacles and eyes, wriggling around in a strange manner. Alexander couldn't find any words for what he was seeing, but he also couldn't quite bring himself to find the thing in front of him disgusting. It was strange. He was staring the unknown straight into the eyes. There was no genuine fear to be found in Alexander's eyes, something that seemed to surprise the strange being. A human, after so many eons. The being spoke. Its very voice shook Alexander's soul. But once again, Alexander couldn't bring himself to feel any fear and disgust. All he felt was his burning curiosity, much like the being in front of him now started feeling the same. Kindness. Such a strange concept. The being spoke again, not bothering to wait for a reply. Yet you are the second person to ever come here, to ever receive a reward for his kindness. Alexander now raised a brow. But there were more in the past, weren't there? I am sure other humans have passed through this place at some point. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been any depictions of the Wanderer in that civilization. The being listened to Alexander's voice as it closed its eyes. Some may have reached this place, but none deserving of a reward. The being moved one of its limbs as it turned massive. It seemed to pull apart space, showing him a strange sight. Dozens of people, wearing the same types of tribal clothing that Alexander had seen in the depictions of the civilization he found, were all being tortured by different human means. All but one, who seemed to be having an eternal feast, surrounded by beautiful faceless women from all sides. The one in eternal bliss was the first human to reach this place. He wasn't worthy of a proper reward, but he was also not guilty of anything, having fed my agent in your world a warm meal with a smile on his face. His character wasn't strong enough, so I simply gave him what you are seeing. It is a simple reward, bare bones. Maybe it would have been a punishment to some, but he had given some kindness to the Wanderer, so he was not to be punished. What about the rest? Alexander asked as he looked at the tribal people being tortured. Many of them seemed to beg for death, their bodies and mind endlessly regenerated to keep the pain fresh. I have glimpsed into your past. You are more than intelligent enough to guess what they have done to be deserving of this. Alexander simply gulped a bit. A picture of what had happened was already painted inside of his mind. The first man found it in himself to give his kindness to the Wanderer, and he received a treatment similar to his, which was likely seen by others. The Wanderer was most likely hunted down. Each hit it received, it devoured someone else, until the tribal civilization gave up on the hunt, realizing that they were only losing able-bodied men for no reason. The men, however, were never to be forgiven, for they had given the Wanderer the opposite of kindness. The Wanderer became unnoticeable to most from that point on. Alexander still couldn't understand how or why. Indeed, you seem to have understood the situation. I am essentially the god your people used to worship. I am still being worshipped, though under different forms. Now, what do you wish? The being spoke again, this time its tentacles wriggling a bit as they reached out towards Alexander. The researcher didn't do anything to try and dodge them. He knew that he was safe after all. Apologies, that was a silly question on my part. I know what you want. The god in front of Alexander spoke again, its tentacles wrapping around Alexander. It wasn't a vice grip like one would expect. Rather, it was more of a gentle hold. A man like you would only be satisfied if he were to be sent into a world filled with secrets. Secrets to unravel. but you will also need the strength to protect yourself. The god spoke as a smile spread on its face. Thankfully, I have the perfect body to send you into. A candidate better than any other. A human that considered himself God, but was nothing more than an insignificant speck of dust despite his power. A person with no pull, no influence on the world at large. Despite the fact that he could be as strong as the strongest in that world, Alexander's eyes widened as he seemed to find something strangely familiar about the man that the being was describing. Is my current body not good enough? Alexander asked as he looked down at his own body. He had spent many hours working out, trying to sculpt and strengthen his body to withstand the harsh deserts he was traveling to so frequently. He was relatively powerful by human standards. Unfortunately, your current body is far from enough to survive even a day in the world I am sending you. Alexander sweated a bit. He felt a bit insulted. But who was he to argue with a god? The ancient being as old as time itself was surely better qualified to judge such things. I understand. Any other advice you might be able to give me? Alexander asked. He realized that the god wanted him to find out his reward on his own, so he didn't inquire about specifics. After all, if he was to be told specific things, he would have been told some things already. Nothing more. You will have the memories of that person, but I doubt someone like you can be influenced by the personality of a fool. Enjoy your new life, kind soul. The god then released Alexander. Alexander could feel another pull. This time his soul was actually pulled out of his body. He could see his body left behind, being once again grabbed by the god that was getting farther and farther away. As soon as Alexander disappeared, the god smiled once again. Its twisted mouth and jagged teeth shined in the infinite blackness of space. To think such a human would exist? A genius like him would have thrived despite the circumstances I sent him under, but a kind soul deserves a hefty reward. The god then looked at the first human it had ever technically rewarded, although it didn't consider what that man was given a reward. A man of his intelligence wouldn't be pleased by some mere carnal pleasures. I look forward to his journey. The god then seemed to blend into space as all its eyes closed. Chapter 3. Rude Awakening. The next time Alexander opened his eyes, everything was already different. The dark void around him was replaced with light, and his desolate surroundings of his were now also replaced with a grand hall. Alexander didn't know what to quite make of the situation. The thing that he had met was certainly a god. On one hand, it opened up so many possibilities, but on the other, it also created a lot more mysteries. Were all ancient gods in different mythologies some type of divine beings? Alexander pondered on that for a second. The being he had met didn't hint at there being more gods. It had simply stated that it was the god, the one that people had always been worshipping, though under different names. So, now Alexander had the answer to the God question. God was real, but he certainly didn't care much about humanity. He wasn't some loving father figure at all. The God he had met was a cynical being. It had sent only one messenger to Earth, and it had only ever given a reward to 2 human beings. Alexander did consider the first human to have reached the God as rewarded. It was an eternity of bliss, after all, something that humans dreamed of when thinking of heaven and whatnot. The rest of the humans were being mercilessly tortured in there, for the rest of eternity, eerily similar to how hell was depicted in many of the books he had read. Alexander wasn't daft enough to think that those were the actions of a loving God. Still, he had been the one to receive the favor of that all-knowing God. Maybe it was finally time to look into it a bit more. Taking in his surroundings a bit better, Alexander noticed that he was on a throne, for some reason, a throne of gold. As his eyes adjusted, he noticed that he was surrounded by gold, in a large hall. Golden pillars, golden carpet. It was as if the previous owner of the body was obsessed with gold. Alexander blinked a few times as he finally looked down. It wasn't hard to tell that he was shirtless. He was quick to notice how pale he now was. By all accounts he had always been white, but due to his numerous expeditions, he had always been more on the tan side. Now he was as white as could be. The only good thing was that he could see that his muscles were well defined, at least to an acceptable extent. There were golden bracers on both his hands and ankles, as well as golden rings on both of his big toes. It all made him look like some rich baron. The next thing he noticed was his clothing. He only wore a pair of baggy pants with a wavy pattern along with a blue piece of fabric that only covered his behind, looking similar to a skirt piece. They were very comfortable, made from an extremely flexible, possibly expensive material. Alexander then started feeling as if his appearance was more and more familiar. It was only then that he noticed his extremely long earlobes, reaching to his waist, adorned with golden earrings. Holy shit, I am Enel, aren't I? Alexander was a man of many talents, but archaeology wasn't the only thing that interested him in the world. He also had a passion for fictional works. One Piece had been a boon of his for a very long time. It was a story that he enjoyed greatly and that he also liked to form theories for. He especially liked studying the poneglyphs shown. He never bothered to try and decipher them himself since it was just a piece of entertainment, but he loved their concept. Decades of history locked away in a coded language, sculpted on unbreakable pieces of stone that the powers that be simply couldn't get rid of. It was an extremely intriguing situation. He watched countless theories on the show and even created plenty of his own. Many revolved around the countless mysteries that the show had to offer. He had always found it strange that such a compelling story was hidden behind such a childish facade. Well, the show wasn't all that childish when thinking more about it. It featured a lot of extremely heavy themes, and it did have plenty of depictions of violence. He slowly got up from his throne as he remembered another aspect about Enel that he had somewhat forgotten. Enel was tall, standing at a whopping 2.7 meters tall, only a bit shorter than the admirals. Alexander did some stretches with his new body. He quickly noticed the ornamental circle with 4 wooden drums attached. Alexander found them similar to the legend of the god Reincarnated, extremely fitting for the power he now possessed. He then reached out to the side of the throne, as if it was muscle memory, grabbing a golden staff that was just as tall as he was. How peculiar! Alexander spoke out once more. Then it happened. He quickly grasped at his head as he felt a searing pain cover it instantly. His mind was assaulted by a lifetime of memories, Enel's memories. Alexander quickly got over the pain though. He was no stranger to heat strokes, so this much only surprised him momentarily. In the next few minutes, he instantly gained an understanding of where exactly he was, and where exactly he was within the timeline of the story. He also gained an understanding of something else, his powers. Having a Logia devil fruit did give one a certain sense of superiority over others, but Alexander wasn't just a nobody. He knew very well that there were plenty of people capable of getting around his defenses. But Enel had no such foresight. He simply considered himself a god because he had gotten his hands on a fruit that the world considered to be one of the few invincible ones. It was on the same level as that of Whitebeard, the strongest man alive. But power needed to be trained, otherwise, it was just like having a dull giant blade. Extremely useful against wooden tools and smaller weapons, but otherwise useless against other giant blades. Then there was Mantra, Enel's saving grace. Observation hockey was certainly developed to see over a large distance. Even now Alexander was able to sense all of Skype. Due to the devil fruit's powers, Enel was even able to listen in on conversations within the range of his hockey. The observation hockey was even trained to the point where it could see slightly into the future. But it wasn't perfect, nowhere on the level of Katakuri, who was able to see perfectly 10 seconds into the future. Besides that, from Enel's memories, now Alexander could tell that he was relatively close to the Straw Hats arriving on the Sky Island. From what his men had told Enel, the golden ship they were building was relatively close to completion. I have quite a few things to fix before their arrival. Alexander sighed as he finally decided to take on his new identity. From now on, he would live as Enel inside this new world. But that also meant that he now had to go ahead and fix past Enel's countless arrogant mistakes. And he wanted to get them done before the Straw Hats arrived, at least attain some semblance of peace. Enel sighed as he rubbed his temple in frustration. Why did the previous owner of this body have to be such a piece of shit? The first thing on his to-do list, somehow solve the conflicts within the Sky Islands, as well as lessening the fear of the people. Enel knew that it was impossible to get the trust of the people back. The past him had basically been a tyrant that simply instilled fear into them for almost 8 years already. Enel still believed that there was a relatively easy fix for the entire situation. Put someone that people could trust in charge of the Sky Islands. Someone that was also likely to actually want to put an end to the war that had already been waging for 400 years. And Enel just happened to know exactly who the most qualified individual was. Enel sighed as he started making his way outside of his temple. It was time to visit an old man that lived somewhere off on the Skype. Chapter 4. Gonfal's Confusion and Truth. Enel didn't need to spend much time finding the old man, Gonfal. It was surprisingly easy to know where everyone was using observation hockey. Sure, there were ways people could hide from it, but Gonfal wasn't able to hide properly. If the past Enel saw him as anything other than insignificant, then he would have been killed already. Enel could only sigh once more when thinking of the mess that was his current reputation. Fixing it wasn't going to be easy. Well, there was always the option of simply moving away from Skype. But Enel didn't want to do something that boorish. The past Enel had originally been from Skype after all, and he had mistreated everyone inside it without any hesitation the second he gained the power that allowed him to consider himself a god. His priests weren't all that much better. The vast majority of the people on Skype completely despised both Enel and all of his actions, though. They always kept up the charade of calling him a god because they realized that he was always listening in to them. Enel knew that the situation looked somewhat difficult to turn around, but he also didn't care about building his reputation back up. He just wanted to right some of the wrongs of the arrogant past version of Enel. Enel sighed as he used his devil fruit powers to turn into lightning and travel right onto Old Man Gon's front porch. Enel felt a bit odd for a split second. He had used that power so casually, but it had technically been the first time he had ever used it. Maybe it was due to the memories, but every action he did using his devil fruit seemed to be natural, instinctual even. So, there Enel was, right in front of Gonfal's door. The blonde did realize that he maybe should have thought a bit more about how to approach the old man before he simply stepped into his yard, but it was a bit too late for that. After gently knocking on the door and hearing it creak, Enel was once again reminded that he was now in one piece, where people could cut islands in two. And his body had a decent amount of strength, which he unfortunately also didn't have much control over. The door opened, and an old man of average height with long white hair, a mustache, and a beard was holding the door handle. He wore medieval armor, reminiscent of that of knights. The old man's eyes widened when he saw who stood in front of him, cold sweat filling his back. He was afraid. Maybe, but he wasn't going to just keel over and let himself be killed. He started reaching for his weapon with his hand hidden behind the door. He tried to put on a brave face, but he knew he didn't stand many chances in front of the young god. He had somewhat feared that this day would come, that Enel would eventually come for his life. But he had hoped to have more time. Greetings, God Enel of Skype. How may this old man be of assistance to you? He tried a cordial greeting, but he knew that Enel wasn't the type to care about such things. Then the old man noticed something strange. That gaze, that posture. Enel always wore a lazy expression, even in combat, but now his usually half-lidded eyes were open, and his slouched back was straight as a cutting board. The next thing that happened was going to remain with Gonfal for the rest of his life. The formerly arrogant Enel took a bow and said, "Old man, I need your help." There was no senseless formality, no sense of superiority, a simple, honest request. Gonfal dropped the spear he had been grasping from behind the door as his eyes widened. Enel, the man that had taken so much pleasure in mocking him, the one that had ruled the entirety of Skype with fear, considering himself above everyone else and enslaving many others to his rule, was bowing to him? Who are you? The question came naturally off his tongue. It was easy for someone as old as Gonfal that knew past Enel so well to be able to tell that something simply wasn't right with what was happening. Enel sighed as he raised his head. It's a long story. May I come in? If the bow didn't clarify that the person he was speaking to wasn't Enel, then this certainly did. Enel would have never asked him for permission to do anything. Gon simply nodded. The two of them then entered the small home and sat down at the table. As soon as the two of them sat down, Enel began recounting a story. Not his story, but the one that he wanted Gonfal to believe. He painted the picture of him being an archaeologist from a desert island somewhere in the New World, having found a devil fruit that allowed him to swap bodies with others. He was about to die of starvation in the middle of the desert, so in a last-ditch attempt, he transferred his consciousness away randomly. Gonfall had his eyes wide when hearing about that. He stroked his beard in confusion. Whenever I switch bodies, the person I switch with gets to use my body. They can only switch back with me if they touch me while in my new body. But I am pretty sure that my old body has already perished in that desert. So the old Enel is already dead, most likely. I see. Excuse me for saying this, but it all seems far-fetched. Yet there is simply no better explanation as to why Enel would ever do this. Even if it was a ploy to make fun of me, he wouldn't have kept it up this long. Gonfall believed the person in front of him, but he was still confused. Enel did well to use a devil fruit for his explanation. They were still mysterious objects that couldn't be explained properly even by the ones using them. Besides, he only needed this excuse for Gon. But how did you know to come to me for this? Gonfall asked while stating at Enel. Consciousness gets flipped around, but the brain retains memories. It's just how this works. It's also the root cause of my frustrations right now. This past Enel's actions seemed to be those of a petulant child, one that had far too much power. Gonfall could only sigh once more. The old man did feel a bit happy in a sense. Well, given the circumstances, I am glad that you took over Enel's body. Having someone mature and less arrogant wielding that power is more ideal, the old man said as he finally managed to relax completely. I am a bit flattered, but I am not interested in the title of God of Skype. I am an archaeologist at heart, a person striving to uncover all of the secrets of the world. I cannot rule a country while not being there for long periods, Enel said as he finally got around to the reason he had reached out to Gonfall in the first place. Gonfall blinked a few times, then he smiled once more. I guess it's time for these old bones to come out of retirement, huh? Sorry for putting this over your head, but I also thought you'd be pleased to return to your right position. You were also close to finally creating peace with the Shaandians when the original Enel interfered. Enel spoke as he slowly started getting up. I am thankful to you, stranger. I don't even know your name, Gonfall said as he also got up. You can just call me Enel. My previous life is already over, Enel said as he stretched a bit. Gon simply nodded as he started thinking about a few things. Taking over won't be all that difficult for me since everyone hates you. No offense meant, by the way. The only ones that might prove troublesome would be your priests, Gonfall eventually said as he stroked his beard. I'll go sort them out then. I remember them being relatively loyal to the old Enel. I'll make sure they don't get in your way. I can do at least that much. The conversation was over at that point, with Enel going about finding the priests and getting rid of them. There were only 4 priests in total, and they each used dials to fight their enemies. Enel knew that they weren't going to be an issue for him, but he still planned to use them for some training. Chapter 5. God Army, Priests and Control. Enel sat down in his room. He looked at the table full of food in front of him and then at the women that stood around the table. He stood there for a minute or two, before telling the women to simply leave the room. They seemed scared at first, but still left nonetheless. Enel then called the 4 priests to his room, making sure to tell them to all arrive at the same time. He wanted to eliminate them, but didn't want to do it while they were separate. That would mean their chances of putting up much of a fight were much lower. Right now, Enel had yet to completely get used to his new body, so it was a great time to practice his powers on some live targets. Enel manipulated lightning through his fingers, making it dance around his palm and twirl around his hand. Controlling his devil fruit felt oddly natural. He wasn't even sure if that was a trait of devil fruits in general. They're just Enel's memories sparking up. The newly transferred Otherworlder continued to get used to his devil fruit, until controlling it felt even more natural. After a few more minutes of controlling and producing lightning, the 4 priests walked in. All of them looked exactly as Enel remembered them. Satori, the red-haired man with a ball-shaped body. A bald and muscular man of average height, a large sword strapped to his back. Shura, the aviator-looking priest with a pointed mustache and a lance on his back. And lastly, Gadatsu, a tall, dark-skinned man with an extremely strange hairstyle. Enel could remember them both from his past life and the memories of the old Enel. Glad all of you were able to come here on such short notice. Enel spoke out with a leisurely smile. His attitude seemed to get a few raised brows. The priests weren't used to Enel ever being polite after all. "We thank you for your grace, God Enel. If I may dare inquire, what do you need from us at this moment?" Was the first one to speak out. Being the strongest of the four, he was also the most confident. "Well, it's simple, really. I just need you to disappear," Enel said. All of the priests widened their eyes. In the next second, Enel was already in between all of them. "Do your best to fight. I wish to see the strength of my priests after all." Enel used his staff to first strike Gadatsu, who went flying through the wall of their room with a strange shriek. What is the meaning of this, God Enel? Did we do something to displease you?" Was quick to ask, but he also unsheathed his blade at the same instant, not being one to just roll over and die. A part of him hoped that this would just be one of their god's tests, to see if his priests were really up to par. But the reality was a bit less merciful. Maybe a bit," Enel said as he tilted his head. He thrust his staff forwards, this time towards Satori, who in turn brought both of his hands up in hopes of blocking the strike. Enel simply smiled when seeing that. With a bit of electricity flowing through, his staff quickly turned into a trident. Satori didn't even have time to think as his ball-shaped body was skewered through its midsection and impaled on Enel's trident. "I believe people in power should always take responsibility for what happens to those underneath them," Enel said as he swung his arm, flinging Satori's body into Shura, who was still flabbergasted, to the side. "Gee God," Shura grunted as his fellow priest's body to the side. He quickly took out his lance, preparing to do his best to defend himself. "None of you ever showed any care towards those beneath you. That behavior isn't one fit for a leader," Enel said as he sighed a bit. He knew that it was useless to talk to them in that manner, even somewhat ironic coming from someone like him. But he was no longer the old Enel, and he wasn't exactly used to killing others. He was doing his best to distract himself, while also justifying his killings with the fact that they deserved to die. In truth, he also felt weirdly nonchalant about killing them. Sure, he had made up his mind about it beforehand, but he didn't know if he could go through with it or not. It was strange he didn't remember being that sadistic and bloodthirsty, but Enel decided to ignore it, for now, not wanting to give it any more thought in the middle of a fight. Reacted this time, taking the moment Enel stopped his movements for a split second and swinging his long blade towards him. Even though it was from behind him, Enel could still feel it clearly due to his observation haki. But he didn't bother stopping it. His body split in half in that instant. However, it reconnected itself in an instant, making it look like Ohm's blade had passed right through him. The elementalization part of Logia Devil Fruits had always been an interesting aspect for Enel. Now he actually got to experience it in person. Enel then sighed as he released a surge of electricity. Ohm was instantly paralyzed as he felt the current course through his body. Shura, who was dashing towards Enel, wasn't any better. His lance had attracted some of the electricity, and it had also paralyzed him. "I didn't want to use my powers too much, but I guess it can't be helped." Enel sighed as he turned his trident into a Chinese spear, a chong. He swung it with confidence, and in one swift motion, he decapitated both Shura and Ohm. Their faces wore shocked expressions as their heads rolled on the floor. Their bodies didn't even hit the floor before another enemy made his way back to the room. The only priest left alive was Gadatsu, had just returned into the room from the broken wall. Only to see the horrifying scene that had occurred, he quickly shrieked, turned around, and tried his best to run away. Enel didn't move at all. He simply sighed in pity. With a snap of his fingers, a bolt of lightning fell from the skies right onto Gadatsu's path. It created a large hole into the island that Gadatsu instantly fell into, right down to the lower seas. Enel somewhat pondered why his devil fruit was even allowed to exist. It made him so powerful, to the point where he felt that he was cheating. He could instantly attack anyone within his haki range. Enel simply couldn't understand how Luffy had managed to defeat something like that. Even if the rubber man was immune to lightning, Enel could always turn his staff into something sharp and skewer Luffy to death with his superior speed. The only conclusion he could reach was that the past Enel was indeed a monumental idiot, but his exploits were also a bit more impressive than what an idiot should have been able to do. The ship he had designed with his devil fruit in mind was extremely impressive. It was a ship specifically made to travel through space. And while the current Enel didn't feel like putting his chances on that and actually going to the moon, he still found the fact that the ship was capable of flight to be impressive. It was certainly not the product of an idiot. So he could only guess that past Enel was simply too blinded by his own power to act accordingly. Regardless, now that his job was over, Enel decided to also inform Gonfal about that. The old man took the news in stride. He seemed to have already prepared a few things in the little time in between Enel's visits. In the end, it only took one day. One day for Gonfal to completely gain control of the entirety of Skype. He also managed to speak to the Shaandians and actually come to an agreement with them, helping them retrieve their temple and island on the exact same day. Gonfal had wanted to end that senseless war for a while now, and thankfully he was able to do so quickly, with Enel's retirement of course. The old man didn't go into specifics about what had happened to Enel, but the people of Shaandia, although wary, were more than happy to take back their homeland unobstructed. Gonfal, using his name and authority, made the rest of the god army instantly obey him. They feared Enel's retribution at first, but after seeing that the few people that accepted were completely fine, they all turned coats in an instant. The police force in Skype didn't hesitate to listen to Gonfal for even a second, and the people of Skype all rejoiced when hearing of Enel's retirement from his rule. Again, no one had any idea what had driven the maniac that had ruled over them with an iron fist to give up and kill his own priests, but there was always that idiom, never look a gift horse in the mouth, so the people didn't ask many questions directly, although many rumors would surface later. And just like that, Skype was once again under the control of its rightful ruler, Gonfal. Chapter 6. Calming Down. It only took a few weeks for things to settle down completely. Gonfal had taken power in the first day, but people were still wary for a while, especially since Enel wasn't defeated or anything. No one actually knew what had happened to Enel. No one knew why he had stepped down from the title of God of Skype. Sure, no one was publicly seeking the answers from Gonfal and his newly appointed guards, but people still couldn't help but wonder. Some rumors spread that Enel was somehow sick, and he had passed away, taking his priests down with him. Other rumors said that he had finally gone completely mad and killed all of his trusted advisors, then committed suicide. And, by far the most egregious and unbelievable rumor, was that Enel had somehow turned over a new leaf. It was unknown where that rumor had actually started, but very few people believed such a thing was even close to possible. The ones that believed that simply didn't know much about Enel. Those rumors didn't do much to affect Enel though. He was currently sitting down at a table with Gonfal, and the two of them were calmly drinking some tea. And one of Gonfal's newly appointed guards was also present. A muscular man wearing tribal clothing. A tattoo with a strange pattern adorned the left side of his upper torso as well as his face. His most memorable feature was certainly his tattoos, but some others would also recognize him from his mohawk and the large cannon on his back. The small set of wings that were also on his back didn't make him look that special since everyone on Skype had those. It was none other than Wiper, who was currently glaring at Enel from behind Gonfal. His gaze was filled with hate, but he still didn't act. Things have finally become more peaceful. Gonfal spoke while sighing a bit. He could clearly feel the heavy atmosphere in the room, and he knew the cause of it. Gonfal didn't really want to bring anyone when meeting Enel, but his new guard had insisted to accompany him regardless. Wiper was also one of the strongest Shaandia warriors, a person that had fought hard for many years to regain his homeland. You can guess that he wasn't a really big fan of Enel. In the first place, he was a person that deeply despised Enel, and seeing him so close made it hard for him to even hold back from taking the cannon off his back and pointing it at the young former god. But Gonfal didn't really wish to keep Enel's existence and help a secret. And at the end of the day, Enel also didn't really care since he didn't want to hide his presence from the people of the island. He wasn't planning to stay there forever, but it made for an extremely great base of operations, especially since access to the Sky Islands was extremely difficult, even to the Marines and world government. And since Enel obviously planned to start studying the Poneglyphs, a practice not really liked by the world government, it made even more sense for him to have the main base on Skype. Indeed. Did you already start the demolition of that big ship? Enel said as he also unfolded a newspaper and looked over it. Of course, no reason to keep it around when it isn't needed. Those metals can be used for more meaningful things, Gonfal said with a calm smile. The entirety of the last few weeks was cathartic for the old man. He felt like things were finally slipping back into place, going back to the way they should have been. And it was all thanks to the man standing in front of him, Enel. He had also been a bit skeptical after the first meeting. His mind couldn't help but wonder if Enel was truly just playing a prank on him. But after seeing the lightning fall down into that forest, he knew that Enel was indeed speaking the truth. It also became public knowledge that Enel had called all of the priests for a meeting since one of the Divine Squad had confessed to being the messenger for Enel on that occasion. That show was also how everyone found out that Enel was the one to kill all of his priests. It wasn't exactly a complicated conclusion to come to. It only took a few weeks for things to settle down completely. Gonfal had taken power in the first day, but people were still wary for a while, especially since Enel wasn't defeated or anything. No one actually knew what had happened to Enel. No one knew why he had stepped down from the title of God of Skype. Sure, no one was publicly seeking the answers from Gonfal and his newly appointed guards, but people still couldn't help but wonder. Some rumors spread that Enel was somehow sick and he had passed away, taking his priests down with him. Other rumors said that he had finally gone completely mad and killed all of his trusted advisors, then committed suicide. And, by far the most egregious and unbelievable rumor, was that Enel had somehow turned over a new leaf. It was unknown where that rumor had actually started, but very few people believed such a thing was even close to possible. The ones that believed that simply didn't know much about Enel. Those rumors didn't do much to affect Enel, though. He was currently sitting down at a table with Gonfal, and the two of them were calmly drinking some tea. And one of Gonfal's newly appointed guards was also present. A muscular man wearing tribal clothing. A tattoo with a strange pattern adorned the left side of his upper torso as well as his face. His most memorable feature was certainly his tattoos, but some others would also recognize him from his mohawk and the large cannon on his back. The small set of wings that were also on his back didn't make him look that special since everyone on Skype had those. It was none other than Wiper, who was currently glaring at Enel from behind Gonfal. His gaze was filled with hate, but he still didn't act. Things have finally become more peaceful. Gonfal spoke while sighing a bit. He could clearly feel the heavy atmosphere in the room, and he knew the cause of it. Gonfal didn't really want to bring anyone when meeting Enel, but his new guard had insisted to accompany him regardless. Wiper was also one of the strongest Shaandia warriors, a person that had fought hard for many years to regain his homeland. You can guess that he wasn't a really big fan of Enel. In the first place, he was a person that deeply despised Enel, and seeing him so close made it hard for him to even hold back from taking the cannon off his back and pointing it at the young former god. But Gonfal didn't really wish to keep Enel's existence and help a secret. And at the end of the day, Enel also didn't really care since he didn't want to hide his presence from the people of the island. He wasn't planning to stay there forever, but it made for an extremely great base of operations, especially since access to the Sky Islands was extremely difficult, even to the Marines and world government. And since Enel obviously planned to start studying the poneglyphs, a practice not really liked by the world government, it made even more sense for him to have the main base on Skype. Indeed. Did you already start the demolition of that big ship? Enel said as he also unfolded a newspaper and looked over it. Of course, no reason to keep it around when it isn't needed. Those metals can be used for more meaningful things, Gonfal said with a calm smile. The entirety of the last few weeks was cathartic for the old man. He felt like things were finally slipping back into place, going back to the way they should have been. And it was all thanks to the man standing in front of him, Enel. He had also been a bit skeptical after the first meeting. His mind couldn't help but wonder if Enel was truly just playing a prank on him. But after seeing the lightning fall down into that forest, he knew that Enel was indeed speaking the truth. It also became public knowledge that Enel had called all of the priests for a meeting since one of the Divine Squad had confessed to being the messenger for Enel on that occasion. That show was Also how everyone found out that Enel was the one to kill all of his priests. It wasn't exactly a complicated conclusion to come to. Chapter 7. Training and Goals. It feels like I'll never get used to this. Seeing an entirely new world around me was a bit disorienting at first. I figured I'd get used to it though. I guess I wasn't entirely right. Seeing people with wings everywhere, being able to sense everything around me perfectly, being able to produce and control lightning. Those aren't things you get used to so easily. But I decided to just take things in stride and enjoy my new life. I was given all of the tools necessary to live an easy life, but my ambition leads me down the path of learning. And in a world like this, learning isn't looked upon nicely. The government in this world have made their stance very clear on that, to the point where most people don't have any idea of the full history of their own countries. The people of O'Hara tried their best to learn the secrets of the world, and they were forced to pay the ultimate price for it. Nico Robin is the only confirmed survivor of O'Hara, and also the only reason I wish to meet the Straw Hats. I had always found her character to be intriguing, maybe because we had similar interests? Well, I don't plan to stick around them or anything, but not befriending a group of pirates that will go on to being able to take down Yonko sound quite stupid to me. I've contemplated what to do in this new life of mine, especially considering that I cannot openly seek out the truth. The thoughts of simply not bothering with anything did cross my mind, but those are the thoughts of a quitter and of someone that can't accomplish anything great. Why should someone like me have to give up on their desire to learn the truth just because the world government doesn't like it? Even now, with barely any training, I have the power to blow up and destroy an island, something that only an ancient weapon is supposedly capable of. That should be plenty to count as self-defense. But I don't know if I can truly rely on just my devil fruit to survive against the world government's full forces. If I truly want to thrive in this world, I better get to learning hockey. Making weapons out of gold and other conductive metals isn't going to help me against someone like Garp or Sengoku. They would most likely crush me swiftly if I ever attempted fighting them head-on. The admirals also. Well, Kizaru is the only one I truly fear amongst the Marines. I can easily outrun Garp and Sengoku. Akiji and Akainu aren't any threat either. But Kizaru is the only person in this world that can match my speed perfectly. Well, we both move at the speed of light. The only way I would ever be able to win against him is by training my body more, as well as my hockey. At least to the point where I can match him, as my devil fruit is a lot more destructive than his. If I were to describe the strong points of my fruit, it would be like putting together the speed of Kizaru and firepower surpassing that of Akainu. It may sound a bit far-fetched, but lightning is hot. Really hot. I'm talking 5 times the temperature of the surface of the sun. A whopping 50.000 degrees Fahrenheit, 27,760 Celsius. Magma doesn't have shit on that. It only goes up to 2,700 Fahrenheit, 1,500 Celsius, meaning that I am completely immune to all fire-based attacks. I find it difficult to understand how Enel managed to lose while wielding this much power. I mean, I understand that Luffy is immune to both lightning and high temperatures, but just speed alone would have done the job. The more I think about it, the more I understand why this fruit was titled to be one of the few invincible ones. Too bad it was owned by an actual idiot in the series. I don't plan to rest on my laurels though. Trying to fight strong opponents without armament hockey would be annoying. So I do have to learn it eventually. I'll have plenty of time to worry about that after entering the new world though. Right now, I've managed to do quite a few things despite only being in this world for a few short days. I've managed to befriend Gonfall and Wiper, somehow. I can tell they aren't buying my backstory, but at least they don't care to find out more. Finding a friend in a new environment provides one with an extreme amount of comfort. But that's not exactly the only thing I've managed to do. I've also, somewhat, helped end the 400-year war that waged among the tribes of this sky island. The war between the Shaandians and the people of Burka and Skype raged for a very long time. I technically didn't do much. Gonfall was a millimeter away from ending the war before the old Enel dethroned him and took the position of god of Skype. Now, besides building a small cabin in the woods, I've also managed to find and transcribe all of the poneglyphs on this island into a few parchments. That wasn't exactly difficult to do. The fun part comes next. Managing to learn the ancient language from them will be difficult. At least that's what I thought at first. But then I remember that there is one passage of written ancient language that was completely translated within the show. More specifically, the words of Joel D. Roger were engraved on the gold near one of the poneglyphs. I made it here. I will guide this text to the ends of the earth. Pirate Joel D. Roger Robin translated this, as well as all of the other poneglyphs, and informed the Shaandians that their ancient duty of protecting the poneglyphs was finally over. I'll tell you what, this is certainly a lot more than what I had to work with in my past life. Deciphering this language will be a lot easier with this discovery. I might need less than a month. Well, if there aren't any complications, I will be able to gain a basic understanding of the language in a month. Mastering it completely in such a short time is simply not possible. I had decided to make my house relatively close to that river, but that part isn't quite as important. There are currently 2 goals that I've set for myself in this world. One of them is to discover the truth about the Void Century. This includes learning the ancient language and looking for all of the poneglyphs. The other goal is to get strong enough to not be opposed in my journey. This devil fruit is an extremely good start. Problem is that Enel is a weakling when it comes to physical strength. I've already tested my strength. It is impressive by Earth standards, and probably by this world standards as well. But it lost even to pre-time Skip Luffy, so it certainly isn't anything too special by Grand Line standards. Training is the only thing I can do at this point if I want to get anything done. Translating the poneglyphs is something I plan to do in between training sessions. The problem is that there isn't exactly anything similar to a gym in the middle of the forest. So I guess I'll have to make do with large rocks and regular fitness exercises. I can't exactly grade large rocks, so it will be difficult to tell how much weight I'm actually lifting. Well, I'll manage regardless. This isn't exactly my past world. I noticed quite a few unconventional training methods used in this show. Better get to it. The rest of the Sky Islands are already in good shape anyway, so I don't have any reason to worry about them anymore. I won't even be disturbed since no one knows where I've gone and what I am doing right now. Only Gonfall and Wiper have some idea of my whereabouts. What exercises should I start with? Chapter 8. Results and Arrival. 3 months. I spent 3 months going through the motions of training and constantly studying those poneglyphs. I ended up doing what I could for training. Gold turned out to be a good thing to use for weights, so I asked Gonfall to give me some more. I also got started on building a mall ship using the old Enel's design. I plan to make it entirely out of gold, memorize its structure, and form it at any time I need. This is so that I can turn it into a weapon of sorts if needed. Being able to mold conductive metals with my electricity is a really great boon for my fruit, something that I might have underestimated at first. I've made what I call a deceptive weapon. I managed to condense a lot of gold within my staff. That way I'm able to constantly expand and retract it, taking enemies by surprise with constant changes in the reach of my weapons. It should be noted that I obviously didn't have any formal training in using weapons in my past life. I only did some MMA. Thankfully, Enel's memories did provide me with some experience using the staff, as he was apparently considered adept at it. I've managed to easily combine that with my ideas and create a new style, one based on both speed and sharpness. It wasn't hard since staves, spears, and tridents are extremely similar in wielding style. It needs some work, but it's still a great improvement to just bludgeoning people with a golden bat, as Enel did before. My progress is also easy to see, as I grew stronger with each day. People in this world are simply built differently by the looks of it. Enel was also an inherently talented individual. He wasted that talent by disregarding his training. But he was still absurdly strong despite not having trained at all his entire life after getting a devil fruit. I was now able to make noticeable progress, constantly having to change weights and ask Gonfall for some more gold. The stronger I get, the more gold I can condense inside my staff, making my style more and more effective. The more weight my weapon has, the more damage it will do as well. It's a bit difficult to tell, but my staff should be weighing at least a ton by now. And this is a weight I can move comfortably around with, to the point where I can barely feel it. I could condense even more metals into my staff, but I do need to be flexible at all times for my fighting style. So this is ideal currently. My body hasn't changed all that much, but my muscles do look a bit more well-defined. At some point, Wiper also joined me in my training. He is quite formidable by this island's standards as well. It was fun to finally have a sparring partner. I obviously didn't use my devil fruit. That would have defeated the whole purpose. But apparently, the holds learnt in jiu-jitsu are extremely effective even in this world. Even more so now that I have what some could classify as superhuman strength. In the end, Wiper taught me a few moves and how to use some more interesting dials, and I taught him a bit of grappling. It was a great bonding experience, also extremely fruitful for both of us. While my training has been more than fruitful overall, the same cannot be said about the deciphering of the poneglyphs. Now, I know I was confident at first, but it seems that this language is a bit more complicated than I first thought. Only now, after a full 3 months, did I manage to get a basic understanding of the language, which in turn enabled me to read and somewhat understand the other poneglyph that was interesting on this island. I now know the locations of Pluton and Poseidon, both ancient weapon that was previously mentioned in the show. Well, I don't know their exact location, but I do know that one of them is somewhere in the country of Wano, this world's version of feudal Japan. Going there would be interesting, but I don't really care much for the ancient weapons. And the other is on the Fishman Island. I want to look for the poneglyphs both of these places at some point though. I still have plenty to find in this part of the Grand Line, so there is no rush to be had in that regard. My proficiency with this language isn't exactly as high as Nico Robbins, but I can at least understand most texts if I am given an hour or two. I guess I shouldn't have expected to be able to replicate the years of hard work and research that the people of O'Hara put in just a few months. Even if I had a boost in having an already translated phrase, a language is never this simple, especially one that was made for the explicit purpose of covertly teaching ancient history to future generations. I've also taken to wearing glasses, something I needed in my past life. Here it's more of a fashion statement than anything since I have pretty well-developed observation hockey and perfectly working eyes. I always liked wearing glasses because I always felt that they made me smarter. I always felt that I could read faster as if I could concentrate on things much easier. Right now, I've already made a change in my wardrobe. I had to ask Gonfall for help with that again. With his help, I now wear a deep blue formal suit with a white shirt, matching pants and shoes. Gonfall ordered it from one of the tailors within Skype. It's custom-made and it fits me perfectly. The best part is that, although it looks like formal wear, it is made of an extremely elastic fabric that allows me to fight without any hindrance. I still train in my old clothes, but having something I can wear while going out is rather nice. I've always liked looking presentable at all times. Other than that, not much has changed. I still have elongated earlobes, but I've gotten used to them. I even thought of a funny attack, where I basically turn my earrings into axe heads or stingers and headbang until my enemies die. It was fun thinking about it until I realized that it might actually be useful in taking enemies by surprise. Again, although it is a bit hard to control my earlobes, I can't seem to do it consistently. In fact, now that I think about it, the Rokushiki of the Marines that the CP9 were using allowed one to have complete control over their entire bodies, so learning those techniques might actually benefit me greatly. If I remember correctly, Saimai Kikken was the stage where one had absolute mastery over their body. I think I need to master all of the 6 techniques to reach that stage, or at least gain some semblance of mastery over them. Either that, or simply master Kami to perfection. I can't seem to recall, but I will eventually learn all 6 techniques anyway, as they are all great ways to get stronger. Besides that, there are dozens of combinations that I can think of using my Devil Fruit and the 6 powers. Tekai might also be a good start in learning armament hockey. Regardless, the more time I spend in this body, the more attacks and methods of fighting I come up with. It seems that Devil Fruits do indeed reward creativity. Ring ring ring. I find this sound to be rather annoying, but the thing making this sound can't be any less interesting. Transponder snails are an odd piece of technology, if you can even call it that. The only people that have my number are Wiper and Gonfall, so I don't have to guess who would be calling me. Hello there. Elongated earlobe speaking. I picked up the phone. I kind of decided for this to be my opening whenever answering a transponder snail. Figured it's best to have fun with it if I can't change it. Enel, Gonfall here. I can somehow feel the uncertainty in his voice. I guess some people just can't take jokes all that well. Figured Wiper would have at least laughed a little at that. I said while twirling the cord on my phone. I see. I wanted to give you a warning that a group of pirates are approaching the island through the sea of clouds. Just figured it's better to let you know just in case they aren't a friendly bunch." Upon hearing that, I couldn't help but smile widely. Pirates, huh? They're finally here. Straw Hats. Chapter 9. Straw Hats and Lost Girl. If one was to describe the situation for the Straw Hats in one word, that would be joyful. Finally managing to reach the Sea of Clouds by riding the knock-up stream made them all excited, although some were still a bit shaken by the experience. Luffy himself had stars in his eyes as he saw the sea his ship was riding on. Zoro, one of the more observant of the group, did notice that he was weakened to some extent, but he decided to keep his mouth shut, for now, hoping it was nothing more than the change in the environment that was affecting him. And he was completely right. Having just reached a higher altitude than they were used to, the air was simply thinner up there, and their bodies simply needed some time to get used to it. Thankfully, no one attacked them, but they also didn't have any extol to pay for entry to the islands, as they didn't even have any idea what extol was. It was supposedly a fee of 1 billion extols per person to gain access to the Sky Island at the booth. A fee that had Nami pulling her hair out, and she didn't even know what extol was in the first place. Now, after passing the booth without paying, which they were allowed to do as no one stopped them, the Straw Hats were officially branded as criminals. Well, they were already pirates. So what's the difference anyway? They reached the shores of Angel Island, the very first island of Skype, also the one that held one of the main cities, surrounded by the Angel Beach. It was important to note that most of the Sky Islands were not made out of actual land. They were simply made out of island clouds. The only island that was made of actual land was Upper Yard, which still held the ancient city of gold. What remained of it anyway? While the Straw Hats were getting to know the local population a bit better, someone decided to make a trip into the forests of the Upper Yard. During Enel's reign, the entirety of Upper Yard was completely restricted to all civilians. It was considered holy ground, and it was said that stepping on it warranted a death punishment. Now Upper Yard was back to being populated by the Shaandians like it originally was many years ago. Some parts of the forest were still relatively dangerous due to fauna, so children weren't exactly encouraged to go out alone. But one child was a bit different. Wearing her usual fur dress and cap with a pair of sandals, as well as having a satchel strapped to her shoulder, she decided to venture out into the forest. It was none other than Isa. Isa was used to these forests for quite some time. She had been going on to Upper Yard even during Enel's rule as God of Skype. Isa was mainly doing that to collect earth, which people called Verth on the Sky Islands. It was considered extremely valuable on Skype. She already knew how to avoid forest animals. She knew which spots were more scenic, so she simply decided to take a stroll, although she did stray a bit further away than she had first intended. Well, maybe it was better to say that she was completely lost. She was simply stuck following a river, as she had lost her way after being chased by some animals. Now, she wasn't exactly the type to admit that she was lost, but none of the sights she was seeing was even close to familiar for her. She was thankful she had remembered to bring her burn blade with her, which was technically just a burn dial on a stick. It at least provided her with some peace of mind, although she barely knew what to do with it. Eventually, she saw it in front of her, a wooden cabin, near the river, in the middle of nowhere. A cheerful smile spread on her face as she hoped she had finally found someone to guide her back to her tribe. The cabin itself wasn't anything special. It didn't even have any windows. It was rather large. Even the door was extremely tall for her. It was to the point where she couldn't even reach the door handle, so she was stuck with simply banging on the door with her small fist. "Hey, please help me." Now, she didn't like asking for help from strangers, but she knew that the only people on the island were the Shaandians, so she wasn't all that worried about meeting a suspicious stranger. The door opened with a small creak. A large figure was looking down at her with a surprised face. Enel knew that someone was approaching his cabin. He could tell because his observation hockey was active at all times. But he had somehow lost track of her at some point, and now she was at his door. So being a bit surprised was normal. Isa was a bit scared of the tall stranger that greeted her at the door. At least that was until he crouched down and gave her a kind smile. "Apologies, you've somewhat startled me." I wasn't exactly expecting visitors. What's wrong, little girl? Are you okay? Enel's smile was one of the kindest the little girl had ever seen. He was also dressed really nicely, wearing his deep blue suit as well as a tie. Even the wooden drums that stuck to his back appeared more stylish than they should have. Why, yes, I'm fine. I'm a bit tired and I got lost. Do you know the way back to the Shaandia tribe? Isis said with a scared tone. The stranger in front of her didn't look scary anymore, but he was still a bit intimidating. Even when crouched down and trying to be on eye level with her, he was still about twice her height. Of course I can. I was in the middle of something. Please, come inside. Enel stood back up and started walking inside his cabin. The little girl followed warily. She felt that the person in front of her was familiar, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. How the hell did this girl get lost? It didn't click instantly, but she is a character that appeared during the Skype arc. More specifically, the little girl that had a very great talent for mantra. I remember her being able to predict where Enel would land and attack the Straw Hats, so she should technically be able to subconsciously use mantra to the point where getting lost shouldn't be possible. Welp, I don't know the limits of her observation hockey anyway. I won't bother to look into it too deeply. She's still a small child after all. The little girl followed me inside the cabin. She struggled to sit down on one of the chairs. The table was a bit too tall for her, though. She was barely able to reach it while standing up straight on the chair. I did make everything in this house to fit someone my size. I feel a bit bad since I didn't really design this house with visitors in mind. With a sigh, I tapped my staff and made a smaller golden chair and table out of it. Sorry about that. This might be a bit better for you. Her eyes widened as she looked at the golden table and chair. I don't know how she doesn't recognize me. I remember her mantra allowing her to read a person's emotion, and I basically have another soul now. So I'm guessing she doesn't think that I am Enel due to our different souls? Either that, or she simply never got to run into the old Enel before I took over and has no idea either way. It didn't take me long to squeeze some fruits and make her some juice. She took it with a smile on her face. Now, I wanted to completely avoid the tribesmen these days, but I don't think it would be nice of me to just point her in the general direction of her tribe and tell her to fuck off. Thanks, mister. My name is Isa, by the way, Isa said when she received her juice cup. The cup was also made out of gold, as I didn't have any other cutlery to fit her size. Oh, my name is Enel. I started living in these woods a few dash. My words were interrupted by her spitting her juice all over my golden table. Staff? Gee God, Enel. Oh, I may have had a short brain fart there. Well, former god essentially. I did end up giving Gonfall his position back. I said as I took a seat on one of my regular-sized chairs. What? Why are you still here? She asked as she quickly took out a stick with a strange shell on it. I think this is a burn blade? Wiper did tell me about the different weapons that were made using dials. I live here? I mean, I've been living here after asking Gonfall for permission, I said while waving my arm around a bit. I can basically see her trembling like a tree branch in the wind. I guess Enel was still considered invincible on this island. Invincible and a tyrant. This is annoying, having to deal with the shit that idiot did. The little girl took a few deep breaths, then she looked at me straight in the eye. I tried to give her the best reassuring smile I could. Then she suddenly calmed down. I see. So I guess some of the rumors were true after all, she said as she put her burn blade back into her satchel. Rumors? Sorry, I'm not sure about those. I haven't been focusing much on what is happening within the rest of the Sky Islands, I said while scratching my head for a bit. Some people started saying that you started feeling bad for your actions and decided to start righting your wrongs. Most people just thought that was a joke. I guess not, though, Isa said while looking at the small table in front of her, as well as the spilt juice. The Enel my people told me about would have never helped me like this. He also wouldn't have that much kindness within him. Damn, so this kid is still a psychic. Rumors aren't entirely true anyway. Do you want another cup of juice? I'll take you back home right after, I asked while grabbing a piece of cloth and wiping the small golden table. I could see the girl getting a bit red in embarrassment as she nodded her head and apologized in a quiet voice, which made me chuckle a bit. Not all young brats are rude apparently. She is surprisingly well brought up, even though she is technically part of a tribal society. But I guess it's my fault for trying to judge her based on that alone. Wiper has always been nice to me after all. I should probably take her back to her tribe soon. I'm sure they're looking for her already. Chapter 10. Shaandia's Ambush and Cabin. As Enel and Isa were having a nice conversation and drinking some fruit juice, the Straw Hats made their way towards the City of Gold. Why? Well, that's simple. The name made Nami's eyes sparkle with berry signs, and the rest were forced to steer their ships towards the upper yard. Not that they had anything against it. Sanji was an actual simp. Zoro didn't care. Luffy found it interesting. Robin wanted to see if she could find some poneglyphs in the ancient city, and Chopper and Usopp were just kinda going along with it. The crew followed along the river in their going merry for a few minutes. The waters around them were somehow shark-infested, which managed to scare the shit out of both Chopper and Usopp at the same time. Nami was far too infatuated with the prospect of a city of gold to care about sharks, and Luffy just wanted to eat them for some reason. Luffy stood on his usual spot on the sheephead. He had made that spot his throne. He looked around the island as he was passing by with a large smile. Eventually, their ship was surrounded by tribesmen riding air scooters. All of them were startled and quickly got prepared to fight the Shaandian warriors. Why are you trespassing on Shaandian territory? The lead figure was a tall, black-haired woman, with two large bangs parted to either side of her face on the front, and a long and elaborate ponytail on the back. She has dark green eyes, and her lips are covered with pink lipstick. It was none other than Riki, a Shaandian warrior that had also fought hard to regain her homeland. She had made a small expedition to look for her niece, but then she managed to run into a pirate ship, which led to the current situation. Visitors aren't welcome here. We've just regained our land. We won't allow intruders to just waltz right in, Riki said as she stood at the forefront of the group she had been leading. Luffy and the rest seemed a bit confused. It eventually led to Luffy just looking up and shouting, "Oi, how are you all flying? That's so cool," which led to the rest of his crew just face-palming. Nami did end up punching him, and a more sensible person walked up to talk to the tribal warriors. A relatively tall and tanned woman with long black hair going down to her waist. She wore a purple leather jacket leaving a bit of cleavage exposed and a pair of purple jeans that wrapped around her figure nicely, alongside a pair of high heels. Nico Robin took up the stand as she realized that the people in front of her were most likely the tribal warrior that she had heard rumors about on the island. She was one of the few that didn't just fuck around on the Sky Island. She tried her best to look for as much information as possible. "Sorry about our captain. He can be a bit childish at times." She spoke in a clear tone, and her apology managed to calm down the Shaandia tribesmen. "It's fine. Although we currently live in peaceful times, the situation at hand makes me especially distrustful of you strangers," Rika said as she swept her hair backwards and glared at the ship. What situation are you talking about?" Nami asked from behind Robin, poking her head out like a scared child. "One of our youngest just went missing. She has been away for a few hours, and we haven't been able to track her down at all. I hope you don't take this badly, but we will have to search your vessel, just to make sure," Rika said as she and her group finally landed on the Going Merry. At first, Sanji and Zoro looked at each other. They were the strongest besides Luffy, and they considered fighting the tribal warriors, but after seeing Luffy's in action, they also decided to stay put and see how things played out. "You're looking for a kid? You can look around, I guess. We don't have anything to hide," Zoro said as he sat down on the deck. Luffy didn't react much. He was still stuck staring at the different dials that the warriors were using, but no touching anything. "Especially not my things," Nami said as she snorted a bit. Robin just sighed a bit as she went back to reading a book. Sanji quickly started following Rika around, as he usually did with any woman that he came across. Usopp was far too scared to do anything, and Chopper was quite the same. Their ship continued sailing for a while, as the Shaandia warriors just did a quick sweep of the ship and failed to find any trace of the missing child. "It seems Isa is indeed nowhere on board. I apologize for this. It's just that this is a bit stressful," Rika said as she released a frustrated sigh. "Does this kid go missing often?" Luffy asked while picking his nose. "Well, she always liked walking around the forests, but she always made her way back to the tribe. This time she's been gone for a bit too long for my comfort, Rika said while crossing her arms. The worried look on her face made even Luffy frown. I'm sure we'll find he Dashoy. Luffy, there's something up ahead, Usopp shouted, leisurely interrupting his captain. He managed to get the attention of everyone on board, especially the Shaandian warriors. There shouldn't be anything this far out, Rika thought to herself as she looked in the direction that the long-nosed traveler had pointed out. Whoa, that's a pretty large cabin, Luffy said as he immediately jumped onto the goat head of the Going Merry. Zoro, Sanji, pull up the sails. Luffy quickly told his crewmates to start slowing the ship down. These are still shark-infested waters. I don't know if staying stationary is such a great idea, Nami said, the fear of sharks finally reaching her as well. The Shaandian warriors simply gave each other confused looks, as none of them could recognize the large cabin in the middle of nowhere. It didn't even look abandoned. Smoke was rising from a makeshift chimney. There was freshly cut firewood right outside the cabin. It was clearly being lived in. Robin looked down at the river waters. She noticed then that the closer they got to the cabin, the fewer shark fins poking out of the water there were, almost as if they were afraid of something. Eventually, the Going Merry came to a complete halt right in front of the large cabin. Most of the people on board all got out and looked around. The only people that remained on board were Robin, Nami, Chopper, and Usopp. Tread carefully. We don't exactly know who we're going to run into here, Rika warned all of the people following her. By the way, Straw Hat. Luffy looked at her with a smile and said, What? Where has the green-haired swordsman gone? She asked in a confused tone. Inside for now? I said as I turned around and walked back into the home. It's kinda rude to keep visitors at the door, so inviting them in is only the polite thing to do. Although I really didn't design this home with visitors in mind, the pirate crew followed me in, each with their own reactions to the meager surroundings of my humble abode. Luffy just whistled. Damn, this place is huge. Even the table is really tall. He and Usopp both looked around the house with a bit of curiosity. Nami's eyes were instantly drawn towards my golden staff that stood in the corner of my cabin. I can clearly see her expression changing from bored to excited. Gold diggers, eh? Sanji looked at my kitchen, which is really just a medieval-style fire pit with a grill over it and some pots and pans. Sorry for the mess. I really wasn't expecting visitors any time ever, I said while scratching the back of my head. Is that staff made purely out of gold? Nami finally asked as she quickly came up in front of me. I didn't know she was this fast, damn. Yes, gold is a highly conductive metal, so I can easily shape it using my devil fruit powers, I said, doing my best to try and keep my tone even. Most of the people in the room just looked at me like they had no clue what I was even talking about. Only Robin seemed to understand what I was speaking about. Enel, what are these on the table? Robin asked. Her tone was rather strange. Wait, I forgot all of the notebooks open on my desk? I didn't bother cleaning up since Isa appeared on my doorstep. Fuck sake, this isn't how this was supposed to go at all. Chapter 11. Misunderstanding and Thwarted Plans. After noticing Zoro's absence, the group continued forward without stopping. Somewhere deeper inside the forest, the green-haired swordsman was lamenting how everyone got lost. The group got near the door, and that's when it opened. Out of it came Enel. He opened the door with a smile, and on one of his shoulders stood Isa, who was still sipping on some juice, using Enel's head as a table. She spit out her drink again when seeing so many people gathered outside the door. Isa, so this is where you were. Rika's eyes widened a bit as she then took a better look at the person carrying her. Enel, you scum. She and the rest of the Shaandian warriors quickly took a step back and took out their weapons. What? Enel just asked as he picked with his pinky. Isa, on his other shoulder, simply winced. The little girl was afraid that something like this could happen after learning that Enel was the one that was helping her. Wait. Rika dash, the little girl quickly tried to calm down her aunt. But it, unfortunately, didn't do much. I figured you wouldn't just go away like that. But to think you'd kidnap a child of all things. Rika's fists shook with anger as Enel's eyes rolled to the back of his head in exasperation. Luffy and Sanji looked back and forth between the tribal warriors and Enel with confused looks on their faces. "This doesn't seem quite right," said Sanji as he realized that the little girl looked anything but scared of the tall man all of the warriors were pointing their spears at. "Yeah. Let's see how things play out, though," Luffy said with a wide grin, scratching the back of his head and moving the straw hat to his back. "I've been living here the entire time, lady. Don't know what you're on about. If I wanted to do something to you people, I wouldn't have to bother with this shit," Enel said with some frustration in his tone. The tribal warriors weren't keen on listening to him, though. Isa shrieked as she saw the warriors lunging towards Enel with anger in their eyes. "Please don't hurt them," she shouted, tapping Enel on the head a few times. Enel just released a sigh as he watched around 6 spears go through his body without any resistance. "Seriously? We're doing this right now? There's a kid here," Enel said as he didn't even bother retaliating. He knew that the tribe warriors weren't any threat. Rika's eyes widened a bit as she quickly called all of her men back. "Let's calm down for a bit. I'll call Wiper. He'll be able to clear things up a bit," Enel said as he placed Isa in front of the tribal warriors. He then went inside and came out with a transponder snail. "Wiper, he knows about this?" one of the warriors asked with gritted teeth. All of them were still rather hostile towards Enel, but his actions managed to put them on the spot a bit, leading to them not really knowing how to react. "Gonfall allowed me to stay on the island. I chose this spot since I figured you guys aren't likely to pass by. Seems I was a bit wrong about that. And Wiper comes by from time to time for some sparring." Enel dialed Wiper's din mushy and waited with a blank face. While this was happening, the Straw Hats were still watching the whole thing. Luffy and Sanji tensed up a bit when seeing the Shaandian warriors stab Enel, but they calmed down as they realized something. "So he's a Logia, huh?" All of the Straw Hats had that thought, even the ones on the ship that were looking from a distance. Robin's eyes widened even more as she saw something strange when those spears went through Enel. She saw a spark of electricity, right after the Shaandian warriors took out their spears and retreated. That alone made her realize that she was most likely looking at a user of an invincible fruit. The Goro Goro no Mi, Rumble Rumble fruit. She gulped at first, but then she realized that the man was extremely calm despite the circumstances, which made her relax a bit as well. At the very least, they weren't going to have to fight him. In the end, Wiper ended up talking to the Shaandia warriors over the phone, and they were told to simply fall back to the City of Gold and not bother Enel. "What do you mean, leave him alone? Wiper, have you forgotten what he has done to us?" Rika was enraged at this outcome. The other warriors were also not pleased, but they weren't going to question Rika. If he was still the same as before, all of you would have died by now. "So, calm the fuck down and get back here." Wiper was quick to put her in her place, though. It even made Enel feel slightly uncomfortable. Isa at the side simply sweated as she felt guilty for the whole thing even happening. The call was quickly ended with Rika still swearing under her breath, but she no longer made any move to attack Enel. The warriors had also sheathed their weapons. "You guys should head back for now. I'm sure Gonfall will clear everything up. We all knew things couldn't stay hidden forever anyway." Enel walked up to the warriors and smiled a bit. The Shandians didn't really look at him kindly. Rika simply took Isa, and all of them turned around to leave, forgetting about the intruders on the island in the process. The Straw Hats also didn't bother reminding the Shandians of their presence, as they also didn't want any trouble with the locals. At this point, 3 more people came out of the ship, Robin, Nami, and Usopp, leaving only Chopper to guard it, just in case. "Sue, what's with you guys anyway?" Enel looked at the Straw Hats with a smile, stretching his back a bit as he thought of his next steps. "I was planning to meet the Straw Hats a bit later than this. The whole mess with the Shaandia tribe is certainly not a good image, but I guess that barely matters at this point. Hey, I'm Monkey D. Luffy. I'm gonna be the Pirate King." Luffy introduced himself accordingly. The rest of the Straw Hats present also started doing the same, although not as enthusiastically. "I'm Nami, the navigator, I guess." The orange-haired girl spoke with an odd frown. "I am Usopp, a great warrior and the vice captain." "Damn, I guess Longnose is still boasting about roles he doesn't have. I guess these people aren't any different from the way they were depicted in the show. I'm Sanji, the cook. You better keep your eyes to yourself. I don't want you looking at any of the fine ladies. Nami ended up punching him in the head as I just kept staring blankly at the blonde simp. Nico Robin. A pleasure to meet you. Her guard seems to be up, but I guess that's obviously going to be the case since she doesn't know me at all. Much like in the series, she should have been able to tell what my fruit is from that small exchange. So she only thinks that I am some weirdo with a lot of power. Well, I'm glad to make your acquaintance. My name is Enel. How about you all come inside for now? I said as I turned around and walked back into the home. It's kinda rude to keep visitors at the door, so inviting them in is only the polite thing to do. Although I really didn't design this home with visitors in mind, the pirate crew followed me in, each with their own reactions to the meager surroundings of my humble abode. Luffy just whistled. Damn, this place is huge. Even the table is really tall. He and Usopp both looked around the house with a bit of curiosity. Nami's eyes were instantly drawn towards my golden staff that stood in the corner of my cabin. I can clearly see her expression changing from bored to excited. Gold diggers, eh? Sanji looked at my kitchen, which is really just a medieval-style fire pit with a grill over it and some pots and pans. Sorry for the mess. I really wasn't expecting visitors anytime ever, I said while scratching the back of my head. Is that staff made purely out of gold? Nami finally asked as she quickly came up in front of me. I didn't know she was this fast, damn. Yes, gold is a highly conductive metal, so I can easily shape it using my devil fruit powers, I said, doing my best to try and keep my tone even. Most of the people in the room just looked at me like they had no clue what I was even talking about. Only Robin seemed to understand what I was speaking about. Enel, what are these on the table? Robin asked. Her tone was rather strange. Wait. I forgot all of the notebooks open on my desk. I didn't bother cleaning up since Isa appeared on my doorstep. Fuck sake. This isn't how this was supposed to go at all. Chapter 12. Ancient History and Trauma. The second Robin entered the room, she studied it the best she could without appearing too intrusive. She didn't want to risk offending the person wielding an invincible fruit for no good reason. Her crewmates didn't have the same inhibitions. They bombarded Enel with random questions and kept him somewhat occupied, which allowed Robin to look around the room even more carefully. Her eyes scanned the golden staff, intricate work, and beautiful design. The odd dent in the wood also led her to believe that it was extremely heavy. Hearing Enel's explanation also made her eyes widen a bit. It was surprising that a person with that strong a devil fruit would even bother using any type of weapon. Still, that wasn't enough to shock her. It just made her understand that he wasn't an arrogant man and that he tried to improve himself regardless of his already immense power. Download app in the first place. Invincible devil fruits were known to have the power to destroy entire islands even with minimal training. Having a user of that fruit also trains his body, basically put him at the top of the world in terms of strength. At least that was Robin's opinion. As she was right now, she still didn't know much about how strong people could really get further into the new world. She also didn't know much about Edward Newgate's strength. She only had some basic knowledge. She knew that Whitebeard also had a fruit that was titled Invincible, which made her put Enel at the same level as him. Her eyes then looked over the rest of the room. A basic residence by all means. Extremely bare bones. But Enel did say he was not expecting visitors. She then turned her head towards a part of the room that was a bit more well-lit. It was a nice wooden table with what looked to be an oil lamp, but was most likely using a sort of dial to create light. She found it interesting and better looking than the rest of the room, but she completely froze when she saw the numerous notebooks and parchments that littered said table. She could recognize that language instantly. She gulped after what she was seeing had finally clicked in. Enel was studying the poneglyphs. He was also relatively far into his research, to the point where he could already translate the ancient texts to near perfection. She could clearly see the ancient text written on the parchments and the notebooks filled with translated words. That was all she could tell from one glance. That one man had managed to crack the secret language that had gotten her entire home burnt down by the world government. Any notion of not being intrusive completely vanished from her mind. as she tried to do her best to process the information her eyes had just captured. Enel, what are these on the table? Her question was more of a formality. She knew what the notebook signified, and she could clearly see the results of Enel's research. Oh, that is just an interest of mine. I am unsure of how familiar you people are with our world's history. Enel decided to play it cool for now. His plans were already ruined. He had wanted to make a better impression on the crew, and he had hoped to make his research of poneglyphs some sort of big reveal after they had gotten to know him a bit. Now that ship had sailed and it was nowhere to be seen. So Enel was left to build a raft with whatever scraps of wood he could find. Most of the crew's attention was now on Enel and Robin. Even Luffy managed to notice that Robin was reacting oddly to whatever she had seen on that table. I know a few things about it, Robin said. Her tone was rather grim. The rest of the crew also managed to notice that. Well, then this makes things easier. An ancient blacksmithing clan of the Wano country created a secret language and etched it on indestructible pieces of stones called poneglyphs. They are scattered around the world, and they hold the secrets to our world's true history, as well as the locations of ancient weapons around the world. Enel decided to give them plenty of details. Most of the Straw Hats were surprised to hear about that. Not many of them knew a lot about poneglyphs. I decided to make it my mission to unearth these secrets and publish them for the world at large. Enel smiled again. This time it was a bit more restrained. His goal managed to once again surprise Robin. But what shocked her the most was that he had even given her information that she didn't know anything about. An ancient clan in the Wano country? Robin asked. Her confusion managed to overwhelm her shock at having discovered someone like her. A person seeking the truth of the world. Yes, Wano country is the origin of these texts. They are a closed-off country now, being ruled by a Yonko. I couldn't manage to find any other information there. I was also trying to stay low-key, as I don't wish to make my presence known to the government yet, and I don't want to fight a Yonko for no reason. Luffy's eyes shined the second he heard Enel's story. You've gone that far into the Grand Line? He wasn't the smartest, but he still knew a bit about the major countries inside the Grand Line, at least what he had managed to remember from his grandfather's teachings. Nami's eyes widened as she realized that, for once, Luffy knew something about anything. Well, it's not that hard to travel with my powers, but I haven't been to many other places. Wano country is where my fascination with poneglyphs started. Enel decided to throw some bullshit in his story. None of the Straw Hats, including Robin, could ever have any information to say otherwise. Not like they had any idea who Enel was. Even the people of the Sky Islands wouldn't be able to refute that, as none of them knew what their former god was doing in his free time. This is dangerous. Do you have any idea Robin was about to start advising Enel to stop his research. Enel was the one to interrupt her this time. Yes, I know. The world government doesn't like people looking into this. But what can they do really? Enel smiled in a calm way. Strength isn't something I lack, and I only fear the possibility of the poneglyphs being lost to time. If the world government wants to turn itself into a wall and block my path, then I will just have to crush that wall and turn it into a stepping stone. Robin's eyes also widened. She felt fear from the mention of the world government. Memories of a wrecked homeland appearing in her mind. But there was also something else in there. She found it odd that she felt concern for someone she barely knew. But in him she saw a kindred spirit, so she couldn't deny that concern was present in her mind. They were extremely alike in their motivations, in their goals. Both had a great amount of curiosity and a desire to learn the truth that the government so badly wanted to remain hidden. But unlike her, the person in front of her was both not known by and not afraid of the world government. That was where the two of them were different. Robin feared the government, especially after witnessing the Buster Call. But the person in front of her possessed the power to blow up an island much faster than a Buster Call ever could. The world government would have to pay an extremely stiff price if they even considered trying to hunt him down. Just with the abilities of his devil fruit alone, he was a figure on a similar level to a Yonko, and that made him untouchable. He knew that as well, and Robin was. Also realizing that remembering just who the person in front of her was. Someone that could do anything he wanted. Someone that could blow up islands at will. A person that had the possibility to just stroll into Marineford and ruin it. That was where they were different. He was strong, in both body and mind. And she was weak. She was forced to flee for her life. Her entire life was spent with her back to the wall, always wondering when the world government would finally catch up with her. She wasn't as strong or anywhere near as confident as Enel was. She clenched her teeth as these thoughts surfaced in her mind. Was I always this pathetic? She felt anguish, to the point of wanting to shed tears, but there were no tears there. She wanted to scream, but her voice felt muffled by an unknown pressure. Enel also noticed her state. His brows raised as he also became a bit concerned for her. Trauma was extremely difficult to overcome, and he knew all too well how fear could turn one into a statue. Enel felt that he should do something. He felt that he should act to try and comfort her, but he also felt that it wasn't his place to do so. Robin stood there, her hands trembling as her eyes were filling with more and more anguish. But then, she felt a pat on her shoulder. Turning around, she could see Luffy, with a smile on his face. A person that she owed her life to, yet that didn't want anything from her, besides her friendship. Everyone, Nami, Usopp, even Sanji dropped his usual playfulness when seeing her in that state. They all gathered around her, trying their best to comfort her. She wasn't alone anymore. Maybe she wasn't strong alone. Maybe she wasn't confident enough alone, but she now had others to help her, to support her, to compensate where she was lacking. Anguish turned to happiness. Self-doubt turned into confidence. Her tears started flowing, but for different reasons. I wasn't expecting such a strong response. Enel pondered when seeing the scene in front of him. He could tell that the rest of the crew didn't understand a lot of what was happening, but it seemed that his reveal had caused the Straw Hats to become a lot closer than they were before. Well, it more specifically caused Robin to feel more comfortable around them. After seeing that Robin had turned for the better, Luffy's smile widened even more. A group hug ensued, where Robin was squished in the middle and Enel was left standing there, awkwardly. Then Luffy looked at Enel. His gaze was not as friendly as before. I appreciate the hospitality, but I really don't appreciate you making my comrade cry. Luffy's anger was plain to see. I didn't say anything bad, though, Enel said as he scratched the back of his head. Please don't tell me this world is still trying to make me the villain of this arc, Enel thought as his frustration started to mount. Chapter 13. Unwarranted Connect and Options. Luffy and Enel stared at each other for a bit. Luffy's gaze was fierce. Enel's gaze wasn't quite as determined. He looked mostly frustrated, really. Things go from bad to worse. Enel didn't think that he said anything bad to Robin. He didn't even consider the possibility of Luffy getting mad at him. Thing is, without much knowledge of Robin's background, the crew couldn't really know which part of Enel's words had triggered such a drastic response from their usually stoic archaeologist. They also couldn't know whether or not he did it on purpose, or if it was truly accidental. Luffy, stop. It's fine. He didn't do anything. Robin ended up calming down and stopping the situation from de-escalating further. Still, I don't like him. Even the people before were acting weird around him. Luffy's suspicions were mounting, and the rest of the crew all thought the same. All besides Robin. I don't care what you guys think of me. You are welcome to leave my home at any time. No one is holding you here. Enel stopped bothering to salvage the situation and basically just told them to leave. He was an old man. He wasn't about to start apologizing for no reason to people half his age. One last piece of advice. Enel pointed his hand in a general direction. It looked as if he was pointing at something in the room, which led some of the Straw Hats to turn their heads, only to stare at a wooden wall. Go straight in that line and you'll find the green-haired swordsman. You will also find the City of Gold. People here don't put much value in gold, so you might be able to get some for free. The door of the cabin then opened up with force, prompting the pirate crew to leave. Luffy and the rest didn't have any objection. Robin did look quite regretful. She seemed to appear rather sorry about what had happened. One last thing for you. Enel appeared in front of Robin just as she was leaving, which scared her quite a bit. The Straw Hats were also shocked, as not one of them could even catch Enel's movements. Here, just so you don't go snooping around the island too much, The natives might not like that. Enel gave her the parchments that contained all of the ancient texts within the Sky Islands. The Straw Hats looked at Enel with some confusion, but also plenty of wariness. Would any one of us be able to react if he attacked us seriously? Was the thought that managed to ring through their minds and even terrify some of them. Robin bowed a bit and thanked Enel. Sorry for inconveniencing you like this. She then walked out alongside the rest of her crew. Enel didn't bother to say anything. Truth. I already know that the bad opinion most of the Straw Hats have formed of me is due to the altercation with the tribal warriors that just happened outside. Maybe Luffy's curiosity at the time allowed him to stroll in here to see who exactly I am. And me stressing Robin out to that extent might have been just putting more fuel to the fire. Trust is hard to earn and easy to lose, and first impressions matter a lot in this world. Hell, Luffy's crew is mostly gathered on first impressions. The captain just sees someone. If he likes their demeanor or looks, he just ends up inviting them to join him. This is why I had hoped to stage some type of series of events that would lead up to our meeting to prevent a shit show like this from happening. It's also partly my fault since I stopped monitoring the entire Sky Island a while back. If I still had my hockey spread around, this could have been avoided. Even worse, the Straw Hats are basically still children, so most of them didn't even fully get what I and Robin were talking about. They just saw that I was making Robin very uncomfortable and got mad at me. It would have been nice to form a friendship with a future Yonko, but I guess that doesn't really matter at this point. A hit and a miss, as some would say. I still need powerful allies, though. I am not foolish enough to think that my devil fruit will be able to save my ass against the combined might of the entire world. This will be more akin to a game of chess, one between me and the world government. I plan on being a bit more involved than a king, though. Problem is, my side of the board is completely empty. That's why I need to have powerful friends. This failure is disappointing, but I thankfully still have other options. I'll just have to make sure to get friendly with another Yonko. The problem is that Big Mom is a stupid slob and Kaido is a battle maniac with lackluster morals. I'm not even going to talk about Shanks. That man is far too sketchy. He's more dangerous than both Kaido and Big Mom. Even worse, his connection to the world government as well as his goals are completely unknown to me. It's better to stay away from someone if you have no clue what they wish to gain from their actions. My hawk appears to be friendly with Shanks, and I don't really care much for swords, so he's also out. This leaves me with 3 distinct options, one of them being Whitebeard and his children. I can think of a few ways of befriending them right from the get-go. Their crew is rather big, and they would be of great help going against the world government. Another one is the Revolution Army, but I also don't know much about their leader, nor do I know their commanders very well. I just know they directly oppose the world government, so they'll likely become my allies regardless. My last option, and the one that currently makes most sense, infiltrating the Marines or Chipper Pole and looking for more secrets within the world government. With my powers, it would be easy to rise within the ranks rather quickly. This would also allow me to learn the 6 powers and armament hockey, rising my current power to new levels. Problem is, my appearance would definitely arouse suspicion from the world government and the Marines. Having an admiral-level figure just roll up and ask to join isn't ideal. Too many things can go wrong and my background can't really be checked at all. So if I go in, I need to hide the fact that I have a devil fruit, or pretend to have another devil fruit. I wouldn't even need to use my devil fruit much anyway. The only reason I am going there is to strengthen my body and hockey. From all of my options, I need to think of a path to take in the future. Thankfully, I still have time. No one knows about me, and no one knows of my goals. Truth is, I know that I will never be able to publish the truth of the world with the current government still in power. And if I did, they would simply spread lies about it and call it propaganda. Therefore, I need to make sure they don't get in my way. I have the fortune of being 10 steps ahead of my enemies. This is because they don't even know we are enemies yet. If I play my cards right, they will only find out I am an enemy when it's far too late. I just need to think about how to proceed. Chapter 14. Friendship and Departure. Although the Straw Hats found Enel to be a suspicious individual, they still decided to follow his directions, mostly at Robin's behest. If we want to get out of here quickly, listening to a local is the best way to go about it. The tanned woman convinced them with that rationalization. In truth, she felt rather conflicted about the whole situation. On one hand, Enel was only helpful and cordial with them. It was because of her that the falling out had happened. Thankfully, the Lightning Logia user was not childish enough to start a fight over the misconduct of her crewmates. Robin felt a strange amount of regret and shame at having left the situation at that. Maybe there was more she could have done to calm down her crewmates. Now, the polite and respectful Logia user was left alone in his cabin. She felt genuinely bad about that, especially since she had also been alone for the longest of times. Still, going back there at this point would be even ruder. She was going to explain the situation, as well as what caused her to have such a reaction to Enel's words later when she felt the time was right. It was after all a matter regarding her past. She was currently still stuck pondering the fact that she had managed to find someone like her. For now, the Straw Hats had bigger concerns. Finding their lost swordsman was their priority right now. Well, the priority for most of them. Nami was pondering what to give the Shaandia tribe in exchange for gold. Luffy and Sanji were also thinking back to Enel. More accurately, they were thinking about how neither of them had managed to even react to his speed. How no one had even noticed him moving, and he was already standing in front of Robin. It made them both want to get stronger. Rather, it made them realize that their current strengths were not that great compared to what one could find within the Grand Line. Neither of them felt discouraged. It was fortunate for them that the person they met now was not aggressive, but they needed to be prepared for the future. It didn't take long for the group to find Zoro. They explained the situation to him the best they could right after they finished arguing about who got lost first. So this guy just pointed you in my general direction? Zoro looked a bit weirded out by that. Yeah, he was a real weirdo, Usopp said while trembling a bit. Does that mean he knows where everyone on the island is at all times? Zoro came to that conclusion instantly as his gaze turned serious. Luffy and the rest of the crew also raised an eyebrow as that thought finally crossed their minds. Robin was the only one that wasn't exactly shocked by the revelation. He is a powerful man. Not exactly surprising considering the fact that he has an invincible devil fruit. Robin said out loud. This was the first time she had mentioned that to the rest of the crew. Invincible? What do you mean? He seemed strong, but he wasn't that scary, Usopp said while patting himself on the chest. Robin shook her head. It's a fruit that grants one strength comparable to the top of the world, wielded by a person that isn't even afraid of the world government. As we are right now, we cannot fight him. Heh, I'm also not afraid of any government, Luffy said with a confident smile. Robin laughed a bit at that. Her smile was a bit contagious this time, which led to more of the crew smiling with her. But we don't currently have the strength to back up our confidence. Robin left that part unsaid, as she didn't want to dampen the mood. The crew then continued into the island, going in the direction that Enel had pointed them towards. Nami ended up cuffing Zoro to herself, just to make sure he wasn't going to wander off. The Strats are just on their way to the Golden City. Their ship is still here though, and I don't really feel like awkwardly running into them again. I'll move my cabin elsewhere. It's not that hard anyway. I made it so that I can just pick it up and carry it around. I decided to move it somewhere on the outskirts of Upper Yard. This time it's quite a bit further away from both the City of Gold and the ship of the Straw Hats, which is still being guarded by their medic, Chopper. I think I know what to do next. Ever since arriving here, a plan started slowly forming within my mind. I am not exactly constrained to befriending a single group of people. Right now, my plan is rather simple. Infiltrate the Marines as a recruit and rise through the ranks by hunting down a pirate or two. I won't be using my devil fruit to its fullest extent. I will only use it to manipulate metals. This will be my devil fruit power for now. I first wanted to enter the Revolutionary Army and join the Marines as a spy for them. That would have been a better course of events. But I don't really know where to join the revolutionaries, and I am on a somewhat tight schedule. I need to raise through the ranks as a Marine really quickly. I need to gain enough connections within that place before the Marineford War. I am already excited just thinking about it, but first, I need a way to safely get to and from this place consistently. The weather of the Grand Line won't bother me in any way since I will just be flying all the time. That's why I don't need any crew or any navigator. but I still need a map of the Grand Line. I also need Gonfal's help with something else. Before I could even think about it twice, I was already in front of his door. I need to get to work as soon as possible after all. The sooner I get everything I need, the more time I will have to gain a decent rank as a Marine. Gonfal was a bit surprised to see me, but he also didn't seem too shocked about me visiting him. Is this about the mess with the Shaandia tribe from earlier? The old man asked. Wiper probably called and informed him of the details. Yes and no. I've moved house, by the way. I'll point out my new location on the map soon. But I need your help with something. Raised an eyebrow at Enel's proclamation. It felt different than usual. Enel had asked him for help with various matters during the last few months. Gonfal himself was also helped by Enel on numerous occasions, especially with stopping the small group of fanatics that were still within the ranks of the Divine Army. The two of them could be considered friends at this point. Gonfal didn't see anything wrong with being friends with the new Enel. The Enel facing him now was a person that had most likely lived for a very long time, reflected in his maturity and sound decision-making. Gonfal had reached that conclusion both from Enel's demeanor and his ability to take over bodies. His maturity did come into question sometimes, but that was only when Enel was joking around. Taking over bodies was really the only part that the old man had believed from Enel's story, that he was someone else taking over the body of the former god Enel. The reason why this time felt different was in the eyes. It was as if Enel had finally made up his mind about something, as if he had planned out everything before him from that point onwards. It made Gonfal both curious and somewhat fearful. The old man had no idea what motivations Enel now had. He didn't know if they would affect him or the Sky Islands in any way, though. The determination in Enel's eyes and the grit and power they exuded reminded Gonfal of one person, his old friend, Gold Roger. With that thought in mind, the old man just released another sigh. And with a smile he said, "Sure. What do you need?" "Nothing too fancy. I plan on leaving these islands for a long while. I want to return to this place sooner or later, though. Say, would you happen to have an eternal pose for this island?" Enel said with a confident smile on his face. With a sigh, the old man walked into his home. Opening a drawer, he took out a strange-looking compass. More accurately, it was an hourglass-like device with only one orb in the middle of the device, and a needle hanging from a wire inside of the orb. An old friend of mine had managed to find this on the seas below. He brought it here to prevent it from falling on the wrong hands. Gonfal handed the eternal pose to Enel without much hesitation. "Whatever it is that you are planning, please refrain from endangering our people. They have been through enough already." The old man was still a good leader, saying that the last part only felt like the right thing to do. He knew he couldn't stop Enel's plans. People like Enel were always stubborn. Determination was something none of them lacked. Even attempting to prevent them from reaching their goals was a waste of time and energy. So the old man didn't bother. He just kindly asked him to watch out for the safety of his people. "Don't worry. None of you will be affected by what I plan to do. I'll be seeing you, old man." Enel smiled as he turned around to leave. "Old man? I don't want to be hearing that from you," Gonfal shouted as he watched Enel disappear. With a sigh, the old man looked back at his home. Whatever he is planning, I don't know, but from his eyes, the wheels will soon start turning. Even if he says it won't affect us, I better start making preparations for something big in the next few years. Just like that, Enel was set to leave the island soon. Chapter 15, Jaya, the Island of Pirates. Now, there is also an issue I need to address. How exactly do I join the Marines anyway? I know there's some sort of boot camp for recruits, but I don't want to go through that. I don't have a few years at my disposal to finish it. I only have so much until the War of the Best. By that time, I need to learn everything that the Marines can teach me. I doubt they'd bring a recruit at Marineford as well, so I need to make a big move. I need to do something that will grant me a spot as a Marine, one that could also erase any suspicion that I need to start as a recruit. Thankfully, right below Skype, there lies a treasure trove, a place where I can run wild with no consequence, and there is also a Marine base in somewhat close proximity. Jaya is an island ruled by pirates, people that believe in the new age of pirates. Misguided fools that only leave their home islands in search of treasure and women. I've already managed to design a smaller flying ship that can use my devil fruit as a fuel source. It wasn't exactly hard to do since the engine in old Enel's big ship was rather ingenious. It wasn't too difficult to create a miniature version that can carry a much easier load without any trouble. Now, here's the kicker. I haven't actually built this manually. I simply compressed more gold into my staff, turning it into a stable 3-ton staff. When I need the ship, I can just rebuild it out of memory. It was a bit difficult at first. I also made some mistakes. But right now I can consistently create my golden flying ship using my staff. Another thing I need to do: learn how not to stand out too much. I am about to do something that will definitely put me on the map for the Marines to recruit, but I don't want to rise through the ranks too fast. I've decided to somewhat change my image a bit. I turned my golden bracers into rings, and I cut out the drum-like accessories on my back, leaving it empty. Now, I just look like a blonde businessman with golden rings and long earlobes. I think I enjoy this look a bit better. The drums fit my powers really well, but I don't want to use my powers much while in the Marines, so they aren't needed much and would likely just cause confusion to others. It's better to look as inconspicuous as possible, even if my actions are going to be anything but that. Now that the preparations are done, and I also have the eternal pose for Skype, I am ready to set off. Enel touched his staff as he arranged the collar to his suit. In a second, part of the staff seemed to unravel and create what looked to be a small golden rowboat with 2 large fans at the back of it. The rowboat only had 1 seat, and it looked as if tubes were connecting said seat with the 2 engines of the ship. To the side of the ship formed 2 aeroplane wings, and underneath the rowboat appeared a set of small golden wheels. Enel had given the ship more of a modern design, taking inspiration from the aerodynamic design of the aeroplanes of his old world. The engine seemed to start as soon as Enel sat down. The fans at the back started spinning at breakneck speeds and propelling the boat forward. With a bit of a running start, the boat soon took to flying. Enel looked at the sky islands from above for a second. The sun shone over the clouds as he made his way further away from the islands. It was a beautiful sight, unlike anything he had ever seen in his life. Enel decided not to dwell for too long on it, only taking the moment in for a few seconds. Then, he nosedived into the sea of clouds below him. With a smile and a blink of his eyes, just as he was about to hit the sea of clouds head-on, he raised his hand. Boom! It was a sound so deafening that surely a lot of people on the Sky Islands heard it as well. A powerful lightning strike parted the sea of clouds as Enel's ship traveled through it. Enel could sense the sea of clouds reforming behind him as he passed through. With little effort, he was, for the first time in that new world, below the clouds. It didn't take long for him to spot Jaya. It was a bit far away, but it was still a small dot in sight. Most people would get lost in the waters of the Grand Line, but Enel didn't plan on touching the water at all, and the storms ahead of him looked more like a joke than anything else to him. Enel's journey to Jaya was uneventful. Enel didn't care about being hit by actual lightning, as he was made out of lightning anyway. Enel's arrival at Jaya, however, was a bit less uneventful. The pirates on the island, thirsty for treasure, had managed to spot his ship in the distance. They had managed to make out the fact that it was both flying and made out of gold. They didn't know how it was flying, but some of the smarter ones could tell that it was due to the spinning fans at the back of it. They all quickly gathered at the shore of the island, not one of the pirates wanting to lose the opportunity to get their hands on all of that gold. It was most likely going to be a bloodbath between them. But first, they needed to deal with the newcomer that was so brazenly displaying his wealth in a lawless zone. Bellamy, the captain of the Bellamy pirates that was recently defeated by Luffy, was still in bandages, but he was also present, not wanting to lose the opportunity to get a bit wealthier. Enel arrived above the shore of the island, soon after everyone had already gathered there. "So nice of you guys to give me such a beautiful welcoming party," Enel said as he slowly got out of his seat and extended his hand downwards. The boat quickly deformed itself and turned into a staff. The people below now seemed even more excited. "He's probably got some type of metal manipulation devil fruit. Prepare for combat." The pirates below were quick to guess what type of powers Enel had. They knew that their opponent was a devil fruit user, but they also had plenty of devil fruits on their side. Bellamy was also still considered one of the strongest on the island. He was also there, regardless of his injuries. That part managed to raise the spirits of the rest of the pirates. They all grabbed at their weapons as Enel finally set foot on the island. The first pirates to charge him were the ones up front, cannon fodder that the captains had sent to judge the power of the brazen newcomer in front of them. Enel sighed as he watched them rush towards him. His observation hockey spread out and predicted their every move. I guess it wasn't a friendly welcome after all, Enel said in a sarcastic tone as his staff seemed to start deforming. The first pirates that came up front were all pushed back as Enel swung his staff. The staff deformed and expanded, making it look more like an elastic band than a piece of hard metal. The pirates that were hit directly by it were all sent flying above the rest. I guess he's not a pushover, huh? Bellamy said with a grunt as he touched his bandaged torso. Everyone charge. He can't deal with all of us. Bellamy's second-in-command Sarquis shouted to the pirates that had gathered up. All of them charged at Enel like a pack of rabid dogs, and Enel simply sighed. I didn't want to kill this many people, but these people are nothing but scum, undeserving of any mercy as they kill and take away from anyone nearby. At that point, Enel had made up his mind. He was no longer holding back. A massacre it is then, Enel shouted with a grim smile on his face. With a twirl of his hand, he pointed his staff forward. In a split second, the staff expanded forwards at explosive speeds, and the top of the staff quickly split open and turned into dozens of spikes. The pirates that were rushing Enel quickly started being impaled by his golden staff. Those that were impaled were then swung around like ragdolls and thrown into the others. The situation quickly turned to anarchy as the pirates started cowering and trying to run away. But Enel didn't let even a single one of them leave. Using his speed, he managed to arrive on the other side of the large group of pirates. They were no longer encircling him. Now he was simply blocking their escape. More and more pirates fell. Their desperate strikes toward Enel did nothing, as golden tentacles either blocked the bullets or swords that came his way. Bellamy looked on in horror as the number of pirates on the island dwindled by the second. The island had mainly been occupied by pirates. Now out of the 1,000 that had waited on the shore for the golden ship to land, only a few hundred were still standing, and all of them were doing their best to run away wherever they could. To no avail, Enel was not allowing them to run. Even the ones that tried to hide behind buildings got pierced by the golden tendrils. Bellamy sweated heavily as he realized that Enel was easily able to see all of them, even through walls. In a moment of desperation, he turned his legs into springs and jumped in action. He was somehow able to bypass the expanded staff with his speed after building enough momentum. He was at Enel's side before he knew it now. There is also an issue I need to address. How exactly do I join the Marines anyway? I know there's some sort of boot camp for recruits, but I don't want to go through that. I don't have a few years at my disposal to finish it. I only have so much until the War of the Best. By that time I need to learn everything that the Marines can teach me. I doubt they'd bring a recruit at Marineford as well, so I need to make a big move. I need to do something that will grant me a spot as a Marine, one that could also erase any suspicion that I need to start as a recruit. Thankfully, right below Skype, there lies a treasure trove, a place where I can run wild with no consequence, and there is also a Marine base in somewhat close proximity. Jaya is an island ruled by pirates, people that believe in the new age of pirates, misguided fools that only leave their home islands in search of treasure and women. I've already managed to design a smaller flying ship that can use my devil fruit as a fuel source. It wasn't exactly hard to do since the engine in Old Enel's big ship was rather ingenious. It wasn't too difficult to create a miniature version that can carry a much easier load without any trouble. Now, here's the kicker. I haven't actually built this manually. I simply compressed more gold into my staff, turning it into a stable 3-ton staff. When I need the ship, I can just rebuild it out of memory. It was a bit difficult at first. I also made some mistakes, but right now I can consistently create my golden flying ship using my staff. Another thing I need to do, learn how not to stand out too much. I am about to do something that will definitely put me on the map for the Marines to recruit, but I don't want to rise through the ranks too fast. I've decided to somewhat change my image a bit. I turned my golden bracers into rings, and I cut out the drum-like accessories on my back, leaving it empty. Now I just look like a blonde businessman with golden rings and long earlobes. I think I enjoy this look a bit better. The drums fit my powers really well, but I don't want to use my powers much while in the Marines, so they aren't needed much and would likely just cause confusion to others. It's better to look as inconspicuous as possible, even if my actions are going to be anything but that. Now that the preparations are done, and I also have the eternal pose for Skype, I am ready to set off. Enel touched his staff as he arranged the collar to his suit. In a second, part of the staff seemed to unravel and create what looked to be a small golden rowboat with two large fans at the back of it. The rowboat only had one seat, and it looked as if tubes were connecting said seat with the two engines of the ship. To the side of the ship formed two aeroplane wings, and underneath the rowboat appeared a set of small golden wheels. Enel had given the ship more of a modern design, taking inspiration from the aerodynamic design of the aeroplanes of his old world. The engines seemed to start as soon as Enel sat down. The fans at the back started spinning at breakneck speeds and propelling the boat forward. With a bit of a running start, the boat soon took to flying. Enel looked at the sky, islands from above for a second. The sun shone over the clouds as he made his way further away from the islands. It was a beautiful sight, unlike anything he had ever seen in his life. Enel decided not to dwell for too long on it, only taking the moment in for a few seconds. Then, he nosedived into the sea of clouds below him. With a smile and a blink of his eyes, just as he was about to hit the sea of clouds head-on, he raised his hand. Boom! It was a sound so deafening that surely a lot of people on the Sky Islands heard it as well. A powerful lightning strike parted the sea of clouds as Enel's ship traveled through it. Enel could sense the sea of clouds reforming behind him as he passed through. With little effort, he was, for the first time in that new world, below the clouds. It didn't take long for him to spot Jaya. It was a bit far away, but it was still a small dot in sight. Most people would get lost in the waters of the Grand Line, but Enel didn't plan on touching the water at all, and the storms ahead of him looked more like a joke than anything else to him. Enel's journey to Jaya was uneventful. Enel didn't care about being hit by actual lightning, as he was made out of lightning anyway. Enel's arrival at Jaya, however, was a bit less uneventful. The pirates on the island, thirsty for treasure, had managed to spot his ship in the distance. They had managed to make out the fact that it was both flying and made out of gold. They didn't know how it was flying, but some of the smarter ones could tell that it was due to the spinning fans at the back of it. They all quickly gathered at the shore of the island, not one of the pirates wanting to lose the opportunity to get their hands on all of that gold. It was most likely going to be a bloodbath between them. But first, they needed to deal with the newcomer that was so brazenly displaying his wealth in a lawless zone. Bellamy, the captain of the Bellamy pirates that was recently defeated by Luffy, was still in bandages, but he was also present, not wanting to lose the opportunity to get a bit wealthier. Enel arrived above the shore of the island soon after everyone had already gathered there. "So nice of you guys to give me such a beautiful welcoming party," Enel said as he slowly got out of his seat and extended his hand downwards. The boat quickly deformed itself and turned into a staff. The people below now seemed even more excited. "He's probably got some type of metal. Manipulation, devil fruit. Prepare for combat." The pirates below were quick to guess what type of powers Enel had. They knew that their opponent was a devil fruit user, but they also had plenty of devil fruits on their side. Bellamy was also still considered one of the strongest on the island. He was also there, regardless of his injuries. That part managed to raise the spirits of the rest of the pirates. They all grabbed at their weapons as Enel finally set foot on the island. The first pirates to charge him were the ones up front, cannon fodder that the captains had sent to judge the power of the brazen newcomer in front of them. Enel sighed as he watched them rush towards him. His observation hockey spread out and predicted their every move. I guess it wasn't a friendly welcome after all. Enel said in a sarcastic tone as his staff seemed to start deforming. The first pirates that came up front were all pushed back as Enel swung his staff. The staff deformed and expanded, making it look more like an elastic band than a piece of hard metal. The pirates that were hit directly by it were all sent flying above the rest. "I guess he's not a pushover, huh?" Bellamy said with a grunt as he touched his bandaged torso. "Everyone, charge. He can't deal with all of us." Bellamy's second-in-command Sarquis shouted to the pirates that had gathered up. All of them charged at Enel like a pack of rabid dogs, and Enel simply sighed. "I didn't want to kill this many people, but these people are nothing but scum, undeserving of any mercy as they kill and take away from anyone nearby." At that point, Enel had made up his mind. He was no longer holding back. "A massacre it is then," Enel shouted with a grim smile on his face. With a twirl of his hand, he pointed his staff forward. In a split second, the staff expanded forwards at explosive speeds, and the top of the staff quickly split open and turned into dozens of spikes. The pirates that were rushing Enel quickly started being impaled by his golden staff. Those that were impaled were then swung around like ragdolls and thrown into the others. The situation quickly turned to anarchy as the pirates started cowering and trying to run away. But Enel didn't let even a single one of them leave. Using his speed, he managed to arrive on the other side of the large group of pirates. They were no longer encircling him. Now he was simply blocking their escape. More and more pirates fell. Their desperate strikes toward Enel did nothing, as golden tentacles either blocked the bullets or swords that came his way. Bellamy looked on in horror as the number of pirates on the island dwindled by the second. The island had mainly been occupied by pirates. Now out of the 1,000 that had waited on the shore for the golden ship to land, only a few hundred were still standing, and all of them were doing their best to run away wherever they could. To no avail, Enel was not allowing them to run. Even the ones that tried to hide behind buildings got pierced by the golden tendrils. Bellamy sweated heavily as he realized that Enel was easily able to see all of them, even through walls. In a moment of desperation, he turned his legs into springs and jumped in action. He was somehow able to bypass the expanded staff with his speed after building enough momentum. He was at Enel's side before he knew it. Bellamy smiled a bit at his small accomplishment, then his pride turned into horror as he realized one thing. Enel's gaze was on him. He quickly turned his arm into a spring, starting the motion to punch Enel with all of his strength. Then he noticed it. Enel was wearing golden rings on his fingers. In an instant, he was stabbed through all of his limbs as Enel just raised his arm towards him. Then, as Bellamy was reeling back from the pain, he was kicked in the head and sent flying back into the crowd of pirates. This should show them that getting close to me also won't work. Enel had let Bellamy get close to him on purpose. He knew that the blonde pirate was the strongest pirate currently on the island, so he wanted to make an example out of him. A few more minutes of bloodshed passed, as the last of the pirates fell to the ground and Enel's staff returned to its original shape. "I still need some practice. That took way longer than it should have," Enel said to nobody in particular. Sure, he could have finished everything instantly using his devil fruit, but how could he get stronger if he only relied on one aspect of his powers? He needed to expand his arsenal, which was why he wanted to learn the 6 powers as well as armament hockey. With a sigh, he realized that he now had to call the Marines to the island. They would need to come with an entire fleet to carry all of the surviving pirates to impel down and all of the corpses to the morgue, or wherever they wanted really. Then he felt it, a figure in the distance, swiftly approaching the island. Enel could easily see who it was. A tanned, yellow-haired man wearing a white shirt, a frilly pink coat, and a pair of sunglasses. A flamboyant and easily recognizable look, especially for a fan of One Piece. Don Quixote Doflamingo. I forgot about him. Chapter 16. Don Quixote Domingo. Word had reached Doflamingo that one of the pirates under him had lost to a rookie that had just entered the Grand Line and that had a much smaller bounty. He was making his way toward Jaya with a smile on his face. He just happened to be nearby when he received the message, so he decided to visit his subordinate. What he didn't expect to find was an actual bloodbath. The anger that Doflamingo felt was rather controlled, however. He didn't really care about his subordinates. They were not part of his family, mere pawns that he wanted to just kick out of the family during this visit. But this wasn't just about them. Doflamingo could tell from that distance that most of the pirates on that island were most likely either unconscious, pretending to be unconscious, dead, or dying. That was where his anger was coming from. He had plans for Jaya. He was using it for both recruitment and to spread his ideas of a new age to other impressionable pirates. He had made quite a name for himself, so it was rather easy to convince others to follow his ideology. Jaya was also a useful strategic point since the Marines couldn't touch it. It was filled to the brim with pirates of varying bounties, hundreds ranging from 10 to 30 million. It was not that the Marines couldn't deal with them. It was just that they chose not to due to convenience, and Doflamingo was all for that. It wasn't as if Jaya was the only such island in the Grand Line. The special thing about Jaya was that it was somewhat close to the beginning of the Grand Line. Now, seeing one of the pirate hotspots in such a state filled him with indignation. He despised it when any of his plans were hindered or interrupted by anything. He could see the culprit, a well-dressed blond man, about 2.6 meters from Doflamingo's view. The man's most standout feature was his long earlobes, which seemed to extend to his waist. Doflamingo also noticed that the man was very fond of gold. He wore golden accessories all over his body, from necklaces to earrings, to rings that adorned his every finger. Even his staff seemed to be made out of gold. All of that gold wasn't usually common on your regular scoundrel, which led to Doflamingo considering the fact that the perpetrator was most likely a noble of sorts. Doflamingo scowled a bit as he struggled to remember if he knew this person from anywhere. In the end, he shook his head a bit and sped up towards the island. It doesn't matter who he is, he will have to pay for this. I had forgotten about Doflamingo. I guess it was said that he reached the island not long after Luffy left it. Now that I think about it, he also had a few associates on this island, although none were too important. He is actually here to basically disown the Bellamy pirates. He won't be able to do that in this reality, unfortunately. I tried my best to pull my punches wherever possible, but I don't want my devil fruit to be revealed in this fight. I'm relatively sure that Bellamy himself survived, but I don't know much about the rest of his crew. I find it odd how easy killing now comes to me. The priests were easy to deal with, only 4 of them, and all of them were despicable people in their own right, deserving of whatever fate I gave them. But how exactly can I be sure that everyone in that massive group of pirates was truly scum? I mean, they sure didn't seem innocent when coming in such a large group to rob me. But did they truly deserve to die? Is that something I truly have the right to decide in this world? I guess that, even though Enel couldn't influence my personality, he still influenced parts of me that are a bit harder to notice. I mean, he did blow up his birth island as well as everyone on it. So he is a mass murderer by all definitions. But I guess I never did have any sort of aversion to killing. It happened so often, and it was depicted so casually back in my world that it had somewhat lost its meaning at some point. Age tends to wash away all worries. I guess it also washes away inhibitions and moral standards. I didn't look away when seeing dozens of people being tortured for eternity by a strange/sadistic god. I won't pretend to be an innocent boy and start vomiting now. I'll think more about this when I have the time. Right now I also have another menace to deal with. I want to avoid a fight with him since he is technically working with the Marines right now. Well, what do we have here? Doflamingo landed and looked around with a fake smile plastered on his face. Oh, a warlord of the sea? I was just cleaning up the streets a bit. Figured this would help me with joining the Marines. Telling him my goal doesn't sound like a good idea at first. But this also tells him that fighting me is a bit counterintuitive, I guess racking up this much bounty would make for a quick rise in the rankings. But you made quite the mistake. Doflamingo's words got slower as his smile started to vanish. Interfering in my business. Some of the pirates here were my associates. Doflamingo's face turned blank at that proclamation. I guess he likes to think he appears intimidating. Oh, my bad. Well, you can take your associates. There are plenty of bounties to go around anyway. And if they're associates of yours, then I'm sure they survived this much. At this point, I could see a few veins pop up on his forehead. I guess he's dropping the friendly facade, huh? So much for not antagonizing him. You don't get it. But I forgive you since you've been so nice and understanding. I'll just take one of your arms as a polo dash. Doflamingo's words were interrupted by something. Something hard, heavy and fast. He felt it, but he had no way to react in time, or even see it for that matter. Enel one-handed the heavy golden staff and struck him across the cheek, sending him flying through quite a few buildings before he finally managed to stop himself using a few strings. Doflamingo touched his cheek. He could feel part of his jaw hanging, broken and bent as his cheek was somewhat caved in. His anger skyrocketed, but he also just gained a bit of insight into the situation. The person he was dealing with wasn't someone that belonged in the first half of the Grand Line. He shakily got up. He could feel a headache setting in as he was getting dizzier and dizzier. He was taken by surprise, and a hit to the head at that speed should have knocked him out. By all accounts, he was lucky to be standing somewhat straight, and he knew that. Sorry about that. I do need my arms. I also don't see what you'd need one of them for. Enel walked towards Doflamingo. The warlord didn't even know when Enel had gotten so close. He couldn't even sense Enel with his observation hockey. He disregarded the pain in his broken jaw and opened his mouth. He was about to say something, but then a golden spear point appeared right in his mouth. It didn't cut him as he used armament to protect himself, but it did completely stop him from speaking. Don't get involved in this matter further, Doflamingo. I don't care that you're a warlord. I won't hesitate to collect your bounty, Enel said, his tone devoid of any trepidation. His eyes displayed a coldness that sent a shiver through the former celestial dragon. It was almost as if Enel didn't even see him as human, and that was exactly how the warlord looked at others. A miscalculation? I shouldn't have gotten involved with this person. He is going to be a Marine, so fighting to the death here isn't a good idea. Doflamingo was quick to rationalize a retreat in his mind. Enel then retracted his spear and started walking away. Doflamingo was tempted to attack Enel when his back was turned, but he decided against it when seeing Enel's staff slightly tilt in his direction as if expecting him to try something stupid. He grit his teeth, ignoring the pain in his jaw once again, as he quickly started hopping away from the island on his strings. The Marines are gaining another monster? Huh? Well, this one's got his own agenda. I'll repay this favor one day, Doflamingo thought as he rushed away, leaving the island behind him as he jumped further and further away, propelled by his strings. It went about as well as I expected it to. I'm lucky I managed to surprise him with my speed. I wouldn't have been able to damage him using my staff otherwise. All it would have taken is a coat of armament hockey, and all of my physical attacks would have become useless. I'm sure I could have still taken care of him, but I just would have had to use my devil fruit. I really need to get thoughts like that out of my head. Relying too much on this power will only make me weak. If I don't learn armament, then I'm as good as useless against the higher powers of this world. Hell, I think most of the first mates of the Yonkos would be able to beat me as I am now, let alone the Yonkos themselves. I can always escape, but running away forever isn't an option. Doflamingo is far from a Yonko, thankfully. Seeing his face in person was really annoying. He managed to enslave an entire kingdom, turning their royal family into his playthings as he did whatever he pleased with everyone that disrespected him. He uses and abuses his power wherever possible. If anyone deserved to die today, then it was him. Too bad that the circumstances don't allow that right now. The Marines need all of the power they can get. If I killed Doflamingo now, I surely would have gotten a bounty on my head instead of an invitation. But their desperation is also why I am also confident they will accept me into their ranks. Now, I should look around to find some way to contact the Marines. Chapter 17. Exploration of the Mind. It didn't take me long to find one of the locals nearby. This island did still have people besides pirates after all. I met a barkeep. He was a bit snarky about losing business, but he was also somewhat thankful to me for getting rid of all of the troublemakers at the same time. He contacted a nearby Marine base for me. After he explained the situation to the dispatcher, they said they'd send a fleet here to collect the pirates. So there I am, sitting on a golden chair in the middle of the bloodbath I had created. People in this world are really resilient. It's surprising enough that this many people survived. Apparently, only 100 or 2 died in this confrontation. The rest are either unconscious or too injured to move. Well, there are also those that are too injured, and most likely won't last until the Marines arrive to arrest them. In a sense, I should feel a bit more discontent about taking these many lives. But I can't help feeling satisfied, as if I just finished a hard day at work. Did that God do something to alter my thoughts? Or is it truly Enel's memories that affected me? I remember being a bit more lenient with others. There were times when I was mad at others. There were even times when I got into fights, but nothing to this extent. I remember the numerous times my students called me out on my cynical nature. There were many points in my life where I acted out of instinct. I let one emotion take over my thought process and ended up in uncomfortable situations. Even my research, the part where others started calling me a genius, it all felt unwarranted. I was only leaving one single emotion to rule my mind. At the time it was curiosity. It drove me to find out more about the world. I put a lot of time and dedication into that, with countless hours spent toiling over books in dimly lit rooms. In retrospect, it wouldn't be surprising if I were to wake up one day in a mental institution. If all of this was a dream in my deluded mind. But the ones I met in this world, Gonfall, Wiper, Isa, and even the Straw Hats are all real. Not exactly as I remember them from the show, at least not in all aspects, but they are all real. The days I spent training and the pain I forced myself through were also real. Still, paranoia is present in my mind when I think of what exactly sent me here. That God didn't seem outright well-intentioned. It's also odd how he seemed to be targeting me. He made his messenger follow me all over the earth until I finally had the courage to stand up to him. I find this entire situation to be somewhat suspicious. The God also said Enel's memories wouldn't affect me in any bad way. Well, from the way he said it, I guess it mostly depends on me. Thing is, I don't feel like Enel's memories and arrogance affect my decision-making or thought process, but they certainly affected me to some extent. Even with Doflamingo, it felt like I wasn't truly myself when fighting him. A conflict of personality, perhaps. The old Enel wasn't much of a fighter intellectually. He was smart, but not really experienced or all that talented in fighting. But he was a cold-blooded killer that looked at others like they were insignificant. Maybe I inherited that trait from him? Or maybe it's just my mind trying to rationalize its actions through different means. Perhaps I am just adapting to this world to the best of my ability. This world is extremely brutal, and being weak is a mortal sin. One might be able to live peacefully on an island, but peace is nothing but temporary. One pirate crew passing by is all it takes for a peaceful island to be turned upside down. The pirates on this island were exactly that type. Pirates that started sailing the seas just to do whatever they wanted, to fulfill their every desire in a mad spree of decadence and degeneracy, and that was regardless of the wishes and wants of others. The world won't miss them, but I still shouldn't feel this comfortable taking their lives. As I stand here, pondering the truth, the sky rang in a melodious chime. On the sea, I could see a projected shadow, an arm stretched, hitting a bell. I guess Luffy did keep his promise in the end, ringing the golden bell to tell the people below that the Sky Islands truly existed. It won't be long before the Marines get here. It's good enough that he did that before they arrived. I don't want the world government to know about the Sky Islands yet. Enel stood on in his chair, contemplating the situation a bit more. The Sky Islands were extremely busy. More specifically, the Shaandia tribe was currently throwing a party. They were rather pleased to learn that they no longer needed to guard the poneglyphs, that they had finally served their purpose. This only happened after they had greeted the newcomers on the island. Wiper was also there to welcome them. He had received a call from Gonfall regarding their arrival, and was told not to attack them for no reason and that they meant no harm. The Straw Hats ended up befriending the tribe after Robin translated the poneglyphs in the City of Gold. She didn't expect the tribe to be so accepting of them. In the end, she wasn't able to put Enel's transcribed texts to good use since she was able to study the originals. But that didn't really matter. She still wanted to speak with him and apologize once more before leaving the island. Thankfully, his cabin was also where they had left their boat. At least that was what she thought before Sanji and Usopp came back with Chopper. They had gone to the ship in order to invite their doctor to the ensuing party. They were both shocked when they failed to see any trace of Enel's cabin there. Chopper said that it just disappeared at some point when he took his eyes away from it for a minute or two. The crew also managed to learn more about Enel. He's a complicated fellow. He used to be the ruler of these islands. He was a tyrant for a long time. Wiper started telling the Straw Hats after a few drinks. People of the Shaandia tribe also gathered around them. He didn't feel like a bad person, though, Isa said from the side. The little girl did receive an earful for the mess she pulled. She was young, and she lost her concentration and started panicking in that forest, which made her unable to use her mantra properly. What truly happened, Wiper? From my understanding, only you and Gonfall know, Rika asked as she sat down beside the Straw Hats. He's not the Enel we used to know. That much should be obvious from your small encounter with him. Wiper decided not to lie to his fellow tribesmen. He also knew that Enel wouldn't truly care about this. I guess that's true. Enel would have killed all of us. Not before toying with us, by the way. One of the Shaandia warriors presents said while scratching the back of his head. Yeah, he's not really Enel. Not sure who he is. He said he is an archaeologist or something like that. He had the ability to swap things. He was close to dying in a desert, so he swapped his consciousness randomly and ended up with Enel. At least that's what he told me in Gonfall. Wiper didn't hesitate to give them the whole story. How does that make any sense? Ika said as she scratched the back of her head. Her bewildered face seemed to be replicated by the vast majority of the Shandians watching. Who knows? Devil fruits are weird. Even if he's lying, we have no way to tell. But the Enel we knew is dead and gone. That much is for sure. At this point, the Straw Hats were also getting a bit confused. So, the old Enel used to be some type of tyrant? Nami asked. She was a bit intrigued by the whole situation. Luffy just silently listened to everybody. Same for Robin, who was feeling even worse about the misunderstanding she created now. Yeah, he was a sadistic son of a bitch. He even destroyed an entire island, which was also the island he was originally from. He enslaved a lot of our people and prevented us from taking back our homeland for almost 8 years. Rika said as she looked down a bit. Her anger was stirring just remembering what Enel had done. Yeah, and the current Enel needs to live with those facts. He probably already moved house since you guys discovered him, Wiper said as he took another swig of his drink. That's not fair, Isa said as she looked down with sadness. Well, it's true that it's not his fault for the actions of past Enel, but he also is mature enough to understand that trying to repair his reputation is a waste of time. So that's why he's just been in hiding for the last few months? One of the other Shaandia warriors ended up asking. Well, yes. Enel now has different goals. He's a lot more driven. We trained a few times, and I can tell with certainty that he's a better fighter than Enel used to be. That's without even using his devil fruit. Wiper laughed a bit as he remembered the many times he was beaten to the ground by a golden staff. Even barehanded, Enel was able to deal with him rather easily after a while. This would have been nice to know beforehand, Rika said, the irritation in her tone making Wiper rise his brow a bit. Well, not like he would blame any of you for attacking. That just makes it worse, one of the warriors said with some sweat on his brow. The Straw Hats also started feeling a bit bad about judging Enel so quickly. But he still made our crewmate really uncomfortable. Isn't that right, Robin? Sanji ended up bringing it up. Wiper looked a bit confused at that. Actually, he didn't do anything bad. I was mostly like that due to my own inadequacies. Enel is really similar to me. I guess that made me a bit emotional, Robin said while looking at the ground in shame. So that was also a misunderstanding? Why didn't you tell us sooner? Luffy said with a frown. I was going to tell you all about it and more when we got back to the ship. I figured we'd still have time to talk to him again. Who knows where he ended up now, though? Robin said with a sigh. I guess it was just bad luck then, Zoro said as he took a sip from his drink. Luffy also smiled when hearing his first mate. He seemed to be filled with a strange amount of determination. Yeah, I'm sure we'll run into him again. I'll have him join my crew next time. Luffy's usual smile returned as Nami sighed in exasperation. The party continued after that. Chapter 18. Recruitment and Hina. After an hour, the Marine fleet was already surrounding the island, with Marines pouring out of their ships to scout out the city. They were quick to find all of the pirates strewn on the ground, hundreds upon hundreds of pirates with varying bounties all piled up in different mounds. In the middle of it all, they could see a tall and well-dressed man with blonde hair and long earlobes. He was sitting on a golden chair. By his side rested a golden staff, as he seemed to be contemplating some things. The Marines were startled at first, especially by the fact that there was simply no blood on him. He was standing in the middle of what was essentially a massacre, and his clothes weren't even slightly stained. Most of the Marine soldiers were rather scared of that person. No one dared to show even a hint of greed towards the golden accessories that adorned the stranger. Enel stood up from his chair with a calm smile, further scaring the Marines that had gathered around him. Enel raised an eyebrow, as he easily noticed their reactions. Sorry if I come off a bit scarier than intended. I was the one to call you all here. The Marines became quite a bit calmer when hearing that. Many of them even took a sigh of relief. See Captain Hina, one of the Marines said as someone started approaching Enel. Out of the crowd walked a well-dressed woman wearing a red two-piece suit and with a marine coat draped over her shoulders. She was tall and slim, and her long pink hair ran all the way to her lower back. With a cigar in her mouth, she looked around the site with a blank gaze. Hina is quite impressed. She stood in front of Enel, a small smirk almost rising on her lips. Her third-person speech managed to weird Enel out a bit, but not by much. Although she was tall, Enel was still towering over her easily, being almost a meter taller than her. So she was looking up at him through that interaction. Well, I do aim to impress, Enel said as he tapped the chair behind him with his staff. The chair was then swiftly absorbed by the golden staff. A devil fruit, huh? Hina thought to herself as she was getting more and more interested in the person standing in front of her, although she didn't let that change her stoic facade. So you are the one responsible for cleaning up this island? She said while looking Enel in the eyes, studying him for a bit. Yes, I was passing by, on my way to the nearest Marine base, and decided to do my good deed for the week, Enel said with the same calm smile plastered on his face. There was no trace of the coldness he had displayed to Doflamingo earlier. It was as if he was an entirely new man. Good deed for the week? Hina is curious. Why were you heading for a Marine base? She had already decided that Enel wasn't an enemy, so she gave her subordinates a hand sign to start collecting the pirates while she continued her conversation uninterrupted. I was planning to join it, of course. Why else would someone like me go there anyway? Hina doesn't know, but you would make for quite a good Marine. Hina doesn't think going through the normal recruitment process would work for someone like you. It wouldn't be fair to the other cadets. Hina stroked her chin as she looked around her, studying the sight of Enel's handiwork. That's understandable, but I still want to join the Marines. I've been training for quite a while in order to do this, Enel said with a wry smile as he scratched the back of his head. Hina is sure Fleet Admiral Sengoku will know what to do with you. You can travel with us? Hina is also heading for Marineford soon. Well, we have to now, considering the number of reports we need to file in this case, Hina said as she turned around and started walking. Enel didn't shy around and simply started following her. The two of them continued to speak for a while, as the rest of the cadets and recruits cleaned up the place and dragged all of the pirates towards the ships, either dead or not. Some that were pretending to be unconscious or dead tried to make a run for it. One such pirate was Cord Caltrop, captain of the Caltrop pirates with a bounty of 50 million berry, one of the highest on the island. He was quick to throw himself on the ground when seeing how Enel trashed an entire island filled with pirates in mere minutes. He had eaten a devil fruit that allowed him to turn everything he touched into a caltrop, and he was quick to get up and start trying to run when he saw the Marines had encircled the island. He quickly used his ability to turn a few rocks into caltrops as he ran away. Unfortunately for him, panic had blinded him quite a bit, as he ran directly in the path of Hina and Enel. The two of them looked at each other, for a bit, as they noticed the pirate running straight towards them. "Is this guy serious?" Hina extended her arm and swung it at the charging pirate. It connected right at his midsection, entrapping him in a cage that caught both of his arms. He tripped, losing his balance and falling down right near Hina and Enel. He quickly scrambled to get up, only for Enel to tap his staff on the pirate's head and knock him out completely, creating a crater using his head. "That was stupid, and quite unexpected," Enel said with a blank face. "Indeed." Hina responded much the same. The Marines nearby also didn't seem to know how to react properly. They only continued doing their jobs after staring for a bit. Hina and Enel then continued making their way back to Hina's ship. They continued talking again, pretending that nothing had happened at all. Time skipped 2 weeks later. Has been weirdly accommodating throughout this whole journey. She actually spent most of her time with me throughout the entire journey. The Marines needed only 2 or 3 to collect all of the pirates and capture any stragglers that were still on the island. They also seized all of the pirate ships that were docked at the port, including all of the riches in them. Most of the fleet parted ways and went for the gates of justice, making their way to Impel Down. Hina's ship and a few others started heading towards Marineford. We are now an hour or 2 away from the Marine base, and I've not actually spoken to anyone besides Hina this whole time. She was the one to handle all of the conversations and arrange the meeting with Sengoku. He will apparently need to assess what type of person I am and give me a test of sorts. Now, I'm not exactly excited to meet Sengoku, but the fact that I can escape at any time does give me some peace of mind. I'm also rather concerned about what his test is going to be. Hina did tell me not to worry about it, but I can't exactly help it. I don't remember much about the history of the Marines. I can easily face a psychological analysis, just like I could easily fake it in my past life, but I won't be able to pass many written tests. It's an actual miracle of God that Enel even knew how to write now that I think about it. Hina doesn't seem all that worried, though. Currently, we are just sitting on the railing of the ship and looking at Marineford as it gets closer and closer. "So, nervous?" Hina asked without much of a shift in expression. Throughout all of our interactions, she remained completely stoic, despite the fact that she genuinely speaks as a child would. Not that it's a bad thing. I even find it somewhat cute, but it's rather odd. I try to make her laugh plenty of times, and she always suppresses her smile when around people. Not really nervous, although I don't really know what to expect. I am a bit nervous, but that's not because of the reasons she thinks. Don't worry. Hina is telling you that everything will be fine. You are strong after all, and you are a good person. Hina trailed off a bit there and looked a bit to the side. A bit of a confusing reaction if I do say so myself. Right now I do have quite a few worries. If I fail to join the Marines, then I will have to rethink my entire plan, and that would be a really big hassle. I would also have a more difficult time learning the 6 powers. Some of them seemed rather easy, cut and dry. Things like Jeppo, Moonwalk, and Sarv, Shave, for example, which I don't even really need to be honest. But the actually difficult ones are the ones I care about. Things like Kami-e, Paper Art, Tekai, Iron Body, Shurgon, Finger Gun, and even Rankyaku, Tempest Kick, and the mastering of Saimai Kikken, Life Return. They are the more important ones, especially the last one, as having absolute control over my body is a must. And armament hockey is even more difficult than the rest. I have no way to actually train it. I have a basic understanding of what it is, like most One Piece fans do. But that won't be enough to practice and put it into action. If I fail to join the Marines and gain a better understanding of these techniques, then my plans of getting stronger will be completely derailed and delayed, to the point where getting involved in Marineford would even be dangerous for me. So this is an extremely important step. I better not fuck this up. Chapter 19. Sengoku, Garp and Test. Enel and Hina walked down the halls of Marineford. No one stopped them as they made their way towards the Fleet Admiral's office. They had passed by other high-ranking Marines on their way there. Hina did salute them formally, but Enel didn't really bother, which earned him a few odd gazes. Some of the more prideful Marines even wanted to walk up to him and call him out on his disrespect, but they were stopped by their peers, as many already knew who Enel was. There were already rumors circling around of Enel, the well-dressed man with long earlobes that had taken down an entire pirate colony by himself, racking up bounties of at least 900 million in total. This big of a catch was extremely uncommon. Even better, he had cleared up an island that was considered a bastion for crime and a hotspot for pirates. This would end up giving the pirates of the world even fewer resting places and hopefully discouraging some from taking up that profession. Although he wasn't even a recruit yet, he already had quite a reputation. This did piss off some of the more jealous Marines, but Enel wasn't exactly one to care for that. Hina also didn't seem to care about the reactions the other Marines were showing. She was just speaking to him casually while leading him to Sengoku. The two of them reached the office rather easily. Enel could see the large door in front of him, the sign on the door clearly stating that it was the room where the most influential man in the Navy worked. Enel had retracted his observation haki while in Marineford. He didn't know if the Marines had any way to detect it. Hina sure didn't, but he didn't want to take that chance with Sengoku and Garp of all people. Walking in, Hina once again saluted her superiors. Two people were already in the room, one of them being Sengoku, of course, and the other was Garp, the hero of the Marines. The two of them usually stuck together when Garp wasn't out traveling around the Four Seas or the Grand Line. So Enel wasn't exactly shocked that Luffy's grandfather was present. Hina is here. This is Enel, the one Hina has been telling you about. Hina was also quick to introduce Enel to the two legendary figures in front of them. Garp looked exactly as portrayed in the show, even eating rice crackers while slouching on the couch with no regard for anything. Sengoku's afro was also just as magnificent as Enel had remembered it being. His serious demeanor and gaze were a stark contrast to Garp's. Well, everything. Thank you, Hina. You may retreat for now. Sengoku sent Hina away. The pink-haired woman looked a bit reluctant, but she couldn't exactly disrespect Sengoku's orders, so she just nodded and left. Garp didn't seem too bothered, although he did study the newcomer with a rather close eye. Sengoku waited for the door to close again behind Hina, after which he stared Enel straight in the eyes. I will be honest with you. Your appearance wasn't something we expected, and it is completely suspicious. Enel raised an eyebrow at that. He figured he would appear as suspicious to Sengoku. The man was rather well known for being smart and calculating. He wouldn't have reached the position of Fleet Admiral otherwise. But Enel didn't expect Sengoku to express his suspicions so openly. Even Garp looked at his old friend a bit weirdly. That is understandable, Enel said, his hopes for the ensuing recruitment becoming lesser by the second. However, you seem to have made quite the impression on Hina, as well as quite a few other Marines. I will choose to trust their instincts at this time, especially since we could use a fighter like you. Sengoku then spoke out with a smile, but the message in his words was also rather plain to see. He wasn't sure of Enel. He knew of him only from others. He trusted his subordinates, but he didn't trust Enel. In short, he was going to be keeping an eye on Enel. I am thankful for even that. Enel nodded once, before looking Sengoku in the eyes. Good. Now, I was going to run a few tests on you, psychologically speaking, to figure out where you stand and what type of person you are. But Hina's reports already tell me plenty about that, and I doubt you do something stupid enough as to contradict what you've told her. At this point Enel also noticed it. The Fleet Admiral was rather interested in him. Maybe it was because Marines didn't have many rising stars? Regardless, skipping the mandatory tests showed that he did truly want to have Enel as a Marine. Thank you, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Enel said as he took a small bow. Don't thank me yet. Now we get to the point of contention. What rank would someone like you be given? Sengoku even stroked his chin as he spoke. Enel considered it a miracle that Garp hadn't spoken up yet. He also found it strange that the old man was still studying him. Making you a regular soldier would be fair to the others, but it would be a disservice to the achievements you've racked up in such a short time. At this point, Enel realized that his plan worked, and it worked perfectly. The Marines are a lot more desperate for promising recruits than I had foreseen. Get to the point, Sengoku, Garp said from the side, choking on a rice cracker as he rolled his eyes at his old friend's long-windedness. Sengoku looked at Garp with a scowl on his face. After a deep sigh, he looked back at Enel, who was doing his best to suppress a small chuckle. In short, you will be made a rear admiral. But you will have to fight someone within the Marines in a public match in order to solidify that role. Many know of what you've done, but no one really knows of your strength. If you want no one to complain about your ranking, then you need to prove your strength against one of our best. Enel simply nodded his head. This was all still within his expectations. You're fighting me, kid, Garp said to the side, making Enel's head snap towards him in that instant. Numerous thoughts were going through his head as he looked back at Sengoku with a startled gaze. You really don't know anything about subtlety? I was getting there. Sengoku berated his old friend for spoiling his fun. Shut it. Garp continued, stuffing his face after that. Yes, you will be fighting Garp. Now, no one expects you to actually win, or even do any damage. This is more so that we have an understanding of your limits. Enel took a sigh of relief internally when hearing that explanation. POV Enel. Disaster dodged? Huh? But I guess it makes sense this way. They wouldn't expect a newcomer to actually beat the Marine hero. I understand. Thank you for clarifying the situation, Fleet Admiral, I said with a slight bow. I am rather grateful for how things turned out. Getting the position of Rear Admiral right from the start is a lot more than I was expecting. Does this mean that I am becoming Hina's superior? Don't get too excited, young man. Your position will be more of an honorary one. You will still have some training to go through before you are actually leading any troops on the sea. I wouldn't have it any other way. Seriously, I don't want to lead anyone anywhere. I'm just here to learn your techniques, then I'll get out of your hair. Good. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's start heading for the training grounds. The rest of the Marines present at this base will bear witness to this. Sengoku got up from his chair, and so did Garp. I had forgotten how tall the leading figures of the Marines are. Both Garp and Sengoku seem to be taller than me, although Sengoku isn't by all that much. Well, it's as good a time as any. Chapter 20. Fighting a Legend. Hina didn't quite know what to make of Enel at first. He was certainly strong, stronger than most people in the first half of Grand Line, but he was also extremely friendly. He was humble and really approachable, although most of her crew were scared of him due to the massacre he carried out on the pirates. Hina didn't really judge him for that. They were all criminals that were wanted either dead or alive. To her, Enel just did an impressive job, although a bit gruesome. Her interest in him only grew more and more with each conversation. She could tell that he was not just anybody, that he was certainly an ambitious man. But his calming smile and welcoming attitude made her feel extremely warm to his presence. She was a bit unsure of how his meeting with Sengoku was going to end, but she had high hopes for him. She especially hoped that the two of them would end up working together. The thought of just how many pirates the two of them could catch made her excited. Hell, Enel alone caught more pirates in a day than the rest of the Rear Admirals caught in the entire year prior. It was rather embarrassing the more Hina thought about it. But that was also the reason why most of them were somewhat jealous of Enel. So what if he caught a few weaklings? I bet he poisoned the food supply or something. One of the Rear Admirals complained in the common room. Quite a few other Rear Admirals seemed to nod their heads at that. Hina gritted her teeth and clenched her fist in anger. She wanted to walk up to them and tell them off, but she was lower in the ranking than them, and they were surely going to use that against her. I believe you young people should stop looking at others' achievements in that way. Maybe you'd be able to brag about your own achievements if you had any. A person that had no qualms about offending anyone did speak up in the end. It was none other than Tsuru the Crane, another legend in the Marines, although she wasn't quite as popular as Garp. The Rear Admirals that were gossiping didn't even dare to look her in the eye as they all stood up and saluted her. Hina was extremely pleased to watch them scamper about in that manner. Tsuru walked into the middle of the room. We have a new recruit amongst your ranks now? I'm sure you all know about it already going by your previous conversations. Sengoku also decided to grant him the role of Rear Admiral. Tsuru said as she spoke with a tone of authority. Miss Tsuru, do you mean that he is being recruited as a Rear Admiral? One of the other Vice Admirals present in the room asked with a confused tone. It was rather unprecedented for such a thing to happen. Even the current admirals started as recruits. The people in the room failed to account for just how desperate the situation was for the Marines currently. They had resorted to asking for help from actual pirates, and Sengoku wanted to be able to gain enough firepower to completely disband the warlords. He hoped that the recruitment of Enel would bring him one step closer to that. When Hina heard that Enel was going to be of a higher rank than her, she became a bit disheartened, but she hoped that she would still be able to work alongside Enel. The next piece of news was what interested her even more, though. Indeed, I understand how this may look to some of you. That is the reason why Sengoku has made a test for Enel, our newest recruit. All of you are to come out to the training grounds to witness what your newest companion is capable of. Tsuru started heading for the training grounds herself after saying her piece, not waiting for any more questions, as she was also rather curious about the person Sengoku placed so much importance on. Even better, something that the rest of the Marines were going to find out soon, Enel was fighting Garp. Hina was one of the first to start heading for the training grounds. A lot of Marines were forming a circle. In the middle of it, she could see two people. She easily recognized one of them as Enel. She smiled when seeing him in the distance. But her smile quickly turned into a frown when seeing who it was that Enel was actually facing. The newcomer is fighting Garp? Ha 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 ha. This is amazing. I can't believe we get to see the Marine hero in action. Although it's not going to last for too long. One of the rear admirals present said with a smile on his face. His emotions and thoughts echoed in many of the Marines present. They were all excited to see Garp in a fight, but they all knew in their minds that the fight was bound to be a short one. Hina wasn't quite as excited. She simply clutched her chest as a bit of worry crept into her mind. She gritted her teeth as she hoped for the best. She knew that Enel was strong, but she didn't have any delusions about him being able to fight Garp either. That's why she could only pray that he wasn't going to get injured too badly, at least that he would stay healthy enough so that their future missions together wouldn't get affected. The fight started as soon as all of the higher-ranking Marines arrived at the scene to witness it. The admirals weren't present, though, all of them likely being away on important missions. Sengoku was also there. He watched with expectation in his gaze. He wasn't dumb. He knew that the state of the Marines wasn't a great one. Their morale was not that high and only got lower with each new pirate that appeared on the high seas. Sengoku saw the rise of many affluent pirates all over the New World, but the forces of the Marines remained relatively unchanged, all of their power concentrated on the top brass. He knew that they needed something new, something fresh. Enel's recruitment was his attempt to bolster their rankings. But Enel himself needed to be strong enough for everyone to accept such a change. That was Sengoku's bet. He bet on Enel to surprise him on this day. It was sudden, but to him, Enel represented hope. Sengoku hoped that, like Enel, other promising young men would choose to join the Marines instead of going ahead and becoming pirates. The Marines had done many campaigns and many attempts at motivating young men and women to join their ranks. This was just another one of them, as he planned to publicize Enel's achievements and recruitment for the entire world to see. The fight started rather slow, with Enel and Garp staring at each other for a bit, each more serious than the other. Enel spun his staff in his palm in a slow motion, waiting for Garp's attacks. He had no delusion of winning, but he knew that losing in a pathetic manner was also not an option. His determination was easily noticed by Garp. "I like your guts," Garp said as a sadistic grin formed on his face. He quickly used Saru and appeared right in front of Enel. The old-timer had decided not to hold back much against Enel after that short exchange of gazes. "Eyes like that don't belong to someone weak. Don't disappoint me now," Garp shouted as he brought his fist down onto his younger opponent. Enel, using his observation haki, was easily able to read and predict this movement. With a backward step, he managed to dodge the punch. Garp's fist cracked the entire floor of the training grounds as Enel was sent flying backwards a bit due to the shockwave. The crowd was reeling with both shock and panic. No one had expected Garp to take things this far. Neither did Sengoku or Tsuru. But what they expected even less was for Enel to be completely unscathed. The shockwaves sent him a few meters away, but he landed on the ground gracefully and without any issue. His gaze also seemed completely unaffected. His demeanor changed, though, as he realized that simply waiting for Garp to attack wasn't a viable strategy. Garp quickly noticed Enel's intention. The two of them dashed at each other in a mad frenzy, each less controlled than the other. Garp's fist swung around everywhere at wild speeds, creating shockwaves and shocking all of the Marines watching. But the even more shocking part was how Enel moved. His staff managed to either bat away or deflect all of Garp's blows. The two of them couldn't seem to land a blow on each other. Sengoku quickly noticed the problem. Garp had an overwhelming advantage when it came to strength, but he was slightly outmatched in speed. The two of them clearly specialized in different fighting styles, so the situation evened itself out due to that, and Sengoku quickly realized that making Enel a rear admiral might have been underestimating his capabilities. Garp's smile was turning wider by the second, as he realized that he would surely never be able to win if he kept fighting in the same manner. He quickly jumped backwards, expecting Enel to not pursue him at all, as he prepared to use the Rokushiki that he had perfect mastery over. But Enel wasn't quite on the same thought process. The second Garp took a step back, he took advantage of it. A lapse in concentration was all that he needed, and with his superior speed, he seized the opportunity. His staff twirled towards Garp in a thrusting motion. Garp noticed that it was aimed more towards his arm, so he prepared to just let the thrust slip off as he fled, only tilting slightly to the side. Chapter 21. Rising Star. Sengoku had decided to stop the fight right there. He couldn't help his excitement during that entire fight, especially at the end. Enel had managed to exceed Sengoku's every expectation. The same was true for Garp, who was expecting the fight to end after a few punches. But the two of them weren't the only ones flabbergasted by these results. Most of the other Marines that bore witness to that fight were speechless. The ones that could speak were just gushing about how amazing it had looked. Hina's calm facade also broke for a few seconds when the fight stopped. A brilliant smile spread on her lips as she looked at Enel with amazement in her gaze. Hina knew he was strong, but this is something else entirely. She hadn't seen him in action until now. She had only ever read reports of the wounds that the pirates that Enel captured. After interrogating a few survivors, she also knew that he had some type of metal-manipulating devil fruit. She wasn't all that shocked to see Enel able to turn his staff into whatever he desired, but she was shocked at the way he had applied it. The surviving pirates that he had fought all reported that his fighting style mainly relied on keeping his distance from his enemies and attacking with his devil fruit. It was only now that Hina realized. The pirates Enel had fought were likely simply not worth engaging, so Enel didn't even take them seriously. Sengoku had similar thoughts to her. He knew that Enel was at least at the level of a rear admiral just going by his achievements, maybe someone better suited to fighting large groups. But this fight managed to somewhat contradict that, showing him that Enel was already above most vice admirals. And, just going by the fight he had currently witnessed, he was likely the second fastest person in the Marines, Kizaru being the only one able to surpass the speed Enel has shown. But it did make sense to Sengoku, at least somewhat. Enel was already in his 20s, or even late 20s only going by his looks alone, and he had stated that he had been training for this occasion for a while now. Garp wasn't quite pleased that the fight was stopping, but he turned off his armament haki and crossed his arms all the same. Enel also took a natural stance as he rested his staff on the ground. "What's this about, Sengoku? Things were just going to get more interesting," Garp said, not knowing that his enemy was actually seconds away from losing. "I figured that there is no need to further destroy the training grounds," Sengoku told his old friend while looking at Enel with a proud gaze. "It's been a long time since we've had a recruit as promising as you are," the fleet admiral said while stroking his beard. Garp wanted to brag about the recruits he was training for a second, but he refrained, knowing that Enel was truly on another level compared to them. The rest of the Marines around also started cheering and clapping. Any uncertainty about Enel's recruitment was gone from the minds of the people present. All of their jealousy was promptly replaced with admiration. "To be fair, I don't know how to use armament haki, so I would have lost if the fight kept going," Enel said with a sigh. He didn't need to keep something like that secret, especially since he was in the Marines to learn. Garp widened his eyes at that. Sengoku was also rather shocked. The power and skill that Enel had displayed was not belonging to the first half of the Grand Line by any means. Neither of them expected Enel to not know armament. Garp burst out laughing at that. Even Sengoku smiled a bit. "I guess you still have plenty left to learn, you brat." Garp patted Enel on the back in a friendly manner. Sengoku did decide to question Enel a bit more. "You don't seem to be a stranger to haki, though. I'm guessing you at least have some knowledge about haki types, right?" "I have mastery over observation haki, to the point where I can predict movements. but I've never had any formal teacher for hockey, so I mostly learned it on instinct. Armament simply didn't come to me at all. Sengoku's eyes widened a bit at that. Having mastery over observation hockey to that extent was impressive, but the fact that Enel was self-taught made him a genius. An unpolished gem. Maybe he didn't have as overwhelming a talent for armament hockey, but he would surely learn it with them, and his observation was bound to improve to the point of future sight with some guidance. That's something, kid. I figured you were predicting my moves in that bout. Garp seemed just as excited as Sengoku, his old friend, but he wasn't bothering to hide it. Thanks, old man, Enel said with a wry smile. Just a bit of a shame the fight had to end so prematurely. I would have lost, but I would have had some more understanding of just how powerful the Marines can get. Garp is a legendary figure. He might not have been the one to catch Roger, but he had worked alongside the former Pirate King in order to take down the strongest pirate crew in recent years. I still remember reading about Rox D. Zebek and his pirates. The man somehow had most of the current Yonkos under him. Garp and Roger somehow managed to take down that pirate group. I at least got to witness his physical strength, but I do know that the true power of people in this world comes from hockey. The stronger one's willpower, the more damage their armament-infused fists can do. Well, it's better that things ended like this. I don't feel like visiting the local marine doctors for a quick checkup. After the fight, we continued our talk back in Sengoku's office. Tsuru the crane also decided to join us, as she became curious about me after my fight with Garp. Garp himself was in a really good mood. The old Marine has been trying to recruit promising young men for a while now. It was clear that he cared a lot about the Marines, so having a recruit as promising as myself would obviously make his mood skyrocket. I feel a bit bad. Both Sengoku and Garp seem to be accommodating and friendly. But I am here with a purpose. I won't be staying for long, a few months at most, all until the war, where I will be technically betraying the trust they are putting in me. I need to get a lot stronger if I want to face their rage after such a betrayal. The one I'll feel the worst about betraying is Garp. The second we got back to Sengoku's office, he started giving me advice on how to train my armament hockey. Now, advice from someone like him might as well be more valuable than gold. The old guy isn't holding back on the details at all. Something he said also gives me a bit of perspective on the level I've reached. I would give you some pointers on observation hockey, but if you can predict your opponent's movements, then you're already on the right track. I have yet to reach any state of future sight, but my talent with observation isn't very great. I may have slightly underestimated my observation hockey. I thought I was maybe a bit above average, at best, with only my range being enhanced by my devil fruit. But I guess the old Enel must have had some inborn talent with observation hockey even before he had a devil fruit. Otherwise, I can't really explain how he got this much mastery over it with barely any training. Well, I guess he was using it constantly, so he did train it. I've already received my marine coat. It hasn't even been a day, and I already have a justice coat draped on my shoulders. I guess my fight with Garp must have left an impression on anyone that was present at Marineford. Right now, I was given a room inside Marineford. This will serve as my permanent residence while I train daily for the next few weeks. With Garp's help and guidance, I'll be able to gain some understanding of armament hockey in a very short time. At least that's what I hope. Sengoku also instantly gave me the manuals for the 6 powers. He said that usually they would be bought by each individual recruit using their respective contributions. But he said that my contributions are already numerous, and my advancement was a bit too sudden. So I had to gain mastery of some techniques quickly. Apparently, there is some unwritten rule about rear admirals having to have some mastery over at least 2 of the 6 powers. Otherwise, they would be considered just honorary rear admirals. Sengoku wants to solidify my position even further, so that's why he gave me all of the techniques at once, probably thinking that I'd find which suited me best faster this way. Well, now I have a lot of work to do. Better get to training. Chapter 22. Training an Admiral. 2 weeks was all it took. I went through quite a rigorous training regime, made by none other than Garp himself. Unfortunately, we didn't have any beast-filled forests on Marineford, so he was forced to improvise a bit in my training. But after finally pushing through all of that, as well as daily sparring with both Garp and Sengoku, whenever he had the time, as well as quite a bit of meditation, I am now able to materialize my armament haki. It wasn't even that difficult. I could already sense and control haki/spiritual energy due to my mastery over observation. I just didn't know how to approach the armament properly. Well, I can't really cover my staff in haki yet, but this is still massive progress. Download app 1 also seemed to have an intrinsic talent for both Saru and Jeppo, having mastered the two of them in just these 2 weeks. To be fair, they are the most useless to me because I could already fly and move at light speed, so I can't really brag about them much. But this seemed completely astonished both Garp and Sengoku, as well as Hina, who was a bit jealous of how easily I was able to perform the techniques. Hina is also a person I worry about disappointing with my future separation from the Marines. She has been hanging around Marineford for me, basically. She could have left right after handing Sengoku the reports of my little adventure in Jaya, but she's still sticking around and training with me most of the time. It was together that we had trained the first 2 techniques. As useless as they seem to be, they might serve me well while undercover. The upside is also that I now don't even need to use my devil fruit to fly. These 2 techniques also make for extremely good training for the legs. Both of my legs have been strengthened noticeably after I started training these techniques, to the point where Garp says it's only a matter of time before I gain some mastery over Rankyaku as well. This is convenient, as Rankyaku is the next of the 6 powers that I plan on mastering. With someone like Garp giving me pointers, this is only to be expected though. I get that learning the techniques this fast is unprecedented, but having someone perfectly explain how to do them to you does somewhat dampen that achievement, well, at least in my eyes. The 2 of them seem surprised regardless of that. I've not done anything besides training, eating, and sleeping these past 2 weeks though, and that makes me a bit tired. I am used to doing repetitive tasks, but training like this is really making me chronically tired. I need to take a short break to avoid burnout in this case. I did train for 3 months without many breaks when I was in the Sky Islands, but I was also taking plenty of time to decipher the poneglyphs, something I can't exactly do right now. So I've decided to take a break, much to Garp's disappointment. What? You want to take a few days off? The old guy seems almost offended even. I mean, I've been hard at training every day for 2 weeks. I deserve a break. At this point, I don't really bother to mince words with either Sengoku or Garp. The 2 of them have been nothing but agreeable to me. Treating them like anything other than friends would be rather disrespectful on my part. The fact that they both outrank me doesn't matter much, and neither of them seems to mention that whenever we eat in Sengoku's office. I can understand Garp being friendly from the way he was portrayed in the series. He is an extremely kind character that can find the good in any person and in any situation. Seeing him burst out crying during Ace's execution was rather heart-wrenching to me back then. Now that I know him personally, it's even worse. I don't want to see this old man suffer at all. Sengoku, though, he's a bit harder to read. He is just as friendly as Garp, but I remember him being the devious one of the 2 of them, or at least the one with the plan and a secret goal. I think that he is keeping me close in order to make sure I am a safe individual. Well, I guess you're right. But I doubt Sengoku is going to let you rest, Garp said while smiling a bit. I realized that, but I also don't think he'd make things too hard for me, I said with a confident smile of my own. Garp can't really intimidate me at this point, not even when using Sengoku's name. I think I heard something about you being sent on a mission actually, Garp said as his smile became broader. Enel's head immediately snapped in Garp's direction, making his earlobes swing from side to side a bit as the old Marine hero laughed at him. That's right. How about you go speak to him yourself? Garp said as he started walking away and laughing. Enel himself started making his way towards Sengoku's office to get some clarity on the situation. He waltzed up through the Marine base, ignoring any gaze directed at him. At this point, most of the Marines that witnessed his fight with Garp considered him to be Admiral material, so no one got in his way. Enel reached the office quickly enough, entering instantly without even bothering to knock. I'm telling you, killing those vermin is only beneficial to us. A deep voice spoke out as Enel walked into the room. A tall figure was speaking to Sengoku in a familiar manner. Enel raised an eyebrow as he instantly recognized who that man was. A red costume, a marine cap, and a white coat, with justice spelt on the back of it. with the yellow epaulets that signified the fact that he was in fact an admiral. It wasn't hard to tell that his person was Akainu, the admiral that most people hated in the series. But Enel didn't hate him. To Enel, Akainu was just a driven man and an extremely devoted marine. He only believed in the justice that the world government propagated. That was the only part about him that made him evil. It was simply because his beliefs in his own justice were unshakable. Akainu turned around, his eyebrow raised in confusion as he studied the newcomer. "How dare you enter the Fleet Admiral's office unannounced?" Akainu shouted, his confusion turning to anger as he failed to recognize the person that had interrupted his conversation with Sengoku. "I always come here this way? Doesn't matter. Admiral Akainu, I am Enel. A pleasure to meet you, but I am here to speak to Sengoku as well. I will wait for the two of you to finish, of course." Enel's calm tone managed to slightly surprise Akainu, who was expecting the newcomer to at least get startled by his tone and apologize for intruding. He was about to step towards the newcomer, who he realized was a rear admiral due to the color of his epaulets. But right as he took the first step, he could hear Sengoku clear his throat. "There's no need for the aggression, Sakazuki. He is the latest recruit that I've been talking about. Quite formidable in most aspects, but he is still not quite familiar with how the Marines operate." Sengoku was happy enough to inform Akainu of who Enel really was. Akainu's eyes widened a bit. He looked back at Enel, as the young rear admiral just took a seat on the nearby couch, Sengoku's pigeon landing on his head. "This is the one you've been telling me about then? He doesn't seem like a kid, as you described him, but he is certainly disrespectful. This is why we don't skip the necessary steps in educating our recruits." Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Akainu was quick to start complaining. He was a person that always went by the books. Enel's entire recruitment process seemed like a travesty to him. Akainu wasn't alone in this. Some other higher-ups had raised the issue with him, but he had turned them all away regardless of status. "I get you reservations, but we've already talked about that. He proved himself in both achievements and fighting strength. He may not have gone through the same channels as you, but he is worthy of his position regardless of that." Sengoku was quick to defend his decisions with Enel. In a sense, recruiting him had served its purpose. It had worked like a charm, and they had a surplus of recruits in the last 2 weeks. It worked especially well after Sengoku made a deal with Big News Morgan to publicize the story all over the world, including Enel's fight with Garp, which was told without holding back any details. A new star rising among the Marines caught the attention of everyone around the world. Even some of the Yonkos took the news seriously, as it meant the rise of another admiral-level figure within the Marines. Even if Enel wasn't currently considered as strong as an admiral, the fact that he could fight Garp to a standstill on the day of his recruitment was already enough to warrant the attention of the most prominent pirates. Still, I refuse to believe he is worthy of such a rank. Personal strength isn't everything within to the Marines. Discipline is just as important. Akainu still refused to acknowledge Enel, though. Sengoku was about to open his mouth again, but Enel decided to finally speak up. "It's a bit awkward that you are technically gossiping about me while I'm in the room, don't you think, Admiral Akainu?" Enel said, not bothering to stand up from the couch as he let Sengoku's bird make a nest on his head. "Your rudeness should have its limits, newcomer." Akainu was now prepared to start a fight. At this point, the only thing stopping him from lashing out was the fact that they were currently in the office of his supervisor. "That's enough, you two. Especially you, Akainu. If you are still inclined about him lacking discipline, then how about you actually try to help and teach him?" Sengoku was quick to stop any conflict from happening, although what he said was a bit bothersome. "Fuck me, this isn't happening," was the thought that arrived in the mind of both Enel and Akainu. Chapter 23, First Mission. Enel looked at the sea in front of him with a relaxed smile on his face. The fact that there was a storm raging about didn't really seem to faze him much. The rain didn't get him wet due to a large umbrella sprouting out of his golden staff. There were quite a few things on the young Marine's mind, one of them being his current mission: hunt down the guerrilla pirates, a pirate crew with a captain that had a 400 million bounty on his head, rather notorious in the beginning parts of the New World. It was a rather high bounty for a newcomer to be chasing. Under normal circumstances, Sengoku would have refrained from sending Enel on such a mission, but not this time. I can't believe the fleet admiral is wasting my time in such a way. This is outrageous. A voice was raging on the ship, probably speaking to some poor sodback in Marneford through the transponder snail. The enraged voice belonged to none other than Akainu, the admiral that was supposed to have a week off right now but was stuck on a ship, going for a pirate that was well below him. Enel took a deep sigh when hearing that voice. A few days had already passed like this, his opinion of Akainu souring day by day. Akainu also started hating Enel to the core, as the newcomer didn't bother much with honorifics or with respecting the hierarchy that the Marines had in place. They both were bearing with each other as best as they could. Neither had any clue why Sengoku even thought this was a good idea. Most of the Marines steering the ship were also being stressed out by Akainu's rageful shouting. This was just a random crew of another vice admiral that was supposed to be patrolling the seas where the guerrilla pirates were last spotted. They were already somewhat stressed due to the location they were constantly patrolling. This time their usual leader wasn't even present, so having Akainu's rage breathing down their necks made things even worse. At least the presence of an admiral gave them some semblance of safety. But Akainu didn't really have a great reputation for protecting other Marines during missions. He had always been the type to do anything needed in order to finish a mission swiftly. Enel smiled even more when hearing that stupid admiral's voice die down a bit. He started humming a calming tune. It was in a quiet tone, but it was still audible, almost like wind chimes. A tune he remembered from his past life, one that he used to hum while trekking the desert sands, vast expanses of nothingness that he used to explore for years on end. It was where he had spent most of his time, sometimes with a team, sometimes alone. Not many trekked those paths by themselves. It was considered dangerous. But Enel was the type of person that always worked better when left to his own devices, and he also loved to revel in the silence. The cold of the desert nights was the most calming thing there was. If only the sky could have been more accommodating, the feeling that the stars were looking at him was what he found to be the most disturbing in his journey. Therefore he had started humming like there was an audience, humming as if he was nothing more than a ghost in that desert, his curiosity binding him to haunt them for as long as his life allowed him to. Maybe he had always been a deranged individual after all of it contained under a facade of class and the track record of a legendary archaeologist. It also made more sense for him to be insane. Maybe everything he was experiencing now was nothing but a delusion. He had let his mind be driven by curiosity of all things. That was what had always created monsters in history. Geniuses always tended to either be remembered fondly or with horror. Enel had always been afraid that he was going to end up as the second, so he put his curiosity to some good use. Finding traces of that ancient civilization was nothing more than a stroke of luck. Without it, Enel was unsure of what would have become of him. He knew that he would have one day become bored of the deserts and that his curiosity would him elsewhere, maybe on a much worse path. But curiosity was also what drove him to approach the mad god's messenger on Earth, completely disregarding the warnings that the ancient tribal people had left for him. So, with those thoughts and memories in mind, Enel hummed. He hummed like the madman he was. He hummed without holding anything back at all. Maybe it was a sea shanty. Maybe it used to be an orchestra. He had never managed to remember where that song had originated from. Enel's humming seemed to outshine the storms. The Marines that had been scrambling on deck looked at him in wonder, and the lightning and thunder even seemed to pause. The calm smile of the rear admiral, coupled with the calming tune, had managed to relax the nerves of all of the Marines that had heard it, making them look at him in admiration. Many recruits had found Enel's addition to the Marines unfair at first, but his strength was nothing to scoff at, and they all knew it. What was always brought into question was his attitude, his demeanor when interacting with the top brass of the Marine base. It appeared that, despite what the rumors would have them believe, Enel didn't seem like an arrogant man, nor did he seem like a temperamental one. The image of him, humming through a heavy storm, remained ingrained in the minds of the Marines that were on that ship, and stories of it were bound to reach the others at the base. A serene mind brings about the greatest of perceptions. One can never understand the world around them if they are too caught up in it. That was a concept that Enel lived by for the longest time. To view the world as an outsider, unperturbed by anger and sadness, the point of view of the neutral observer was bound to always be the cleanest. Enel controlled the overcharged clouds above him with that same calm smile on his face. The clouds stopped raging at his behest, the massive storm becoming nothing more than a slight drizzle. Enel's umbrella seemed to retract into itself, turning back into a staff as he let some of the water hit his skin. "Stop humming. You're being annoying." Akainu had walked on the deck, breaking the serenity of that scene for the rest of the Marines, as they all scampered back to finish their duties. "If I wanted your opinion, I would have asked for it, Admiral Akainu," Enel said as he studied the clouds. The storm quickly started kicking off again, and Enel stopped bothering to suppress it. His staff also quickly turned back into an umbrella, covering Enel perfectly, but not quite reaching Akainu. The Admiral had turned completely red at Enel's words, and rain was evaporating as it touched his body. Enel was unsure whether or not that was due to Akainu's devil fruit, or due to his anger. "I've had it with your disrespect. Do you think Sengoku can protect you forever, you lit dash, PFT? Ha ha ha." Enel's laughter interrupted Akainu's tirade before it even started properly. "You really think I'm afraid of you? Are you actually insane?" Enel held his stomach as he spoke to Akainu without holding back much. He didn't hate Akainu because of his actions in the original show, but Akainu had been nothing but a nuisance ever since the two of them were given this mission. Enel wasn't about to treat someone this rude with kindness. "You little shi dash," Akainu's right arm instantly turned into magma as he was about to grab Enel's shoulder. In that instant, Enel's umbrella turned right back into a staff. Akainu didn't think much of it, but what the Admiral didn't expect was to receive a staff to the face, at a speed he could barely react to. Magma splattered everywhere as his head completely disappeared from his body. The magma was thankfully mostly blown into the water, with only a few droplets landing on the deck, quickly being cooled off by the raging storm. "Don't test me, Admiral. My mood has just soured, and I don't feel too welcoming to your antics right now." Enel then started walking away without even bothering to look back. Akainu's head reformed, and his eyes were almost bloodshot with anger. He wanted so much to just explode and destroy the ship they were on completely, but he was also against needlessly damaging marine property. The Admiral quickly dashed towards Enel, his fist cocked back and ready to strike the rear admiral only once, just to prove a point, to establish his superiority. A single punch was all that he needed. Enel's staff expanded at that moment, though. Like a thick golden shield, it blocked Akainu's hackaclad punch. Or at least it tried to. Gold wasn't an especially strong metal. It only managed to stop Akainu's fist for a half-second, as he tore through the shield as if it were paper. But instead of striking Enel, his fist only hit the deck of the ship, sending a tremor through the ship that managed to shake it even worse than the storm around them. Akainu's eyes widened as he felt a strange weight on his shoulder for a second. Enel had just stepped on his shoulder, then simply jumped back on deck, landing behind him. The broken shield seemed to extend from a small handle in Enel's hand. He retracted all of it and quickly turned it into a pristine staff. "We really won't benefit much from fighting like this." Akainu turned around, restraining himself, not wanting to do any more damage to the ship than necessary. He knew that Enel was right. He had somewhat lost himself in anger due to the circumstances, but he knew that if something happened to Enel, Sengoku and Garp would likely cripple him. He had seen it with his own eyes, the amount of importance the two of them put on Enel. It wasn't just that he had a promising future. The three of them got along like three old men in a park, playing chess. Enel was also a symbol for the Marines right now, so harming him in any way would warrant a huge punishment, especially while Enel was supposed to be under his care. Akainu was about to turn around and leave, not wanting to look at Enel anymore, lest his anger got the best of him again. "Say, how about a small contest?" A smile spread upon Enel's lips as he spoke out those words. Chapter 24. A Hunting Competition. He looked at Enel with a raised eyebrow, not quite understanding what Enel was proposing. "I understand that you like being a good boy, and you dislike going against orders, but I think both of us know that this mission is beneath us." Enel's voice rang in an almost melodic tone, as his excitement was rather obvious for Akainu to see. "Huh, this mission may be beneath me, but you are nothing more than a slightly stronger rear admiral. Don't get too complacent, Akainu said as he scoffed a bit at Enel's words. Seriously? Do you really think daily sparring with Garp only puts me at the same level as some random pirate on the New World? Akainu looked away a bit. On one hand, he wanted to say that the old man was likely holding back on Enel, but he had managed to catch a glimpse of one of their matches before departure. Garp was using both hockey and all of his physical strength, while Enel was managing to evade and bat away most of the strikes. Enel had even landed some hits himself, coating his fists with gold, forming a set of gauntlets, and cladding them in hockey as well. The rear admiral still lost that spar, but it wasn't a complete loss. The bout lasted for around 10 minutes. And lasting for 10 minutes against a somewhat serious Garp was something extremely few people in the Marines could do. Let's see. How about we collect as many bounties as we can within a month, then return to Marineford. Whoever has caught the most pirates with the highest bounties wins. Enel's words slightly enraged Akainu once more. We can't just go around doing whatever we want in the New World. We have a mission given to us directly from the Fleet Admiral, Akainu said, his irritated tone making Enel smile even more. We won't be going after actual Yonkos and their crews. We aren't starting a war. But if we want the Marines to prosper, getting rid of more pirates in the New World would be a good start, Enel said as he tapped his staff on the ground. A small strange boat was formed from the gold that came out of his staff. If our strongest just waste their time inside Marineford, we will never gain a proper foothold within the New World. The Yonkos should be the ones intimidated by us. They are the pirates after all. Enel's words somewhat managed to sway Akainu, as the Admiral nodded a bit, agreeing with what was being said. Still, the Admiral still was a bit apprehensive about disrespecting direct orders from his supervisor. You make a point, but what if Sengoku has other plans, and going out like this gets in the way of them? Akainu had somewhat calmed down, asking a rather pertinent question. I will talk to him afterwards. The lower levels of Impel Down will be getting a surplus of new residents. Unfortunately, Enel stepped into the strange golden boat, sitting down on his golden throne-like chair. See you in a month, Admiral Akainu. With that, Enel departed from the marine vessel, completely ignoring the raging storms as his flying ship took to the skies without much build-up, making Akainu's eyes widen a bit. Holdo dash! Akainu shouted, but Enel was already too far away to hear him. Tiling above the clouds is extremely nice, especially during a storm. It wasn't that hard for me to lose the Marines and gain some free time. This whole contest with Akainu is more of an excuse to have some time for myself. It also helps my mental state since I find his presence extremely annoying. I didn't even have any hatred for him at first. His demeanor and actions towards me are the only thing that spurred this distaste I feel for him. If anything happens, this is also Sengoku's fault for sending the two of us on a mission like this. He probably knows that this was an easy mission to send me on, just to get me in the swing of things. But I would classify it as too easy. A pirate that has racked up this much bounty isn't necessarily too strong. From what I've read about him, he is mostly just a menace to society. Sure, he's decent in strength, but someone like Doflamingo would kill him at any time of the day. Still, this is only to clear my head. So I will take him down, along with his crew. The guerrilla pirates, this at least gives me some type of information on their abilities. Probably a Zoan of sorts, but he shouldn't be with Kaido. If he was part of Kaido's army, Sengoku wouldn't have given us this mission. Things are already strained enough in these seas. Starting a war with the beast pirates isn't something the world government wants right now. It's a bit strange how a group of pirates can manage to do so much in this world, from taking over kingdoms to creating armies large enough to threaten the largest authorities of the world. Honestly, if all of the emperors were to join hands, the world government would fall in a matter of weeks. Well, not that all of them would join hands. They have plenty of pride and rivalry between them. I've always wondered if the rivalries between Yonkos were caused by the world government itself. That would be the only way for them to truly control the most dangerous pirates, at least to some extent. If I remember correctly, Big Mom and Kaido did end up teaming up in the end, during the Wano arc in the manga, but they were taken down anyway. They waited too long and other powerful pirates rose to the occasion and took them down. Luffy's sun god fruit was also revealed in that arc. It's a confusing power. It allows him to bend the world to his imagination, giving him absolute freedom. It does make sense for the world government to be afraid of it, especially in the hands of a pirate. I wonder if Shanks knew the true identity of that fruit. I mean, he had sailed with Roger before, so maybe he did. But he never did reach Raftel, so it's hard to say. This world is brewing with conspiracies. So many threads to count that you can easily lose your mind in them. It's easy to observe everything within a screen, but it becomes a lot more real when these schemes have chances of affecting you personally. Well, that doesn't really matter right now. I have quite some time to think about things before actually having to face the world government. Although the clock is ticking, I have to use this opportunity to gain as much experience as possible. I will go after as many powerful pirates as I can. Chapter 25. Hunting Pirates. The guerrilla pirates were traveling the seas, merrily singing and dancing on the deck of their ships. Their spirits were high. They had just managed to ransack another island, getting their hands on plenty of gold and women. Right now their captives were all in cages, awaiting their fates among the cargo on the ship. Many of them were crying, wailing, but their cries weren't heard by anyone, as the pirates partying above made even more sound. Slave trafficking was one of their main businesses, but that didn't mean they didn't get to sample the goods from time to time. Their good mood wasn't even affected by the storm they had just left behind, nor the Marines they had escaped from recently. This time they also did something special. "I can't believe we were able to pull this off, Captain," one of the pirates said to the man known as Branton Kimberly. His nickname was the Gorilla. He had eaten a Zoan devil fruit that gave him the abilities of a silverback ape, and he put it to good use, becoming a pirate and doing whatever he wanted in life. So what if the territory was protected by the Whitebeard pirates? No one was there to defend it anyway. Another of the pirates present on deck said with a laugh, "Hee. There's no reason to worry about it now. They have no way of finding us on the high seas." The pirates continued talking among themselves, with the captain just listening. In the end, Branton smacked down the bottle he was drinking from on the deck, making it creak in response. "Who cares about Whitebeard? He's nothing more than an old man. Even if he were to come, I wouldn't be afraid of him." The captain boasted without any regard for who could hear him. The crew started laughing in response. Whether it was the alcohol or the high they were riding on, they all trusted their captain's words. "Oh!" A calm voice descended upon them, a cold tone that managed to make their spines shiver. "I didn't realize I was hunting down a big shot. Woe is me." All of the pirates looked above. A man sitting on a golden throne, looking down at them with a bored expression, was what greeted them. His most prominent feature was his long earlobes, which he twirled in boredom. "The plot thickens. So you all decided to attack Whitebeard's turf. This complicates things a bit. Would you look at that, a Marine? You must have some balls, coming to us with that much gold on you." One of the pirates shouted as he took out his saber. The captain also looked up, his eyes filled with greed as he noticed the ship Enel was on. He was a bit startled by Enel's unexpected appearance, but he calmed down when seeing that Enel was just a rear admiral. "It seems the newcomer wants to donate some gold to us," the captain said as his body seemed to start transforming, growing hair as his muscles became more defined. "I wanted to just destroy the ship and watch them fight the sea, but I can't with hostages aboard. I don't want to further harm the people Whitebeard is supposed to protect." Enel thought to himself while stroking his chin in contemplation, completely ignoring the rowdy pirates below him. With a sweep of his hand, the ship below him was completely absorbed into his staff, as he landed on the deck of the ship, among the pirates that had already drawn their weapons. Enel could see that some of them were actually using haki, albeit only around 3 or 4, so they could technically injure him if they got the chance. A shout was heard, and before any of them could react, the golden staff in Enel's hand hit the deck of the ship, impaling itself in it. Branton looked at Enel warily. Unfortunately, no one in his crew had any proficiency in observation haki, so they were unable to find out what was about to happen. "Got you!" One of the pirates shouted as his haki-coated saber was cutting the air, going for Enel's head right away. Just as the pirate's blade was about to reach Enel, dozens of golden tendrils broke through the deck of the ship, impaling all of the pirates that were close to the rear admiral. The fight soon turned into a frenzy, with the pirates now being impaled and thrown around, pushing many of the crew into the sea. Enel didn't move from his landing position. He just spread his observation hockey around the ship and prepared for the actual fight to start. Branton was panicking. He wasn't expecting to run into such a powerful rear admiral, but he wasn't about to lose all of his crew to just one man. He quickly rushed at Enel, fully transformed into a silverback ape. As the wooden deck underneath him cracked and broke with his great force, he tore through the golden tendrils, shielding Enel with excessive ease. Branton's entire body was completely coated in a thick coat of armament hockey. The gold didn't have any chance of stopping that. Enel smiled when sensing this. He twirled to the side, narrowly dodging the punch of the pirate. Branton didn't stop there, though. Missing the punch, he quickly swiped towards Enel. The rear admiral jumped backwards, the golden tendrils parting ways as he passed through. A small golden thread tied to one of his wrists allowed him to continue controlling the gold around Branton. The other pirates were quick to try and take advantage of Enel's retreat, many of them trying to stab at his turn back. Now, this would be a good time to mention the fact that Enel's accessories were all condensed with enough gold to be turned into anything in case his staff wasn't in his hands. With a flick of the wrist, Enel's rings turned into spikes, impaling the people that had gathered around him. Branton was quick on his tail, his hockey-clad arms tearing through even more golden tendrils to reach him. Enel just smiled at that. His golden rings quickly turned into a set of ornate golden gauntlets with spiked knuckles, which then turned completely black. Branton's fist was met with Enel's in that instant. He smiled as he was completely confident in his strength. What he didn't expect was the sickening crack, followed by a feeling of numbness spreading throughout his arm. He was sent flying backwards into the golden tendrils, which quickly turned into spikes. Branton managed to cover his back in hockey in time, but not before he was impaled by one of them. With a grunt, he broke the spike and looked at Enel with hate. Looking to his side, he could see his arm limply, hanging there, broken and bent at an odd angle. Sorry if I went too hard. Sparring with Garp so often somewhat skewed my expectations for others as well. Enel said as the blackened gold gauntlets he wore didn't even seem to have a dent on them. Branton realized, at this moment, that he was dealing with an actual monster, and the pirates that were under him had about the same reaction. Unfortunately, they didn't have anywhere to run. Enel appeared in front of the captain at blinding speeds. Branton was about to open his mouth to attempt some type of bargain, but he was silenced by something. Enel's fist delivered a straight shot, right into Branton's face, caving it in and sending him flying through the golden wall behind him. The rest of the pirates didn't last long either. Enel just stood there with a smile on his face as he hummed his way towards the fallen figure of the pirate captain. He had already taken his staff back, and with a thought, he turned that staff into an executioner's spear, swinging it down and beheading the pirate without any hesitation. I don't feel like carrying the entire body back to Marineford. This is a good start for the contest, though. It was nice fighting someone other than Sengoku and Garp for a change. At this point, I've gained a lot of proficiency in fighting without just throwing around lightning beams everywhere. Some might argue that throwing around lightning beams is pretty effective, and they'd be right, but I feel that diversifying my skill set would prepare me for any situation down the line. I've also managed to put my lackluster MMA skills to good use. They were fun when fighting Garp, but the old Vice Admiral is quite impossible to catch in a hold, as he can brute force his way OT of it at any time. It's a bit odd, having to carry around a pirate's head, but at least I was able to find a sack to hold it in. Now, I've reached an issue. On this ship of the guerrilla pirates are around 30 to 40 hostages, all being held in cages. I can't exactly just leave them to die down there, so I should probably head there and free them, at the very least. At least that's what I wanted to do, until I felt a figure quickly approaching the ship. Looking in the distance, I can see a blue flaming bird flying toward me at breakneck speeds. Of course, someone from Whitebeard's crew would appear. Chapter 26. Marco the Phoenix. Marco followed the Vivre card he had on him all the way to the ship of the guerrilla pirates. The anger in his eyes burned brighter than the blue flames that constructed his body. The Whitebeard crew wasn't quite prepared for something like this to happen. Pirates usually avoided their territories like the plague. But sometimes an insane pirate still tried his luck in some way. That was why Whitebeard created methods for them to be alerted whenever an attack happened. This time, one of the prisoners on the ship was connected to the Vivre card that Marco was tracing. Usually, he would be with the rest of his platoon, but their captain/Father Whitebeard wasn't feeling very well, so Marco decided to just deal with the issue himself. He was the first mate. After all, he was more than capable of taking care of some nameless nobodies in the New World. What he didn't expect was to see the ship completely still in the middle of the sea, and to see pirates being thrown into the sea. Marco's eyes turned into slits as he rushed the ship even faster, worrying for the passengers on board. What he didn't expect to see was a Marine Rear Admiral, sitting on a golden chair and looking at him with a calm smile. Marco stopped above the ship and looked down at Enel with confusion. It didn't take long for Enel to start speaking to the flying bird. "Marco, I wasn't expecting you to come this fast. I was after the guerrilla pirates, but I guess they didn't have long left to live by the looks of it," Enel said as he crossed his legs and looked at Marco with the same calm smile. "Who are you?" Marco wasn't exactly about to entertain Enel. He was still trying to assess the situation. Finding a chatty Marine among a mound of dead pirates didn't really paint too nice a portrait for him. "Oh, that was rude of me. My name is Enel. Pleased to make your acquaintance." Enel stood up from his golden chair. Marco looked at the Marine with narrowed eyes, transforming into his hybrid form and looking at Enel without any fear. "Enel." Marco searched his mind for a bit. He knew the most prominent Marines. It didn't take long for him to realize who the man in front of him was. Enel's feat of fighting garb was already well known. He was the Marines' newest Rear Admiral and someone that Sengoku tried to make the face of all new recruits. "So you're that Enel, huh? Figured you'd be more of a righteous Marine by the way the newspapers painted ya." Marco finally landed on the deck of the ship. There was still plenty of weariness in his gaze, but he wasn't attacking, which Enel took as a good sign. "What makes you think I'm not?" Enel asked, as his smile turned upwards with a tinge of amusement. "Well, for one, you would have attacked me by now. You don't seem scared by me, so I doubt you'd be too frightened to act. What are you trying to gain, Enel?" Marco kept his distance from Enel, but his gaze was fixed upon the Rear Admiral, the enigma that was the most prominent recruit within the Marines, standing out just enough to shock the world, but not enough to be taken seriously by the major powers of the world. Exactly how Enel had originally planned it. Although some things could have gone better, like his relationship with Akainu, not all things were always going to go his way, and that was just the way life went. He wasn't about to start pretending to be someone else. It was already annoying enough that he was suppressing his powers. Who knows? The prisoners are downstairs. Pretty sure you already know that. They are the only reason this ship isn't already exploring the ocean's depths. Enel slowly turned around, tapping the gold chair with his golden staff. The chair was quickly swallowed up by the staff, making Marco narrow his eyes slightly. Some type of gold, no metal manipulation, likely a paramecia? Pretty versatile by the looks of it. Marco instantly surmised Enel's power from that small reveal. "How generous of you. I'll deal with them. I'd recommend you leave this place now, Enel." Marco would have tried to make a move on the Marine under normal circumstances, if only to test the newest Marine star. But the situation didn't really allow for that. The prisoners downstairs were still bound and helpless. If they were to start fighting, the ship would almost surely sink. Which was why Marco didn't want to fight the Rear Admiral now, of course. "Wouldn't want to wait for the whale to come here, huh?" Enel said, his calm smile not disappearing. He made an obvious reference to Whitebeard's flagship, the Moby Dick. Marco didn't react much, only continuing to carefully gaze at Enel's back as he prepared to leave. His staff quickly turned into a flying ship, and Enel sat on the only chair of that vessel. "Well, till next time, Phoenix," Enel said, as his small ship quickly took to the skies, surprising Marco slightly. "So he can also fly?" Marco thought to himself in confusion. No. It seems more like a machine that he creates using his devil fruit. That ship must have a special engine that works with his powers. Still, the newest Marine star is pretty shady. Pops will be pretty amused by this turn of events. Marco then continued with his business, going towards the lower deck of the ship in order to free the prisoners. I'm rather glad Marco isn't a violent individual. Otherwise, he might have even ignored the fact that there were other people on that ship and just attacked me. To be fair, I doubt I would have won against him, just like I know I can't beat Akainu and the other admirals right now. I would still be able to flee, but that applies to most situations. It gives me quite a bit of serenity, knowing that I can pretty much escape from most situations. I've not yet met Kizaru, but I'm sure I could also lose him. I don't know why, but he seems to only be able to fly in straight lines by reflecting off surfaces. So I should be able to run away from him if I turn into a lightning bolt and travel through the clouds for a while. So this was my first meeting with the Whitebeard pirates, and it didn't go that bad. At least I didn't end up having to fight with my allies. Well, they don't know we are allies yet, but they will eventually. I'm starting to think in odd ways. I should get back to hunting down pirates. I will also have to practice the other 6 powers in my spare time. I want to at least master one of them before returning to Marineford. I think I'll pick Reincarnated. I really do need more attacking techniques under my belt if I want to get some versatility in my fighting style. Reincarnated is also something I can combine with my Devil Fruit to some extent. More specifically, I can combine it with the metal controlling aspect of my Devil Fruit. It won't be easy to master, but it will surely take enemies by surprise if used under the right circumstances. Something else has been bothering me lately. I've somehow not yet been investigated by the Chipper Paul. I was expecting to see an agent or two while I was in Marineford. I doubt the world government trusts Sengoku to the extent that they won't even bother to check up on me personally. I made sure to not show a lot about my power, so as to not stand out too much to the people that truly matter. Regardless of that, I'm sure plenty of them have taken notice of me. It can't be helped though. I can't pretend to be a recruit and hope I get access to the 6 powers and armament hockey instructors instantly. Using my special ability called Common Sense, such a thing wouldn't even be possible. That would take years, and I don't feel like waiting years. Especially since a great war is already brewing. Chapter 27. Plotting and Beast Pirates. As Enel ignored his initial mission and took to cleaning up the seas, another storm was brewing. Doflamingo had been paying close attention to all news regarding Enel, as he had plans to take his revenge at some point. He wasn't discouraged by hearing that Enel fought Garp. He knew that the marine hero was definitely holding back. He was pondering on how exactly to take him down, but he couldn't quite do it himself, nor could he send his people to do it. If he or his people openly killed a high-ranking Marine, then his status as a warlord was going to get revoked without any doubt. He didn't really care much for that status, but it did provide him with quite a bit of protection with his business in Dressrosa. At least it guaranteed that no government agency would get involved in his business. As long as he remained secretive enough with his dealings and crimes, he could get away with anything. As Doflamingo stood there, pondering how to deal with Enel, one of his associates seemed to get an idea. Why not just contact someone from the Beast Pirates? An extremely high-pitched voice came out of a mountain of a man. Pika was the one to propose such a thing. As one of the top 3 officers of the Don Quixote pirates, he had enough knowledge on who they could call upon. Doflamingo pondered that suggestion for a moment. Their dealings with the Beast Pirates were all going well until now, so they would definitely agree if it was just hunting down a random rear admiral. The Beast Pirates' captain was Kaido after all. That man didn't fear any marine or government. But Kaido wasn't the only notable figure in the crew. They were all a strong and extremely dangerous group of pirates, especially the top brass. That might actually work. I received word that Enel is out hunting some nameless pirates, a rowdy bunch that seem to make a lot of trouble wherever they go. So we also know his general location on the seas. Doflamingo became more and more excited the more he thought about it. Dealing with him won't be easy though. We might have to pay extra to call a higher rank from the Beast Pirates in order to kill him, Pika said as he scratched his chin a bit. Pika had no way of knowing what Enel's strength was, but he could easily surmise the level he had reached, both from rumors and from Doflamingo's tellings of his meeting with the Marine. They knew that he was somewhere at the level of a vice admiral, extremely specialized in speed, from the way he had taken Doflamingo by surprise. I think I have the perfect candidate. Doflamingo said eerily as a devious smile spread on his lips. Time skipped 3 weeks. The seas were calm for the jackal pirates. They had just entered the new world, happily looking forwards to their future as pirates in the most dangerous sea in the world. Their captain had managed to rack up a bounty of 90 million in the first half of the Grand Line, and his 2 heads each had around 80 million on their heads. The 3 of them all had Zoan devil fruits, and all of them were dog models. Nothing special in the grand scheme of things, but it still put them above most other people, at least in physical strength and endurance. They all had big dreams. They wanted to join the beast pirates and rise in the rankings there. It was their goal in the new world, as not associating with a greater power made things exceedingly difficult in some parts of the new world. Captain, when are we heading for Kaido's territory? I can barely wait to join up with such a legendary figure. One of the crewmates spoke in excitement. The captain just smiled. We're going there soon. Keep sailing, you scum. The captain had absolutely no intention of keeping his crew with him. He knew that they were all just weaklings. They didn't even have any Zoan devil fruits. Only the 3 of them were going to join the beast pirates. They were going to forge forward and reach the top. At least that was what they were dreaming about. Out of nowhere, a large storm started brewing. Fuck sake. The Grand Line is merciless as always. One of the captain's heads spoke up, looking up at the sky with a frustrated gaze. Shut up and get to work. We need to get out of this storm. And Kadash, the captain's words were silenced by something. A large lightning beam descended from the clouds, completely swallowing up half of his ship, including the people on it. The second the beam ended, the captain's eyes widened as he saw that half of his ship was completely missing. Shit. Hold on. What the fuck is this? The seawater around them was now building, having been heated up to an extreme by that lightning beam. The people that had fallen into the water were struggling and dying rapidly. The half of the ship that remained quickly started sinking. The only people that were still managing to hold on to the ship were the devil fruit users. They also didn't bother to save any one of their crew. A large whirlpool quickly formed in the place where the lightning beam had fallen, making the scenery look almost apocalyptic. Really? A natural disaster. The devil fruit users quickly used their power to rush to the top of the ship, trying their best to avoid the water. Wow. I didn't expect you guys to struggle so much. A voice was heard from the skies. Looking up, the captain saw a figure flying on a golden ship, looking down at them while laying in what looked like a golden beach chair. The captain also noticed a large sack behind the strange man. Please help us. We'll repay you. The captain was quick to start begging for help, knowing that their chances of survival were extremely small. That was when he noticed Enel's coat. A marine. That was when his hopes died. Enel then lifted his finger and pointed it down at the pirates. A small tendril of gold appeared from the ship and swiped towards the pirates. It released a large flying slash that managed to cut the captain in 2. The half of the ship they were standing on was also split in 2, right down the middle. More golden tendrils expanded from the ship, killing the other 2 pirates in a similar fashion, then reaching down to grab their corpses. Enel then got up and collected their heads, placing them all in the sack that was behind him, half a head in the captain's case. It's been a while since I've used my devil fruit like this. I really felt like letting off some steam. I doubt some nameless newbie pirates would have given me much fighting experience anyway. They didn't even seem like they knew hockey. I've already hunted a lot of pirates. I've not really bothered taking them alive, but that's because I have nowhere to store prisoners. I did take all of their heads as proof of their bounties. At this point, I'm pretty sure I racked up at least 8 to 9 billion in bounties from a lot of different pirate groups. I've actually run out of all of the bounty posters I collected from the Marine base, so I might have to go back a bit earlier than expected. I've at least managed to gain some mastery over Rankyaku. Turns out it's one of the simpler techniques if your body is strong enough to handle it. I was able to combine it with metal manipulation without much issue. When I manipulate metal, it basically becomes a part of me as I run electricity through it. It's only temporary though. Regardless, I should probably start heading back to base. I doubt Akainu participated in this contest, so he should probably be back to a base already. I don't want Sengoku to start worrying or something, so I'll just head there right now. Shouldn't take longer than a few days with the speed of my ship. Well, I wanted to escape, but I feel a rather strange ship approaching me. I can sense it from the distance. The beast pirates are here. More specifically, a large ship with a giant mammoth head as a figurehead for the ship. I remember this specific ship, one of the beast pirate ships, the mammoth. Were the nobodies I killed supposed to meet up with them? Why are they in this part of the sea anyway? More specifically, why is Jack the Drought, one of Kaido's 3 closest confidants, here? Chapter 28, Jack the Draft. I can't believe that dog, Heavenly Yaksha, is paying so much for a single fucking rear admiral. Jack, one of the strongest pirates within Kaido's crew, laughed his lungs out with his crew as their ship sailed the seas. He was a man of large stature, towering over all of his crewmates even when sitting down and drinking from a barrel. Jack was a giant grouper fishman. Unlike most fishmen, his pale skin is identical to that of a human. He was immensely muscular, but his limbs are disproportionately small when compared to his enormous torso. He was wearing a metallic jaw mask and had a pair of horns on each side of his head. His blonde hair was worn in a ponytail and a pair of long braids. The giant man had decided to go after Enel's head, and he and his crew had been after Enel for around 2 weeks by this point. They had happened to be in the area and decided to look for him and claim the bounty that the Heavenly Yaksha, which is Doflamingo's nickname in the underworld, had placed on his head. Doflamingo had contacted them directly when realizing that they were in the area for some business related to the smile fruits. Jack instantly accepted the contract when hearing that they only had to deal with a rookie rear admiral. The giant man didn't seem to care about him being some rising star of the Marines. He also didn't take Doflamingo's warnings very seriously. Why would he take a measly warlord seriously after all? In truth, Doflamingo himself wasn't that much weaker than Jack. The two of them excelled in different things. Some would even say that Doffy was stronger in many aspects. Jack could tank a lot of damage, and his armament hockey was stronger. But Doflamingo also had decent mastery over hockey, as well as Conqueror's hockey. His devil fruit was a lot more versatile, and he had a lot more mobility. If Jack was a bit more intelligent, then he may have been more informed on such things. But to him, just seeing Doflamingo's low bounty and warlord status sealed the deal. He had always been a stubborn individual. His pride was also large enough to not allow him to register a rear admiral as a threat. Without much warning, a storm started kicking up. Jack wasn't really worried, though. His ship was extremely sturdy and could survive any storm. In the distance, he could see a group of newbie pirates being destroyed by the harsh weather of the New World. He laughed out loud at that, finding joy in their suffering. Although that strange beam of lightning did somewhat unnerve him, he didn't pay it much attention. The leader of the New World was extremely hostile most of the time. It didn't shock him that such a thing would be possible. Due to his lacking knowledge, he also believed that he wouldn't be in any danger regardless, as he had absolute trust in his defenses and didn't think a stray bolt of lightning would defeat him. "Captain, we can see it. The golden ship of that rear admiral." One of Jack's crewmates spoke up with excitement in his voice. At this point, it was well known in the underworld that Enel piloted some type of odd golden ship with the use of his devil fruit. This was because he had used it repeatedly when hunting pirates. Jack looked in the distance with a bored gaze, as Enel finished off the unfortunate pirates that had been stranded on the sea. Jack's excitement grew, as he realized that Enel likely carried the bounties he had collected with him, which meant that he was carrying around quite the treasure. "Perfect. All of you, follow his ship. He's done for." Jack spoke out to his entire crew, unaware of the fact that Enel could hear every single thing that was being said on his ship. Enel looked at the mammoth as it approached. He pondered on what to do. On one hand, he wasn't exactly afraid of fighting Jack. He was relatively sure that he'd win. But on the other, winning would also mean possibly instigating a war with the beast pirates. Enel needed the war of the best to start for his plan to work, so capturing Jack at this moment would only be counterintuitive. Starting a conflict with the beast pirates right before the war with Whitebeard pirates would either postpone the war or stop it altogether. So, Enel could under no circumstance capture Jack or collect his bounty. But how would anything be traced to him if Jack simply vanished? Enel smiled at that thought. Even if Jack was known to be looking for him right now, no one in the Beast Pirates would believe that a rear admiral was strong enough to take him down. It would take a while for them to investigate Jack's whereabouts, so Enel would have plenty of time for his plans to work. Therefore, Enel made up his mind to have his first serious fight with a person that was at the top of the world in terms of strength. Well, at least in the top 30. Enel didn't move, as he watched Jack's ship approaching him with a smile on his lips. The ship eventually stopped before getting too close to the whirlpool that Enel had created. So Enel himself decided to go greet Jack. In an instant, he appeared in the mammoth's figurehead, looking at the crew with a calm smile. "Hello there. Strange to see the beast pirates around these parts, kind of far from Wano country, aren't we?" Enel stepped on the deck of the ship with confidence, shocking most of the pirates present. No one had expected Enel to have this much courage. They expected to have to chase him down and corner him somewhere, but they weren't exactly displeased. "Ha ha ha, the Marine is coming to us by himself. Suicidal bastard," one of the pirates said with a sadistic smile on his face. "Let's not judge him, boys. He's already prepared himself to die. Might as well give him what he wants," Jack said, not even bothering to sit up. He continued drinking sake from his barrel without any concern. He didn't bother thinking about how Enel had reached them so quickly, and very few on the ship were worried about that. Jack wasn't a friendly individual. He was a ruthless person even to the ones he called allies. But the crewmates could at least trust his strength, and that he could deal with most situations easily. Therefore, everyone on the ship laughed mockingly, as they looked at Enel like predators looked at their prey. Enel laughed along a bit, the calm smile on his face not changing even once. He then clapped his hands once. The clouds stirred in frustration, and the world roared with anger. A storm the likes of which the beast pirates had never seen soon descended on them. A lightning bolt struck each pirate on the ship, right on their head. Many were killed instantly. Only the ones that were more careful and managed to use armament hockey in time survived. But they were unconscious and left with severe burns. Jack instantly got up when seeing that. His gaze turned serious as the bodies of his crewmates hit the ground. It had only taken an instant for all of his crewmates to fall down defeated. They were all weaklings by Jack's standards, but people in the first half of the New World shouldn't have been able to defeat them so easily. He didn't care about them, not by any scope of the imagination. But he now realized that the rear admiral in front of him would prove to be a bit more troublesome than he initially had expected. Chapter 29. Fighting a Top Power. Ever since coming to this world, I wanted to witness it, the strength that this world's best wield. I've never been much of a battle junkie, but I was always fascinated by fighting. I even trained as a fighter, although not for a very long time. To be fair, all of my time was consumed by my main profession, so I barely had time for working out, let alone practicing MMA every day. It hasn't been long since I've come to this world. Maybe around 5 months if you put it all together. I trained like a madman in the first 3 months, doing my best to get my body up to snuff in order to properly use the speed that my devil fruit gives me in combat. Even now, I am far from being able to use actual light speed when attacking with my staff. I don't know if I'll ever be. But I am still able to go faster than most people, excluding Kizaru and maybe the Yonkos and Yonka level fighters that weren't touched much on the show. People like Shanks and his crew, and even Mihawk are enigmas, and I have no way of knowing how I compare to them. I can always constantly toss around lightning with no regard for anything. I probably win most conflicts with that regardless. That was also what the old Enel had been doing, mostly. But what happens when I eventually run into someone that can resist my ranged attacks for long enough to get close to me? What if someone like Kaido, in his full dragon form, appears? I'm sure that monster can tank quite a few hits. He was specifically known to be annoyingly durable. Hell, Garp himself would probably be able to withstand quite a few hits with his legendary armament hockey. That's why I decided that it's best to work on my body, to make up for my weak points by completely eliminating them. I'll leave the sack of heads that I collected on a piece of floating wood somewhere farther away from the beast pirate's ship. Unfortunately, I don't think I'll be able to do much if I also have to worry about the other beast pirates present. So I'll take them out of the fight early on. Jack himself isn't someone I have any confidence in beating without the full use of my devil fruit. but I need to at least see how long I can hang on before going all out. I want to test how far I've truly come against an enemy at a higher level than myself. If I want to improve my hockey, then this is the only way to do it. So, the two figures stood face to face as the rain hit both of their bodies. Jack the Drought far surpassed Enel in height, being around 8.3 meters, 27 feet 3 inches, in height when standing straight. He looked down at the rear admiral with a curious gaze. All of his crew members falling at once didn't bother him. He was much stronger than them. What bothered him was how Enel did it. The reports said something about a metal manipulation devil fruit of sorts. Jack muttered as he remembered bits and pieces from the file Doflamingo sent him regarding Enel. He sneered a bit as he now realized that likely all of the information he received was wrong. He decided that he would bring it up later with Doflamingo to squeeze more money out of him. Well, they aren't entirely wrong, Enel said as he started twirling his staff to his side, waiting to see what Jack was going to do. Heh, bullshit. Jack quickly took out his two curved blades from his tusks. He looked at Enel with a hint of excitement. Lightning boy, you better not disappoint me. The huge man rushed Enel with the greatest speed he could muster, a speed that Enel considered quite lackluster. Jack swung one of his blades down with a lot of strength. Enel simply sidestepped the attack and jumped on the top of the blade. With his superior speed, he ran up Jack's blade, as well as his arm. Enel had reached the pirate's head in an instant. Jack's eyes widened as he noticed Enel's speed a bit too late. His staff was tilted backwards as Enel struck the large man with his staff, using all of his strength and momentum in one blow. Jack's head moved back a bit as the mouthpiece that he was wearing cracked. Small pieces of metal spread around the deck of the ship. Enel quickly jumped backwards as Jack took a step back and regained his bearings. The large pirate rubbed his jaw a bit as he looked at his adversary with a bit of anger. You little bastard! With a grunt, he swung both of his blades towards Enel. The entire ship trembled as Jack let his rage control whatever reasoning he had before. Enel used his staff to push himself backwards, extending it into a tendril in the same process. The golden tendril wrapped around Jack's attacks, forming a spear point at its head and going directly for the large pirate's chest. Jack scoffed as his chest turned completely black. As if a puny attack like that can pierce my skin. The golden spear point seemed to struggle against Jack's skin as sparks arose from it. Enel scowled a bit as he pulled his staff back, bringing the tendril back to him. Or at least he tried to. Jack quickly grabbed onto that tendril when noticing Enel's intentions. Running away? I don't think so, you little shrimp. He quickly pulled on the golden tendril, not allowing Enel to move one step, as his other arm was already swinging a curved blade towards Enel. In truth, Enel could have always just let go of the staff, or simply detached the part that Jack was holding onto, but he decided to take a different approach. With a small twirl, he channeled lightning into his staff. Jack's body was completely paralyzed just as he was about to hit Enel. Jack himself felt his muscles spasm as the gold he was holding electrified him and burnt his palm a bit. The gold itself was being melted by the high amount of electricity soaring through it. Enel didn't stop there, though. He quickly wrapped that molten gold around the giant's arm, completely using up his staff as he only had a small string of gold left tied to his wrist. He continued to run electricity into Jack's body as the pirate shouted out loud and tried to power through the attack. Enel noticed that he had managed to finally regain control over his body. Enel crouched under Jack's blade as it came striking into the deck of the ship once more. That strike managed to sever Enel's connection to the gold as well, giving Jack some breathing space. Enel kicked slightly upwards at Jack's outstretched hand, and a flying slash rushed towards the heavily muscled arm, only to be stopped by Jack's thick muscles and armament hockey. The flying slash was deflected upwards and hit the main mast of the ship, cutting it in two as part of it fell onto the ship, creating further tremors. At this point, Enel noticed that the ship they were on simply wouldn't be able to last for long if they kept going. But he didn't want to stop yet. With a grunt, his rings and accessories turned into the same ornate golden spiked gauntlets, which then quickly turned completely black. Enel was quick to arrive in front of the giant that was still recovering from the previous attack. With a shout, he started punching Jack's chest with fervor. Each punch seemed to push the rain away slightly. Each punch was faster than the last. Jack was slowly being pushed back, but his chest was still barely even getting scratched. Enel got a sense of danger then. He quickly used Saru and disappeared from Jack's range, as the pirate slammed both of his hands in his previous location. One of the hands was still covered in molten gold, which at this point also turned black. "You little coward! I dare you to try and face me!" Jack was beyond enraged. Enel had dodged every single one of his attacks. There was simply no way for him to touch the rear admiral. Enel smiled a bit. "Fine, I'll take you on." Enel decided to finally try to take an attack with his body, knowing that he would never improve his armament hockey fast enough if he simply dodged everything. Jack flashed him a crazed smile. He brought both of his hands above his head and brought them down in a violent manner. Enel turned his arms upwards, both of them coated in hockey and clad in gold, attempting to stop the giant's attack. The second Jack's fists made contact with Enel's palms. A shockwave was released that seemed to almost push the clouds away. Enel could feel his bones cracking as the golden gauntlets that protected him almost immediately burst. The ship underneath him cracked uncomfortably. He then felt himself falling. The deck of the ship had finally given way. The part underneath him broke and he was sent tumbling to a lower level. Jack laughed out loud as he looked at Enel's state. "Haha, you weren't that much after a dash." His words were stopped by something heavy. He was kicked to the side of his temple. Enel had suddenly appeared beside him, taking him by surprise and sending him flying through the other 3 masts that were still standing on the ship. And with that, the ship was already almost done. With regret in his mind, Enel looked in the distance at Jack. His eyes held a calm gaze as he studied his opponent one last time. His kick had managed to deal some damage. Jack's mouthguard was completely off. His temple was bleeding slightly, and there was blood coming out of his nose as well. Enel sighed regrettably. In the end, he wouldn't get to see much of Jack going all out. Jack himself wasn't expecting Enel to be able to hurt him at any point. He had only landed a single hit, and now his entire arm had slight burns on it, and he was also kicked rather heavily in a moment of carelessness. The injuries were still nothing to the large pirate, though. He used his free arm to quickly peel off the molten gold from his skin. Without the electricity coursing through it, it was also starting to cool off. While pulling off the gold, he also pulled off some skin from the parts of his arm that were somewhat burnt. Armament hockey had protected him from having his entire arm burn off. Jack scowled at the gold as he tossed it on the ground. He hadn't expected such a high temperature to come from mere gold. Enel's powers were getting more and more confusing for him as he glared at the rear admiral hatefully. It was rather unfortunate that he had no way of knowing gold's melting temperature, which was comparable to that of magma. Enel could have gone much further, but he stopped as he still wanted to keep using his staff, and gold was rather expensive. After all, gold was one of the few metals that could evaporate under high enough temperatures. "A rather sorry set of circumstances you seem to find yourself in." Enel mocked Jack a bit, as he wondered how to end the fight properly. One of his arms shook slightly, but Enel was otherwise uninjured. The ship broke at the perfect point, which made Jack's only landed hit rather ineffective. "I don't want to hear that from a little rat that can only dodge around. If you let me hit you once more, you are dead," Jack shouted, enraged by Enel's words. "Maybe your words would have more of an intimidation factor if you actually had any chance of hitting me by yourself." Enel ended up crouching down on a broken part of the mast as he calmly looked at Jack. "I could keep fighting this guy for a few days, and I still won't get any closer to killing him at this rate. At least not by going this easy on him." Jack was enraged even further when seeing Enel's relaxed attitude, but he took a deep breath, and he calmed himself down. He quickly rushed at Enel with his greatest speed. He brought down his sword towards Enel. This time his gaze was a lot more focused as his blade turned completely black. Enel flexed his left leg, preparing to simply dodge to the side again. That was when he noticed it. The moment he flexed his leg, Jack's attack shifted more to the right, attempting to cut off his head as he was dodging. Jack was finally taking things more seriously. He actually started using observation hockey, something that was impossible to survive without against an opponent faster than yourself. Enel let his body go soft as he looked at Jack's blackened blade almost reaching the space between his brows, aiming to split him in half. Jack smiled sadistically as he looked at his blade sink into his enemy, completely splitting him in two as dust and splinters spread everywhere on the ship. At this point, the mammoth, Jack's ship, was already starting to sink. Jack released a boisterous laugh as he was about to retrieve his blade and turn around. Then he felt a strange weight on his blade. His gaze turned towards his opponent again, only to see Enel squatting on his blade in a relaxed manner. Jack took a step back, making Enel fall off his blade. Future sight. Well, it's not perfect, but using armament hockey won't work with me. At least not when using such obvious patterns. The last part was left unsaid. Enel had parted his body right at the moment Jack had attacked, making it look like he had been split in half by the hockey-clad blade. Jack might have had the stronger armament hockey, but Enel's observation was also leagues above that of Jack. If things continued like this, they'd be in a stalemate for who knows how long. Enel was also smart enough to realize that. It's about time I end this. Chapter 30. Real Unnatural Disaster. In the first place, someone of his level would be extremely difficult to deal with, so it's only normal that the situation would turn into a stalemate. This has gone quite a lot better than I had expected, but I was still unable to deal any significant damage. Some small burns along the arm and a few bruises aren't anything to someone like Jack. To actually damage him, I have to go all out. I've already gotten a bit more perspective into where I stand in this fight. My armament hockey has no way of overcoming his. Most of my hits were rather ineffective because of that. And attacking with gold isn't very effective in the first place, especially since I can't even coat my weapons with armament yet. So I'll rely on my devil fruit from now on, at least to end this fight. I'm curious about how much he can withstand. In that second, any notion of holding back disappeared. Enel took to the skies, ignoring Jack's surprise as he looked down on the sinking ship that the large pirate was on. I won't lie to you. I was expecting a lot more from someone of your level, but I guess you weren't anything special in the end, Enel said as he pointed his finger towards the gold that was on the deck. A lightning tendril seemed to extend to it at speeds that Jack could barely follow with his observation hockey. The gold rose from the ground and got pulled straight at Enel. The gold then circled around Enel, forming a large circle floating behind him. A pair of golden drums reminiscent of the ones he had when he came to this world. This time, they weren't attached to him, merely floating behind him, spinning slowly as they seemed to release endless arcs of pure lightning, overcharging the stormy skies even further. Jack looked at the scene with clenched fists. He was unsure of what was coming next, but he finally figured out that his enemy wasn't going to hold back anymore. He had seen Enel take out his crew in the beginning. He knew that attacking physically wasn't the only thing Enel could do. But now that he was faced with Enel going all out, he was unsure if he was supposed to feel gratified or terrified. Don't think I'll go down this easy. Jack instantly shook his head, disregarding that last thought with a scowl on his face. He immediately started transforming, taking on the appearance of a gargantuan orange-haired mammoth. It doesn't matter what you do. You won't ever get through my defenses. He also covered his body in a thick layer of armament, making him look like a black-haired mammoth. It was the strongest defense he could muster, and something that he had complete confidence in. Enel looked down with a smile. Defense is your strongest point after all? I wonder how you'll fare against something like this. Enel's hand pointed upwards, as the storm clouds seemed to gather above the ship. The lightning in all of the overcharged clouds quickly started gathering in one single point, a sphere of electricity that seemed to be radiating enough heat to make Jack sweat from a distance. More and more lightning kept gathering at that point, and the sphere grew more and more in size and density. After around 15 seconds, the sphere itself was large enough to cover an entire island. It completely dwarfed the mammoth. At this point, Jack realized that feeling scared might have been a bit more accurate for the situation. Try and survive. Maybe you have a chance? But your ship sure doesn't. Enel then clenched his fist and brought his hand down in a violent motion. The lightning sphere seemed to get compressed, becoming a completely purple ball of plasma. The sphere of lightning descended on Jack and his ship. Jack roared as he prepared to take the attack head-on. Although compressed, The sphere was still larger than Jack's ship, completely engulfing it. Dodging wasn't even an option. The attack descended on him at lightning speed, and Jack was surrounded on all sides by the sea. Even the ship he was on was already half sunk. The sphere expanded in an explosion that seemed to swallow up the sea for kilometers all around it. The sound of the raging thunder seemed to dwarf that of Jack's screaming voice. The sphere didn't stop when hitting the surface of the sea. It continued downwards, hitting the bed of the sea and evaporating all of the water underneath it. Enel looked on, as the sphere of lightning he had created evaporated the seawater around them, boiling it and creating tsunamis on all sides. Enel's eyes quickly widened when noticing the waves and tides rising as high as the clouds. My hard-earned bounties. He quickly dashed towards where he had left the sack filled with heads. Thankfully, the tsunamis had yet to reach it. He grabbed the sack and flew with it above the clouds. Enel then sat down on a cloud and sighed in tiredness. Such a large attack wasn't exactly easy to pull off. It had taken quite a bit of stamina from him. Still, he could keep fighting regardless of that, if there was a need to anyway. The tsunami of boiling water seemed to almost reach his feet. It seemed determined to flip the seas upside down as it continued its journey. The sphere of lightning finally dispersed after a full minute, leaving a large hole in the middle of the sea, going all the way to the bottom. Inside that hole, Enel could see a smoldering figure, looking like charcoal, but somewhat melted. He could still recognize Jack. His trembling body made it seem like he had somehow survived that attack, but there was no saving him. Enel landed in the hole he had created, as the sea started quickly trying to fill it with water. To think you'd still be alive. Truly wondrous. The strength that stands at the top of this world. Enel spoke to the melted, almost corpse of Jack. The large and previously intimidating pirate didn't even have eyes anymore. He couldn't even speak. All that he could feel was numbness, the lightning having fired all of his nerves and melted part of his brain. His powerful armament hockey had protected him, but it couldn't protect him properly from such an attack. It only served to prolong his suffering. As he was now, he didn't have much more than a minute or two to live. Even those few minutes were granted to him due to his immense endurance. Someone like Doflamingo would have died much quicker underneath that kind of attack. I'll admit, fighting you gave me a lot of insight. Have a good one, Jack. The large pirate couldn't even hear Enel. He was simply pondering the choices he had taken in his life, to have led to him attempting to fight such an opponent. Blinded by his own hubris and confidence, maybe he would have survived more had he taken his opponent seriously from the start, or had he not gone for such an opponent at all. But in truth, he had no way of knowing his enemy's abilities. Now, there he stood, in a crater in the sea that was already filling up with water. A massive whirlpool formed above him. Him being a fisherman meant that seawater couldn't drown him. Maybe he should have thrown himself into the sea to try and escape? But the seawater itself was boiled and evaporated by Enel's attack, so that wouldn't have worked either. In the end, Jack simply couldn't imagine a scenario where he could survive such a ruthless attack. He was left to ponder his last moments at the bottom of the scorched sea. Back at Wano country, an underling was sitting down, his eyes filled with boredom. His task was to look at the pieces of vivre cards from the top brass all day. His job was to instantly report any minute changes that might have indicated that any top member of the Beast Pirates was in danger. A boring task and rather uneventful, as very few could confidently say they'd be able to kill one of Kaido's top brass. Today was different, however, as that nameless underling looked in fear at Jack's vivre card being burned up and disappearing. It was almost instant, and the underling was paralyzed with fear as he looked at the burnt-up remains of Jack's card. The underling quickly stumbled and ran to inform the others. This news was bound to shake the Beast Pirates, but in truth, it was going to shake the new world in its entirety. It was certainly an eventful day. In the end, I managed to gain a lot more perspective on how my attacks would fare against the top of the world. I know from the show that Kaido has the highest defense in the Beast Pirates, and Big Mom should also have a stronger body than Jack here. So, if I were to hazard a guess, most top cadres of Yonkos wouldn't be able to survive this type of move. Jack's specialization was his endurance, but the others, like Katakuri, Smoothie, and Cracker have different strong points. As long as I keep my head straight, I can dodge most attacks headed my way. And with the firepower that my devil fruit provides me, I should be able to win most fights I find myself into. I'd rather train a bit more before the war, though. I need to strengthen my armament hockey quite a bit if I want things to be a bit smoother in the future. Arriving at Marineford and Punishment, some would still be able to attack me while I charge my larger moves, so I need to at least be prepared for that. Jack couldn't fly, so he was kind of like a fish in a barrel, but others won't sit tight while I charge my attacks like that. I'd say this tired me out as a good workout would. I've already regained most of my stamina. I should start heading for Marineford now. I have quite a few bounties to deliver. That's the end of this tale for now. Check out the Discord linked in the description and my own fanfictions that I'm currently writing, and I'll see you on the next installment. Peace.